Pakistan. And a warm Lal Salam to everybody who's here with us today, both in person and online. We're gathered for this conference at a time of historic upheaval and historic possibility. U.S. imperialism, we know, is the primary contradiction in the world today. Expressed through nearly a century of imposing aggression on the world through economic, psychological, and military assault. Recently, we're seeing a sharp escalation of imperialist aggression, especially on the global south. The intensifying genocide in Gaza, the abduction of President Maduro and Celia Flores in Venezuela, the criminal blockade of Cuba, and the imperialist wars on Iran and Lebanon. These reflect the blatant attempts to reenact the colonial history of brutalization, extermination, dehumanization, especially of people in the global south. The aim is to impose defeat and surrender on a people, nation, or country who assert their sovereignty against the imperialist system. From the communes of Venezuela to the relief workers in Cuba, from the incredible developmental successes of China to the heroic fight back by the peoples of Palestine, Iran, and Lebanon. Peoples and nations are rejecting the gangsterism of the United States and refusing to surrender to the crumbling empire. From the victories of the armed resistance in Iran and all of West Asia to movements fighting for sovereignty around the world, people are at the vanguard of oppressed, fighting against the brutality of the capitalist system. But the media and academia, as Gabriel Rockhill has shown, function to ideologically disorient us. And that's why it's all the more important that revolutionary movements arm themselves with a strong analysis of capitalism, imperialism, and sovereignty. This conference, therefore, reflects our commitment to sharpening our ideological tools against the imperialist onslaught. This is why we take great pride in welcoming the sharpest anti-imperialist minds of our time from around the world to the beautiful city of Lahore, Pakistan. Now I'd like to invite Haqooq-e-Khalq Party's president, Farooq Tariq. He has been a pillar of strength for comrades and for young people in Pakistan in struggle for a very long time, especially central to the political journey of the Haqooq-e-Khalq Party as well. So Farooq Saab, please.
Common Chair and comrades, I welcome everyone to this International Anti-imperialist Conference in Lahore on behalf of Haqooq-e-Khalq Party. I especially welcome our international guests who have traveled long hours to reach here in Lahore. Dear friends, comrades, and allies, this conference is taking place at a very critical juncture in history. This is a moment where we see that the Western capitalist centers have upped their end of imperialism in the face of a receding global economy. Donald Trump's second term, with its far-right agenda, has brought about a shift in the international situation. With a foreign policy of recolonization and war, together with his partner in massacre, Netanyahu, Trump's war on Iran was to ensure complete domination of the oil and gas market. This crime after the genocide of the people of Gaza, the invasion of Venezuela, the attempt to strangle Cuba, and threats to annex Greenland. The tyrant is striving to normalize genocidal language, blackmail, and interventionism, as well as racism, misogyny, and hatred of migrants, attempting to expel millions of workers from the United States. We all know that imperialism is an essential part of capitalism, but we also know that it has been the most reliable partner of European American powers in times of crisis. With the American empire lagging behind China and other countries in securing hegemony over renewable energy resources, it has fallen back to strengthening its control over traditional oil supplies. The kidnapping of Venezuela's leadership and the war on Iran are two glaring examples of an empire refusing to innovate amidst the climate change crisis and instead taking violent control over the developing countries' resources. At the same time, the American gangsterism cannot be reduced to securing control over fossil fuel value chains only. Trump's all-out war against Venezuela, Iran, Palestine, Lebanon, and Cuba must be seen in the larger context of a war against the axis of resistance, even if the opponent do not happen to be anti-capitalist or anti-imperialist only. Bloody authoritarianism is the central instrument of imperialism in our times, because it needs to impose policies of hunger, the proliferation of ecocidal technologies and practices, the excessive power of big tech, the dispossessions of natural and energy resources from all the people, and increased military spending. If it is not defeated, Yankee imperialism will embark on a blind march towards ecological disaster. Anti-imperialism directed towards the US is the direct threat to the US hegemony over violence, even if does not pose a threat to global capitalism. It is in this context that we must support Iran and other developing countries resisting the imperialist aggression, even if their anti-imperialism seems to be devoid of anti-capitalism. But comrades, this seems like a good strategy only in the short run. In the long run, we must work towards building movements and parties that are both anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist. Anti-imperialism devoid of anti-capitalism, as well as we all know, is a slippery slope. It can take form of a theological anti-American state, as in the case with Iran, or it can take in the form of secular state capitalism, as in the case of China. While we resist American imperialism, we must resist these anti-imperialist caricatures too. This obviously does not mean that we do not support their fight over sovereignty, even if it comes with localized version of capitalism. But we must be clear that this can be a strategy only in the short run. Eventually, we cannot afford to reduce socialist project to a point where capitalism with a human anti-imperialist face becomes acceptable and desirable. We must not lower the bar to that point. We must fight against both imperialism and capitalism. The third point I want to highlight is about Pakistan. While the world is admiring Pakistani state role as a peacekeeper between Iran and US-Israel aggression, we also saw the state bulldozing the working class settlement in Islamabad right in the middle of Iran talks and taking measures for full implementation of new liberal agenda. Pakistan has seen 32 years of martial law, 4 different martial laws, and I personally have fought against these 4 martial laws, against Ayub dictatorship, against Yahya dictatorship, against Ziaul Haq dictatorship, and against Musharraf dictatorship. And I spent personally 8 years in exile, several years in jails in different parts of Pakistan and so on. And also, we have here Dr. Khalid Javed Jan, who was badly injured by the gangsters of Ziaul Haq at the Ziaul Haq period. So we have seen the dictatorial natures of our regime in Pakistan. So we cannot have a progressive phase outside and dictatorship inside. It has to be linked together from both sides. We want to remind the state that it cannot build peacemaking diplomatic credentials abroad while being repressive at home. 4th point which I like to say finally, we must develop a positive project of progressive, socialist, future against capitalism and the imperialist fascist, liberal, theocratic, statist, and hybrid forms it takes under electoral and non-electoral conditions. Despite internal ideological differences within the left, we must forge a united front against the right. To this end, the global pro-Palestinian movement is a good example in which progressive from diverse convictions join hands to fight for the common cause. Similar instances of the left forces come together for converging causes and developing a ground-up socialism and remnant across the third world. Some may question the success of these synergies, but my lifelong experience working with movements and parties reveals that there is no quick fixes to the imperialist genocidal machinery we are up against. It's only after we develop a powerful confluence of working masses, farmers, and other marginalized classes that we would have a united front to reckon with. Bourgeoisie government recognize that popular mobilization against them are the result of deep social contradictions. Typically, they attribute them to the action of internal and external agents. We cannot accept the conspiracy conception of history. Undoubtedly, imperialism and its agencies try to take advantages of struggle such as that of Iranian people, but that does not reduce those struggles to an operation of imperialism. Yesterday, Mahmoud Achakzai at our meeting in Safma spoke of several imperialism abroad and imperialism inside Pakistan. So we have to fight against all sort of imperialism. We must oppose state intervention, which while continuing to support those struggles. Today, more than ever, we must practice consistent internationalism, a solidarity without borders, and encompasses the struggle of workers, the oppressed, and the self-determination in all countries of the world, without exceptions. It's a policy that opposes all forms of imperialism. It does not subordinate the struggle in any country to that of another country. It is a policy that corresponds to the slogan, workers of the world unite, for solidarity without borders, for internationalism without exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Farooq Saab. So as we move into the panels a little bit later today, there will be much space for debate on the meaning of imperialism today. So I think we're in for some very interesting discussions. The next speaker on the welcome panel is Jorge Rocha, and he is coming to Lahore from New York City, the heart of the imperialist beast. He is a very interesting comrade. He's part of the Democratic Socialists of America's International Committee, And he's also a co-organizer of this conference as a member of the People's Academy. Sovereignty and the meaning of sovereignty. Please, Jorge, thank you.
Salam alaikum. Thank you, Tabby, for the introduction, and thank you to all of you and the people of Pakistan for receiving us. Before I begin my remarks on discussing the nature of sovereignty, I would like to make a note on the history of science so that we're able to discuss more fruitfully on the science of history. In the typical literature, and in what people typically are taught in school, the most transformative period in the shift in how knowledge is produced in society, in the area that people typically call Europe, or as I like to call it, the European subcontinent, is typically known as the scientific revolution. This was a shift in the mode of knowledge production that existed in Europe at that time, one that was based on texts being the source of authority, deductive interpretation of these texts in Aristotle, the Christian Bible, and Greek thinkers such as Ptolemy. And there was a shift over the course of 200 years from that mode of knowledge production to a totally different one based on empiricism, mathematics, scientific experiments, and new institutions. And in the process of doing so, there was a transition of epistemological authority, meaning that there are those who would determine what is true and what is not. And there was a shift from the periphery of that society to the core of that society. It's really important to understand this because the battle for sovereignty first begins in the mind. Europe at that time fused Catholic orthodoxy with Greco-Roman classic thought, and the institutional pedigree bestowed by the university, which was the dominant form of knowledge production, as well as the Catholic Church. And if you look at the figures that were influential in the scientific revolution of Europe, you'll notice that almost none of them had occupations that had anything to do with our contemporary conception of a professional scientist. Nicholas Copernicus, who presented a model that changed the world in that humanity is not the center of the universe, but rather that the planet goes around the sun. And he was a cleric in the periphery of the Prussian Empire. They published this model only after he had died. You have Tycho Brahe, who himself was a noble, that taught himself how to build astronomical instruments through guilds and crafts that were taught to him by ordinary workers that he met. Johannes Kepler was an astrologer, he was a mystic, and yet he formulated the laws of planetary motion. Francis Bacon was a statesman, not a scientist, and yet he was the biggest popularizer in Europe of a new science that needed to be produced to understand physical reality. But probably the most telling in the shift in the understanding of the world that existed at that time was the Italian Galileo Galilei, who in many ways was a martyr, as he was trying to confront the authorities at that time, a different way of understanding the world. And at the cost of his own life, he fought for what was important, and which was the truth of our state in the world. Concurrently, in England, there was an organization of those who were interested in experimental knowledge production of two Roberts, Robert Boyle and Robert Hooke, where they formed a parallel institution of epistemological authority called the Royal Society. We have to consider the questions that were manifest in that time, that there were two competing philosophies of what would be the new science. There was the rationalism of the philosopher, the French philosopher René Descartes, who claimed that reason and rationality that exists in the mind is in fact the grounding of how we understand reality. And this was in fact the dominant perspective in the European continent in the late 1600s. But that was not the mode of science that became hegemonic. In fact, it was the individual known as Isaac Newton, who himself was, in his own conception, was a philosopher, that formulated what we understand now as the classical formulation of physics, of which is a synthesis that he calls as standing on the shoulders of giants, of who I just mentioned, and itself was a theoretical closure of possibilities that existed. Now, this is a conference about physics, so why am I talking about this? Well, similarly, as I mentioned, these two were two philosophers that existed in Europe who have competing methodologies of understanding the world. 200 years later, not a Frenchman and not an Englishman, but rather a German in 1848, a German philosopher by the name of Karl Marx, stated that, in fact, the way to understand human history is to understand it as the struggle between classes in society. Manifesto that he Rick Engels declared at the end of this manifesto that the workers of the world should unite. But why has this not happened yet? We are living almost 200 years since that declaration that's become an immortal motto of our movements. Let's go back 100 years to what was known as the Congress Against Colonial Oppression and Imperialism. It was held in Brussels, in Belgium, on the 10th of February, 1927. So next February is precisely 100 years. 174 delegates were represented from 134 organizations in 34 countries, from the peripheries of the European empires that showed up to this place. You have people from Mexico, China, Russia, Iran, that were at this conference to talk about the gap that existed in the socialist movements at that time, who was rooted in the European subcontinent. That, well, hold on. We may not have industrial capitalism, but our lives matter. We are colonized. What about us? And in the same vein, and why I started a conversation in this note on the history of science, that the honorary chairman of this Congress was one physicist by the name of Albert Einstein. And he wrote in a letter to this Congress saying that through your Congress, there's hope that the efforts of the oppressed to win independence will take tangible form. Now, we're about to hear in this conference many different perspectives in terms of these fundamental questions on sovereignty. Part of the People's Academy, as well as the work of the academics and scholars and organizers who have been invited to speak today, is a defense of theory. Now, what is theory? Theory is a scientific articulation of reality within a particular historical conjuncture. It may not seem very helpful, but in the sense, what it represents is every generation, now to cite the
thinker and philosopher and psychoanalyst from Martinique, Frantz Fanon, that every generation must discover their own mission within their lifetimes, and must choose to either fulfill it or betray it. And it's essentially stating the same thing in a different understanding. And so the dialectical and historical materialist tradition is not a museum of ideas. It is not something you merely get a book and you read from it to try to apply mechanically. No, it is a living science of human history. And so this brings us to Gaza. As the international legal scholar from the University of Tehran, Hiliyat Dotagi, who's speaking today, stated, the genocide in Gaza is a cognitive turning point for humanity. And so, in a similar sense of just everything I discussed earlier in terms of the development of science in Europe, we, people of the Global South, need a turn in our understanding, in our knowledge, in our epistemology, that rather than allowing the northern institutions to dictate what we believe to be true, that it is in fact the opposite, that the institutions and the people of the Global South are those who must lead, and thus that global Southern knowledge production must be the grounding of all future theorization. And so, to reference this, the honorary chairman of that Congress 100 years ago, Albert Einstein, that we need our own Einsteinian shift in the science of society, but not through some mechanistic, crude application of the revolutions and understanding of physical reality. I'm not saying in a very pseudo-intellectual way that we must very concretely say, oh, well, I'm talking about relativity or curvature or what have you. No. What I am advocating is that we study the historical process by which science has transformed itself, the institutions and the societies and the cultures of science transformed itself such that we, as Marxists, as scientific socialists, can guide us in transforming our own procedures of critical knowledge production. And so we must think about who are the giants of Marxist theory today. We have invited them today for our plenary session. We have Radhika Desai, who her critique of geopolitical economy is in many ways a geometry of exploitation. Professor Ali Qadri, who has theorized about de-development and is brilliant insight on waste and its accumulation in the world system, is in many ways demonstrating that destruction is in fact an invariant principle. That is in fact one of the only things that is true about our world is that the empire wishes to destroy everyone else. We have Gabriel Rockhill, who, while studying the process of how Marxism in the imperial core developed, is himself become an imperial Marxism in the same way that Isaac Newton, who himself, when he became the head of the Royal Society, was in charge of the British Mint, which then means that the scientific revolution ended in an institutionalization of an imperial science. Newton was an imperialist. It must be understood that way. And so we must take away that there is a relativization, that the frame of reference that we have is dependent on the societies in which we come from. And lastly, we have Max Isle, whose understanding of sovereignty is that in this question and in this time of ecological crisis, that no, sovereignty is political ecology. That in fact, the same problems of inequality, war, and climate are all the same. It's all one system, which goes to the theme of today's conference, which is that sovereignty is the central issue of our time. And that in fact, sovereignty is the precondition for democracy and socialism. You cannot have any of those things without being sovereign. And so I call on the people who are here, people who are listening, and especially the people of Pakistan to take pride in your civilization in the same way that Russia, China, and Iran understand themselves to be societies that are a civilization, and such is the same for the people who reside in those in the territory of what is the Indus River Valley. That only by understanding this perspective, that what you know in the world today is driven by the people of the world, that the world's oppressed majority knows how the world operates. Why? Well, we must accept the hypothesis brought forward by the scientist Mao Zedong, that the people, and the people alone, is the engine of world history. And once we understand that, only then can we fulfill the mandate that the workers of the world must unite. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. And it was excellent having all of the guests and all of us together at the May Day event on May 1st. You just ended with such a poignant reference to the fact that that struggle is ongoing. It's a historic struggle. It's evolving in different contexts. And now I'd like to introduce Comrade Zegam Abbas, who's a founding member of the Hukuk-e-Khalq Party. He's also a professor of political science. He taught at Government College University for a number of years. And he's an analyst of war, especially in the context of West Asia and South Asia. Zegam is going to lay out the overall context for this conference today, and then we're going to move into the panel discussion. Zegam?
Thank you, Tabby. I have been given a task of setting the context of today's conference, and I must admit that it is difficult to cover everything that we want to do through such conferences, not just in the immediate term, but also in the long term. But before I move to set out the context for the conference today, I want to start this conference by remembering and paying our respects to the 168 little children of the Shajara-e-Tayyaba school of the Minab city of Iran, which were martyred on the first day of the US-Israeli war of aggression against Iran. I request all of you to please stand up for a moment of silence so that we pay our respect to these little martyrs. Thank you. Please be seated. Let me also just quickly thank my secretariat team at the Hukuk-e-Khalq Party. Many of our panelists and speakers here would relate to conferences like these, especially in terms of logistics and arranging everything, how difficult it is to bring such an endeavor to fruition. But after 3 weeks of intensive work and efforts from my comrades, we are here together in Lahore for the first anti-imperialism conference. Of course, this would not have been possible without the relentless efforts of my comrades and, more importantly, their dreams of building a better world. Comrades, if someone in 2019 would have told me that in a matter of few years, the world will go through a global pandemic, that Donald Trump would return to White House, and that the Palestinian resistance will launch the Al-Aqsa flood, the result of which would be a war of aggression against 8 different countries, and all of this would happen in a matter of few years, none of us would have believed it. We are now living in a totally different world, a different world than 2019. It is incredible that in a matter of few years, so many things have changed. It is exactly like what Comrade Lenin said almost a century ago, that there are decades where nothing happens, and then there are weeks where decades happen. And decades have happened in the last 2-3 years. We have seen the televised genocide in Gaza. We have seen, and we are living in a world where we have seen the Palestinian people refusing to be the perfect victims. Despite siege and televised genocide, the Palestinians in these last few years have showed us that death with dignity is better than humiliation and submission. It is this legacy of resistance to imperialism which is now being carried by the Iranian people through their sovereign technological independence and development. My friend, Comrade Amar, he used to often say this, that the skies over the occupied lands look beautiful only when the resistance missiles are flying over it. And this is something which the Iranian people, the Iranian defensive capabilities have shown to us, walking on the footprints of the Palestinian people, that death with dignity is better than submission and humiliation. We have all seen this live on TV, that how the top leadership, the first martyrs of the US Zionist war of aggression against Iran, the first martyrs was the Iranian leadership, the leaders of the revolution, Ayatollah Khamenei, his comrades, his top military and political leadership, refusing to bow before the death machinery of US-Israeli aggression. We have plenty of lessons to learn from this, if we are actually serious about building a better world. And I must say this, it is exactly this refusal of erasure, the refusal of erasure that Palestinians have shown us, that Iranians have shown us, and this defensive capability of the axis of resistance against imperialism, this is the bedrock of our today's conference. We are going to be talking about these things. We are going to lay down our political positions more concretely so that we strive forward together with the correct analysis of our moment, of this particular moment. In this context, there are 3 important and immediate questions that we want to address today. The first question: how do we understand imperialism and anti-imperialism? We have seen that a growing current within the sections of Western left argues that the world now has entered an era of multiple imperialisms, where the United States, China, and Russia operate on equivalent terms within a competitive global order. Our core question today is this: is this the correct analysis? Is this the correct analysis to argue that US, along with its 200 years of colonialism, loot, and plunder, with its more than 800 military bases around the world, with its death machinery of profits and capital, is this a correct line or correct analysis to argue that this death machinery on one hand, the imperialism that it has imposed on the rest of the world, is equivalent to growing economies and the rising economies of global south like China, or say like Russia? So this is the first fundamental questions. This is the first fundamental questions that we'll be talking about. And against such assertions of the argument of multiple imperialisms, where are we going to place the historically constituted Euro-Atlantic hegemonic architecture of United States and its NATO allies? This architecture, which continues to extract disproportionate economic surplus from the global south through global financial control and its military power, this architecture, which has led to more than 70 regime change operations since the Second World War, and the latest casualty of this regime change operation is the sovereign government of Venezuela. You have seen how a head of a sovereign state, President Nicolas Maduro, and his wife, the First Lady, Ms. Celia Flores, was abducted in a raid on a sovereign territory. What are we going to do with such analysis, which tries to convince us that the 200 years of colonial plunder by US and its NATO allies around the world, this kind of imperialism is equivalent to the rising countries of the global south? I refuse to believe that argument. And within this theoretical and political tension that we see between the thesis of competing imperialisms and the argument for hierarchically structured imperial core, this conference today asks how imperialism should be conceptualized. We'll try to answer that question. Our brilliant scholars who have spent decades working on these questions, they will try to form a correct analysis in front of you. The second question: how do we conceptualize the question of state sovereignty in a geopolitical environment where imperialism's only objective is to destroy the state capacities and de-develop the countries of global south? We have seen this in the case of Libya. We have seen this in the case of Iraq. We have seen this in the case of Yemen, that how these sovereign countries were systematically made dependent on the imperial core through continuous relentless assaults and bombings. And we also know that imperialism's objective is not always the direct occupation, but weakening the fabric of the countries of the global south and making them permanently dependent on the imperial core. This is the fundamental objective of imperialism today. And I invite our distinguished panelists and speakers to reflect on this question of de-development, especially in the context of Iran. It was, I think, 10th or 12th day of the war of aggression against Iran, perhaps Helge will correct me, that the death machinery of US and Israel, they bombed multiple universities, including the Sharif University of Iran. And if you go and look about the history of Sharif University, you will find out that the Sharif University sits at the number 3rd position in terms of winning science Olympiads around the world. You know this, right? The Sharif University of Iran. The missiles you see which are flying over the occupied lands to bring freedom and liberation to the people of Palestine and to the people of Iran, more than 70% of manufacturing of these missiles is done by the brave Iranian STEM students. In the West Asia, Iran is the only country with highest number of female STEM students. Show me any other Gulf Arab dictatorship where women are given such freedoms to pursue their dreams. We refuse to let our brave women to be seen through the myopic Western prism. We refuse to do that. And that is why the Iranian people are fighting. The Iranian people are fighting just for themselves, but for every single one of us, every single person who lives in this West Asian region. And imagine the consequences for a country like Pakistan if the revolutionary government of Iran falls. We are already mired or sandwiched in two borders. Both the borders, western and eastern border, is a restive border. We have a province where there is an ongoing insurgency since 1970s. Our Iranian border is the only border which we did not have to think about at all. And imagine the consequences if the revolutionary government of Iran falls. What would happen to the insurgency in Balochistan? What would happen to the Shia-Sunni solidarities in Pakistan? Imperialism, as it has always done, has tried to divide our people. I have seen it growing up in Gilgit-Baltistan, how the regional calculations, how the imperialist interventions in those regions have divided people along Shias and Sunnis. So imagine the consequences if Iran falls. So it is not just a battle of Iranians. It is not just a war of Iranians. It is a war of the people of Pakistan. It is a war of people of Bangladesh. Our third and final question today is, how do we theorize imperialism? Or how do we theorize the attempt of imperialism to recolonize the global South? We have seen a renewed attempt ever since the 2008 financial crisis. We have seen that there has been an increasing assault on the countries of the global South. As I mentioned some of those examples earlier, one of the core challenges we face today is to develop a mode of analysis that is neither dogmatic nor revisionist. Our task and objective is to critically extend Marxist theory on the basis of historically grounded analysis, enabling us to better comprehend the current dynamics of global capitalism and to inform anti-imperialist praxis. This is our main task. This is what we want to resolve through endeavors like these, through conferences like these. At the end, comrades, I must state that the questions we have outlined today are not merely theoretical. These are not theoretical questions at all. How we conceptualize imperialism and the current conjuncture will directly inform the direction of our political practice. Without revolutionary theory, there cannot be a revolutionary change. Our comrades have already made that clear to us. This conference is an attempt to collectively think through the contradictions of our time and to clarify the intellectual and political tasks that are immediate and that are before us. I invite all of you to engage in this process, learn from our speakers, interact with them. You can also interact with them even after the panels, speak with them. And through this endeavor, we may be able to contribute to a clearer and a more grounded anti-imperialist praxis. Thank you so much for being patient.
Thank you so much, Comrade Zaigam. So now we'd like to invite the panelists for the first session up to the stage, as well as the moderator, Professor Basharat Abbasi, who's here from Sindh University. And this panel will be on the US, Russia, China, and the debates over contemporary imperialism.
Okay. Is it working? Okay. Should we begin? Okay. Good afternoon, dear comrades, colleagues, and friends. Allow me to begin by extending my warmest revolutionary greetings and congratulations to Comrade Amar Ali Jan and other comrades of Hukuk-e-Khalq Party for organizing this profoundly important and timely conference at a historical conjuncture marked by intensifying imperialist aggression and deepening crisis of the global capitalism. To convene such greetings, bringing together leading Marxist and anti-imperialist scholars from across the world is not merely an academic exercise, but a political intervention. It is through precisely such collective efforts that we advance our understanding of contemporary imperialism and clarify the strategic task of the present. It is both an honor and a grave historical responsibility to welcome to you this panel on the United States, Russia, China, and the debates over contemporary imperialism. We gather here in Lahore, a city whose own layered history of colonial domination, resistance, partition, and post-colonial struggles renders it not merely a geographical site, but a living archive of contradictions we seek to theorize today. Allow me to begin by situating our discussion within the long durée of imperialism as understood in the Marxist tradition. When Vladimir Lenin theorized imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism, he was not describing the contingent policy or a moral deviation, but a structural necessity arising from the concentration of capital, the tension of the fusion of industrial and financial monopolies, and the division of the world among the competing powers. Yet, as dialectical materialists, we must resist the temptation to treat this formulation as closed schema. Imperialism is not a static category. It is a historical process, uneven, contradictory, and constantly reconstituting through the transformation of the global capitalism itself. Today, we confront a world that is at once familiar and profoundly altered. The unipolar moment that followed the collapse of Soviet Union appears increasingly fragile. The project of US-led global hegemony, anchored in military alliance, financial domination, and ideological apparatuses, reveal deep internal contradictions as it attempts to sustain itself through the endless wars, sanctions regimes, cycles of destabilizations. These are not signs of enduring strength, but symptoms of systematic crisis. So without further ado, let us introduce our panel, Comrade Farwa Sial, Comrade Pavel Vaughan, Comrade Matteo Capesso, if I pronounce the name correctly, forgive me, and our Comrade Taimur Rahman. So, the motto of Marxism is not only to understand the world, but to transform it. As the famous 11th thesis on Surfa, we all have read that. But can we transform the world that we do not understand? So let us begin with the most pivotal and primary question: what is this thing called imperialism? So I will ask this question from my comrade Taimur Rahman. What is this thing called imperialism? What is this beast called imperialism that we are fighting against?
Thank you very much. You can hear me now? Okay, thank you. So the term imperialism comes from ancient Rome. When they created an empire, their stretch over the Mediterranean, the dominance over the Mediterranean, that was the Roman Empire. And that's where we get the term from. So it doesn't necessarily mean that if a country, let's say like Pakistan, takes over a bit of Afghanistan, or takes over a bit of India, or vice versa, India takes over a bit of Pakistan. That happens frequently. But that itself is not what is meant by imperialism. What is meant by imperialism is a global empire. An empire of this type that we saw with respect to the Romans, an empire of the type that we saw with respect to Britain during the 19th and 20th century, an empire of the kind that we saw with respect to France, which stretched across North Africa and West Africa, and then stretched all the way to Indonesia, an empire of the sort that we saw with respect to the Dutch, which stretched all the way to Indonesia. These are global empires we're talking about. Other wars may take place between different countries, but ought we to consider those countries and the wars that occur as global empires? No, absolutely not. That's not what Lenin certainly meant, and that's not how Marxists have traditionally understood what imperialism means. So when, for instance, Lenin speaks about imperialism in his famous work as the last stage of capitalism, he identifies very clearly a group of countries. He says there's a handful of countries that have come to globally dominate. They dominate the globe. He includes Japan in it because, of course, Japan conquers Manchuria, Korea, all the way down to Burma, etc. And it's a proper empire. And he says there's a handful of these countries, and he includes, in fact, Russia within that category of imperial countries. It's Britain, it's France, it's Germany, it's the Dutch Empire and the Japanese Empire, and so on. So now, if India and Pakistan, we go to war with each other over Sindoor or over Kashmir or whatever, is that an imperialist war? No, it's a war between two post-colonial societies. It's a regional war. It's not a war for the. It's a horrible war. It shouldn't happen. I'm not justifying it. I'm totally opposed to it. But it doesn't mean that India has become a global empire. So this is what we have to understand. I think the first thing we have to understand about imperialism is that it implies a power that is a global empire. That's the bottom line. That's my answer.
What imperialism is.
No, just present your own principles.
Okay.
Sure. Whatever you like. Okay. So, I mean, let's put this in the context of what's going on with respect to Russia and China. There is a war going on in Ukraine. Everybody knows it. There is the accusation against China that China is in some way an imperialist power. I reject both these propositions that either Russia or China can be categorized as imperialist powers. Let's look at the last 40 years of history with respect to China. How many wars has China really started? The answer is none. The last war that they fought was with Vietnam in 1978, which again, I am totally opposed to what China did to Vietnam in defense of Pol Pot and the Cambodian regime. But was that a war for global empire? It was not. It was a war between two communist states and two communist parties and two societies run by communist parties. Very, very bad, very horrific, etc. There's no doubt about that. But that was the last war. For the last 40 years, they haven't fought a single war. How many of us can say that government was overthrown by a regime change operation by China? How many of us can point to a country and say, in that particular society, counter-revolutionaries and incredible reactionaries were supported by the People's Republic of China and they overthrew that particular government? Most of the time, China is extremely pragmatic. It doesn't care who's in power. They deal with everybody pretty much who's in power. They even deal with the Taliban, which I find, distasteful. But there you have it. So to characterize China as an imperialist power forgets that China, although in Pakistan, exports a lot of capital to Pakistan and exports capital to other places. But firstly, China is a net importer of capital. It is not a net exporter of capital. So that doesn't fit Lenin's definition. Secondly, China is not dominated by finance capital. As Comrade Radhika Desai was saying, the Chinese actually control the market and the state controls the market, and the People's Bank really controls, the People's Bank and the Finance Ministry actually control the entire credit system of China. Foreign banks operate in China, but their own financial system is completely dominated by the state. There is no financial, there is no finance capitalists of China. Most of the billionaires of China are in tech and other industries. So there's no export of capital, net export of capital, and there isn't a financial oligopoly of the kind that we saw. And thirdly, most importantly, China is still dominated by a communist party. Now, if I may, and I do disagree with many of the things that the Communist Party does, but it is a Communist Party that has come out of 100 years of struggle. All right, and that is a party that has altered the class structure of that country entirely. Broken with its own history and caused the largest revolution that we saw in Asia, and then was confronted with the problem of having to industrialize that society. It was not necessarily, the productive forces were not very advanced, and yes, found a way to situate themselves within the flow of capital in such a way that they could use that, the flow of technology and capital in such a way so that they could use that to develop their productive forces. But what they've accomplished is no less than a miracle. Please remember that when Marx looks at England, he appreciates the bourgeoisie in the Communist Manifesto, saying their great contribution is the development of the productive forces, which opens the road for a new kind of society. And yet we as Marxists cannot appreciate a communist party that does exactly that. It develops the productive forces in such a way as to lay the foundation for an advanced stage of socialism. How strange is that? And secondly, let's look at Russia very briefly. I know I'm taking up a lot of time. Again, the system in Russia is very different. They're not net exporters of capital at all. Can you name any big Russian banks? You can't, because Russian financial system is basically also dominated by the State Bank of Russia. It's not really dominated by private capital, number one. And secondly, you can see there's very little export of capital. In fact, it's the opposite. There is capital flight, which is a different thing from investment abroad. And there's been huge capital flight since the war in Ukraine, in fact. And together with that, you can see that Russia, in fact, is the kind of society which is quite unique. It's one which has experienced a socialist revolution, built a socialist state, and then experienced a counter-revolution. And you expect me to believe that imperialism, which has a 300-year history, that precedes the, frankly, the Industrial Revolution even. In fact, the colonialism lays the foundation for the rise of industrial capitalism in England and so on and so forth, etc. You expect me to believe that in a few years, they not only developed a functional bourgeoisie, which frankly they don't have. They don't even have a functional bourgeoisie as such. If you look at the industrial infrastructure of Russia, a cohesive bourgeois class, they don't have it. They have a kleptocracy. They just sell everything that they can accumulate from the Soviet era, and that's how they make money. They're not actually doing much production. And Russia is mainly making money by selling oil and gas. That's a raw material exporter, people. That's hardly an advanced economy in today's context. So given these scenarios, I would say that the war in Ukraine is actually Russia really trying, really being, concerned about the fact that neo-Nazis have taken over Ukraine, allied with NATO and saying to NATO, give us nuclear weapons. And we know the history. We know the history from Napoleon to World War II to World War I, World War II, that Ukraine has always been the path through which Russia has been invaded. So this is very serious for them. And so that's why they said, all right, the People's Republics, the Donbass region, we're going to send our troops there in a special military operation. Perhaps not the best thing, and I'm a critic of that as well. But is it imperialism? My answer is no. In fact, if anything, I would categorize it as an effort to safeguard their national sovereignty against the movement of NATO eastwards, which they have done. So to conclude, therefore, this is perhaps one of the most important questions internationally for the left to really answer. Because if we answer this incorrectly, Bisharat, we end up making the same mistakes we made in the past, which is the mistakes of ultra-leftism, which is people sitting in one corner saying, oh, the Soviet Union is just terrible. Oh, China hasn't done anything worthwhile. Vietnam had a lot of promise, but it's nothing. Oh, we are so mighty pure and clean, and we condemn everybody and we criticize everybody and we don't collaborate with anybody, etc., etc. And what is the result of that ultra-leftism? Nothing but isolation. It's great academically because you get to say, I criticize everybody and their uncle. But as far as praxis is concerned, as far as changing the world is concerned, yes, we need to think clearly about what is the center of world counter-revolution. The center of world counter-revolution is NATO and the United States of America. If you make a revolution in Pakistan, if we make a revolution in Pakistan, which we damn well will do, you will see that it will not be China and Russia that will be supporting counter-revolutionaries in Pakistan. You know who it will be, because we've seen Farooq Saab, who it was in the past in Afghanistan. We've seen who it was who supported military dictatorships and religious fundamentalist movements in Pakistan. It was NATO, it was the West, it was the capitalist West, the very people who colonized us for 200 years, and they do not want us to be liberated. China is not our enemy, Russia is not our enemy. We know who are the forces and powers that have kept us in colonial slavery. That was our struggle yesterday, this is our struggle today, and this will be our struggle tomorrow to liberate our society from these colonial forces. Thank you so much.
Now, I would like to request Comrade Fawa Sayal. Comrade Fawa is a political economist with expertise in industrial policy and private sector accumulation in the global south. Comrade Fawa, please do. Sorry.
Slides.
Slide three.
Can you hear me? Assalamu alaikum, Lahore. What an honor it is to be here. सबसे पहले मैं हकूक़ खल्क़ पार्टी के मेंबर्स को शुक्रिया कहना चाहूँगी जिन्होंने इतनी बड़ी बैनुल अक़वामी कॉन्फ्रेंस को मुमकिन बनाया और वो भी उस वक्त जब पाकिस्तान एक तारीख़ी दौर से गुज़र रहा है और आलमी सतह पे बहुत वाज़े है। तो बहुत शुक्रिया इस इनविटेशन का और इस गैदरिंग का जहाँ पे हम जनूबी मुल्कों के यकजहती के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं और हमारे पास कॉमरेड्स हैं ईरान से, मलेशिया से, इंडिया से, अमेरिका से जो कि एंटी इंपीरियलिज्म के बारे में बात करेंगे। तो today I wanted to speak about the question of US finance imperialism, the primary contradiction. Thanks. Agar aap, if you think about what contradiction means, it's something which is not easily resolved, which means that it produces the conditions of its own demise. And I'm going to talk about the centrality of finance in the US imperial model and why we should be thinking about. And as a Pakistani, I also wanted to lay out a little bit of context for Pakistan. So the first thing is, how should we understand finance capital? And very simply, it's the concentration of banking and industrial capital, creating a dominant oligarchy or a class which controls the economy. But it's actually a process which fundamentally is about how value is transformed from a social relation, because all economic relations are actually relations between people, and therefore there are social relations. And the rise of finance today just does not mean domination of production or productive activity, but it's a subjugation. It's a subjugation of production, subjugation of productive activity to the ends of deriving rents. So these are not simple profits. The question of extraction is not just of profits, but super profits. So, and they're important because they're unmoored or unrooted from economic activity. And unlike other passive sources of wealth, such as land rents, the power of finance lies in its simultaneous nature of being very abstract yet transformative. And that's because it's disconnected from the materiality of physical inputs such as land, geography, and it's also reliant on labor in a different way. So as we see in every country now, the source of a hyper-class divide is finance. And this was, of course, this has been a concern for a long time. So Lenin in The Highest Age of Capitalism, Rosa Luxemburg and Hilferding in Accumulation of Capital and Finance Capital were talking about finance in that context in the coalescence of banking and industrial capital. But what was really fundamental about that point was that this was a period of inter-imperialist rivalry. That is, states like the USA, but also Japan, also later on Germany and Britain were splitting the globe into spheres of influence, which means that as capitalism grew, the latecomers are coming in and they're asking for a redivision of an already divided world. But what happened is that the role or the rise of finance tempered and reoriented the goal of inter-imperialist rivalry such that the US emerged as the primary beneficiary through the dollarized world order. and enabling the distribution of these rents to other countries which were previously colonies, so the Group of Seven and so on. So in a way, US imperialism eliminated the factions of inter-imperialist rivalry through the power of finance. And that is why finance today, the power of financialization, which is acceleration of what finance was, is very dominant. And every time we bring up the question of imperialism, this has to be at the center of analysis. And so, what are the implications of this? And I have these, I'm sorry you can't see this, but 3 points here. The first one is that finance allows the use of imperial financial instruments to complement conquest, to complement invasions, to complement regime change. So we know, of course, that sanctions is one of them, and sanctions can become particularly financialized when it comes to the banking sector, when it comes to access to finance, as we see very clearly after 2012 in Iran. Finance is also a way of disciplining or putting a straitjacket on sovereign development. And of course, we as Pakistanis know this very well, and I will talk about it a little bit. And lastly, there is the question of austerity, so cutting down of subsidies, limiting a full scope of life. And the problem is not just austerity imposed by external markets, as we see in the case of IMF. It's also a question of selfish austerity, which is adopted by every global south countries. That is, we have a ceiling or a limit to what we do because very simply, we cannot move forward. We cannot plan for the next 5 or 10 years. So this is a way of summarizing how financial imperialism is very important. But I also wanted to bring the question of what that really means for us when today in Pakistan we are struggling or with the question of what kind of nationalism should we have as people. And nationalism, as you know, can be a very regressive force, but also a progressive force if we think about it in the struggle for anti-imperialism. And here I have a quote from Ali Shariati, who is a very prominent Iranian scholar, a sociologist, a very rich body of work. And he was talking about this idea of new nationalism in the context of Cuban Revolution, in the context of revolutions which were very dominant in that period. And he wrote very interesting books in the 60s and 70s. And he called this phenomenon of new nationalism as a protest, itiraz. So we protest in different ways. We protest by going to the street. We protest by not abiding by colonial laws. But what kind of a nationalism is possible, or should we be practicing when the power of finance is so pervasive, so dominant? So just to give you a little overview of how we see it in Pakistan, I mean, when I was thinking about what I should add to this panel, I wanted to talk about the role of liberalization, the role of privatization, and look at the banking sector, look at industry, look at different aspects of how Pakistan has been changing under neoliberalism. But actually, the main thing is that for Pakistan, and maybe this is something which is not acceptable to a lot of people, but for me, 80 to 85% of Pakistan's path to neoliberalism is singularly through the IMF and the World Bank. That is because debt is the primary problem in our country. And if we consider that as an imperial artifact, one of the things that we just have to agree on that it is a process of reversing any kind of development, civilizational progress in the global south. So I don't need to go into detail of what debt looks like for Pakistan, because this is something that every man, woman, child in the street would tell you about, because we live it, right? So, we are on our 25th IMF loan package. This is like 92 billion at the moment. IMF surcharges, which is this not normal interest rate, but it is surcharges or interest rate above and beyond, are estimated to be $65 million in 2018-2020, and they are going up to 392 million. This is an estimate, but actually that estimate happened before the Iran war, so it's much, much higher. So as we live, as we pay for things, we are actually paying a debt which has nothing to do with us. And structurally, Pakistani economy, just like other global south economy, has been shifting from agriculture to services. So 43.5% of GDP in 1960 and over 50%. But also it's a question of what kind of services. So once again, the services that we have is real estate. We have a lot of other rentier accumulation, which is linked to finance. And of course, we have a series of debt-driven conditionalities, which is the main problem here. So in the last 3 years, we've at least 70 conditionalities, which means the gas prices are up to 500%. Petrol is unaffordable. Basically, there is no means to live a dignified life. But something that I kept hearing over and over again is, with the IMF, there is all this hardship, but have we made any gains? So I just have this little chart here in the trend of level of fixed investment, and this is the gross fixed capital formation. It's a ratio, and what it's trying to tell you is how much of the total value of investment made in the economy is creating productive capacity. That is how much is being reinvested into physical assets, and you can break it into the share of public assets, public investment, and private. So as you see, very simply, the public is going down, the private is supposed to go up. You have this blip in 2018 when there is investments in CPEC, but that have also stabilized. But overall, the phenomena of deindustrialization, as with all these loans, is very much a problem in Pakistan, as with other countries. So we have not made any advances in manufacturing, in pharmaceuticals, in services, and this is something that we have to live with. And once again, I think every IMF loan in every country, what it does is it deepens dependency, deepens hardship. But what we're seeing in the last 5 years now is that along with deepening hardship and on financialization, privatization, there is an absolute delinking from the state. So every new measure is creating a realm of private accumulation where the state cannot touch anything. It does not matter if it's a civilian government or a military government. What matters is that this government is hostage to the IMF. And there can be no bigger financial imperialism for Pakistan other than this at the moment. So, the question is then why should we single US imperialism? And just coming back to Ali Shariati's point of new nationalism and what is possible in this, given that we are so constrained. So what is a progressive nationalism, which is anti-imperialism, pro-people, and offers a dignified life to everyone? And I would say that before this, before October 7, we were looking at the question of finance in a very complicated way. That is, how do you definancialize? How do you de-link? Because it's so pervasive, we are surrounded by this abstract chains, and if we don't have finance, basically, we cannot do anything. And we have to thank the resistance. So since October 7, since the Iran's defensive Ramazan war, the fulcrum of global struggle has completely changed. The resistance has shown us that it doesn't matter if finance is abstract and that the majority world, the people of the South, are forced into financial chain. Simply by act of reversing this, you can break the chains of finance. And this is a realization that a lot of people, especially in the global north, did not have. We can theorize it in different ways. So the unity of consciousness at the moment is coming from the global south. This is the moment for third world struggle. As Pakistan, we are in a very dependent position and not always been a position which is pro-global south. We have to admit that in various ways. But this is the moment for Pakistanis to think differently, and there is a lot of room for us to move away from this. And we can hear more about the case in how we should see Russia and China next. Thank you so much. Iran Zindabad, Lebanon Zindabad, Pakistan Zindabad, Palestine Zindabad. Thank you.
Now, I'd like to request Comrade Paul Vaughan. Comrade Paul is a researcher, activist, and coordinator of Secretariat of Progressive International. Comrade, please go ahead and present.
Great, thank you so much. First of all, a huge congratulations to our comrades here in Pakistan, the Haqooq Halq Party, This is really a historic conference that's important not only to us as international participants because it helps us sharpen our own analysis, but I think it's so critical to have these kinds of events in the process of building a party to help also sharpen the analysis with which you approach your own process of party building. So it's an honor and to many more international anti-imperialist conferences. Now, I've been asked to speak about Russia and Russia's confrontation with imperialism. I agree with a lot of what Comrade Timur said, and I'll try not to cover any of the same ground today. And I'd like to begin by recalling an event that in the West has been wiped out of our collective memory. Yesterday, on the 2nd of May, we marked 12 years since the massacre in the House of Trade Unions in Ukraine, in Odessa. This was just months after the success of the Western-led regime change operation in Kiev, where large numbers of people in eastern Ukraine came to the streets to protest against the new regime, against some of the laws that were being proposed, against the capture of the state by Brussels, by NATO, by Washington. Neo-Nazi formations in Odessa forced a group of these protesters into the House of Trade Unions, locked the doors and set that building on fire. 48 people burned to death. About 200 people were seriously injured, and many of those who tried to escape were beaten in the streets of Odessa. And this has been wiped out of our memories, but in fact it's important to remember because it was one of the early salvos of the NATO-backed war that the West pretends began in 2022. 8 years later, more than 10,000 deaths later than that attack in Odessa. So I want to show that, in fact, what we're seeing today is the culmination of a much longer process, one that didn't begin in 2022, one that didn't even begin in 2014, but in fact has its roots in a much longer historical confrontation. And to do that, I'd like to focus on 3 different historical periods. First, I'd like to very briefly touch on Russia's pre-revolutionary history. Then I'd like to talk about the Cold War and what that meant. And then I'd like to turn to the contemporary situation. Now, at risk of great oversimplification, I want to say a few words about the pre-revolutionary history because I think it's interesting in the very specific ways in which history and geography braid together in the Russian context. Russia, as we know it today, as this great landmass across the north of Eurasia, was formed in this contradiction between the Russian people of the forests of the north of what we now call Russia and the territory where we have the city of Moscow and further up north, and on the other side, the Mongol and Turkic peoples of the steppes, who had launched successive waves of invasions northwards towards where the Russians were based. And the Russians pushed those invasions back in successive waves that marked really important stages in the formation of Russia as a state. First, they defeated the Mongols. Then they expanded east to Siberia and beyond Siberia. Then they launched military conquests of the southern steppes to the Black Sea, then to the Caspian Sea, to the Aral Sea, moving further to the Caucasus mountain range, and then South Central Asia and Transcaucasia. And that gave rise within Russia to a Eurasian identity and also to political control over a region of the world that would be considered a fulcrum, a key pivot of world power, which is a region that connects Europe and connects Asia. And it's not without reason. If you look at the Russian national emblem, the eagle, it has 2 heads. One looks west and one looks east. So I want to keep that perspective in mind as we go through the history of the Cold War, because it was recognized throughout the Cold War by the West and by many imperialist strategists that the key to global domination is control over that Eurasian landmass, because if you seize the northern part or the central part of Eurasia, you gain access to the wealthiest territories of the world, the most populated territories of the world, the richest territories of the world in terms of resources. And that was a key driver of the Cold War. So I want to turn now to talking about the Cold War, and I want to start with a provocation, which is to ask, when did the Cold War begin? And is it even appropriate to call it a Cold War? In fact, the Western attack on the Soviet Union began much earlier than what we often term the or where we often situate the start of the Cold War, and it began with a hot war. The October Revolution, of course, happened on the back of the turmoil that was caused by the First World War and the crises that it produced within Russia. And it caused a panic on Wall Street, it caused a panic in London, it caused a panic throughout the capitalist world, not only because it posed a threat to the legitimacy of capital, not only because it actually removed capitalists from power in one of the largest territories of the world, but also because very early on the Soviet Union explicitly set its sights on the very heart of imperialism, which were its colonial possessions. In 1919, just 2 years after the revolution, the Communist International was founded. And the analysis that it put forward in its launch manifesto of the First World War was that that war was a European war that was only a European war because it drew the peoples of the colonies to fight basically in the service of their own subjugation and their own enslavement. And so the Soviet Union set its sights very early on supporting the colonized world as a means to defeating the capitalist centers, which depended on the super profits of colonial loot to sustain their political systems and their economies. So the Soviet Union, very shortly after the October Revolution, was invaded by about a dozen foreign powers, including much of the West. The last of those invasions ended in 1925. So we're talking about an occupation that lasted for the first 7 years. Then from the 1930s, it was absolutely clear to the Soviet leadership that a new imperialist war was on its way. From the early 30s, the documents of the Central Committee of the Communist Party show that they saw and were aware of the process of remilitarization and reindustrialization in Germany, and they knew that they were its primary target. The war that was launched by Nazi Germany, which the Soviets had tried to prevent. The Soviets had approached France, they approached the United Kingdom throughout the 1930s. They proposed forming an anti-fascist alliance. When Hitler seized the Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia, what later became Czechoslovakia, they promised to send 1 million troops to the border to stop the invasion, and were pushed away by the French and the British. And the war that was launched by the Nazis against the Soviet Union would claim 27 million lives on the territory of the Soviet Union. And the great Italian Marxist Domenico Lucerdo would describe that war as the first colonial counter-revolution, because it was an example of imperialism taking the instruments and the logic of colonialism, in particular looking at the instruments of settler colonialism in the United States, how the US, under the doctrine of manifest destiny that gave it divine right to expanded westward, exterminated the indigenous populations, and seized their lands for cultivation by settlers. And that was precisely the model that Hitler explicitly referred to in pursuing eastward expansion, in pursuit of Lebensraum, or living space, for the German people. So you have a direct mirror of the colonial process in the attack on the Soviet Union. And that tradition was continued by the United States during the Cold War. From around 1947, when Europe was decimated, the Soviet Union was dramatically weakened and in a period of reconstruction, as was China, as were large parts of the developed world. The United States emerged not only unscathed, but it emerged stronger, with a much more powerful industrial base. And from 1947, as a document published in that year by the State Department, it set its sights on the goal of establishing preponderant power. And it would pursue that goal in two different ways, through two different axes of confrontation. The first targeted the Soviet Union through strategies of containment, of encirclement, and of course of the nuclear threat that posed a tremendous burden on the Soviet economy and on its political system. And the second axis, which is why it is deeply inappropriate to call the Cold War cold, was the war that it launched on the Third World. the wars basically of extermination in Korea, by proxies in Indonesia, in Vietnam, and many other countries around the world, which claimed tens of millions of lives. Now, the assault on the Soviet Union really was all-encompassing. It was an intellectual war, as Dr. Gabriel Rockhill shows in his book, and I'm sure he'll talk more about that later. It was a cultural war in which the West adopted the Nazi strategies and in fact recruited some of the people who authored those strategies of weaponizing ethnic minorities and dissent within the Soviet Union to try to build separatist groups, to weaponize right-wing and minority populations. In Ukraine, that involved providing, from the 1950s, paramilitary training, covert military support to separatist formations, as well as a whole range of cultural support. There was a long-standing campaign from 1953 to 1990, which was seen as the most successful campaign of the United States on the territory of the former Soviet Union. It was called Operation Aerodynamic, which was later renamed Operation QR Dynamic, then Operation PD Dynamic, and finally Operation QR Plum, which funded Ukrainian nationalist newspapers, radio channels, research institutes, and other types of publications to spread right-wing and nationalist ideology in the country. And of course, it was an economic assault. You had the policy of containment, the doctrine of containment, which sought, in the words of its author, to enormously increase the strain on Soviet governance, forcing its eventual disintegration. And by the late 1980s, with the global neoliberal assaults, those strains became intolerable. Now, there's one more dimension that we often ignore, and that was the military dimension, in particular the nuclear question. And that's rarely addressed in the West today. From the 1980s, the US nuclear doctrine underwent a pretty dramatic and terrifying change. For the long time, that doctrine operated on the assumption that a nuclear war could not be fought because it could not be won. This was the doctrine of mutually assured destruction. In the 1980s, President Jimmy Carter signed Presidential Directive 59, which abandoned that doctrine in favor of what was known as a countervailing strategy or a counterforce posture in nuclear strategy, part of which involved the placement of nuclear-capable missiles in Europe, in Germany. That strategy was grounded in the belief that it was possible to win a nuclear confrontation by launching an overwhelming first strike on the adversary and placing your nuclear arsenal within a few minutes' reach of Washington. Thank you. So it was in this context that the Soviet leadership under Mikhail Gorbachev eventually initiated reforms that, on one hand, sought to transform the Soviet system, but on the other hand, sought to placate and improve relations with the West, an idea that ended up proving deeply naive. The shortcomings of that idea, I think, became very clear from the early 1990s. In 1992, a document was leaked to the New York Times called the Defense Planning Guidance, which was drafted by a US official called Paul Wolfowitz, which set out the post-Cold War imperial agenda. And it said that our first objective is to prevent the reemergence of a new rival, either on the territory of the former Soviet Union or elsewhere. So this was an explicit national strategy whose aim was to prevent development, basically anywhere outside of the United States. And that doctrine became the Wolfowitz doctrine, and then it was absorbed into the doctrine of George W. Bush, which formed the basis of the assault on Iraq, Afghanistan, and other countries. Now, I want to say a few words now in the remaining time about what the reintegration of the former Soviet Union and what that agenda of preventing development meant in practice, because this is a narrative that we also rarely address in the West. In fact, the reintegration of the former Soviet Union into circuits of capital accumulation was among the greatest catastrophes in history, with no precedents outside of war or famine. Nearly overnight, an economy that was based on centrally planned industrialization, one that required a large workforce and all the infrastructure to sustain that workforce, was transformed into a rent-seeking economy based on oil and gas primarily. That transition was engineered substantially by the Bretton Woods institutions, by the IMF, by the World Bank, and by various advisors from the United States, and it caused a catastrophe in the country. Between 1992 and 1993, just 1 year, 14,000 firms that accounted for 75% of Russia's economy were sold off to private investors at bargain sale prices in one of the biggest upward transfers of wealth in human history. Wages collapsed, as did GDP. Inflation across the country soared, which basically nullified any savings that the citizens had. Poverty increased from 2 million people at the end of the 1980s to 75 million people just 5 years later. Professor Ali Qadri studied the impact of that moment on fertility, showing that a rent-seeking economy that no longer needs a major workforce to sustain it no longer provided the kind of care that was a social guarantee under the Soviet Union, and that was the primary factor for the dramatic collapse in fertility, which is a huge crisis in contemporary Russia as well. Hunger reached levels that were comparable to the famine in 1947, which killed 1 million people, which was the product of a severe drought and also the lingering effects of the Nazi war of aggression against the Soviet Union. And more people died in that time because of capitalist restoration than the combined death toll of the famine that swept Soviet Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and other territories in the 1930s, which is held up as a Stalinist crime and as the primary stain on the history of communism. And a good friend of mine and colleague, Jason Hickel from the university, the Autonomous University of Barcelona, together with his team, calculated that the total excess mortality suffered on the territory of the former Soviet Union across a 20-year period after its collapse was around 17 million people, in a period that I refer to as the neoliberal Holocaust. It's worth saying that this was the only time in its history that Russia was considered a friend of the West. But it was only considered a friend of the West in a very narrow sense. We see that when Russia was putting forward proposals in the late 80s, early 1990s for a common security architecture in Europe, which was almost implemented as part of a process called the Charter of Paris for a New Europe, the US was bent on sabotaging that process, again, based on this doctrine of preventing the development of other countries. Central to that, of course, was the expansion of NATO, with a desire to accumulate the profits of these newly capitalist states by selling them US weapons. And maybe how much time do I have? 2 minutes left, excellent. There was a book that was published in 1997 that set out the justification for a lot of these maneuvers. The book was called The Grand Chessboard. It was written by Polish-American strategist Zbigniew Brzezinski, who had been a national security advisor to successive US administrations. And he wrote that the fall of the Soviet Union saw the United States emerge not only as the key arbiter of Eurasian power relations, but also as the world's paramount power. The sole, he wrote, and indeed the first truly global power. He said that from the start of 1991, the goal of US strategy would be to entrench that position, to stop the process of Eurasian integration. And for him, he wrote, Ukraine was an important piece on that Eurasian chessboard, which would be important in tempering and limiting Russia's desire for a special Eurasian role and giving the United States the ability to pursue its own interest, he wrote, in gaining unlimited access to this hitherto closed area. And I think it's exactly in this context that we have to understand not only the expansion of NATO, but also the string of wars in Yugoslavia, Iraq, Libya, and elsewhere, which were received by the Russian leadership precisely as a warning to them that the West was prepared to undo the very foundations of the international order to preserve and advance its position. And that was the warning that Vladimir Putin explicitly gave in 2007 at the Munich Security Conference, where he condemned the uncontained, hyper use of force, he said, in international relations, and the growing disdain for the basic principles of international law, which he said would power a renewed arms race and drive grave instability across the planet. And he did warn at that point that one result of that process would be the emergence and strengthening of processes like BRICS, which we're seeing today. I'll end by recalling something that Mao Zedong said in 1965 at a meeting with the Palestinian Liberation Organization. He said that Israel and Taiwan are the basis of imperialism in Asia. He said to the Palestinians, "You are the gate of the great continent and we are its rear. They created Israel for you and Taiwan for us." And I think looking at the history of Russia's confrontation with the West, we can now put Ukraine or add Ukraine to that list, along with a growing number of countries that are being deployed as proxies in imperialism's ongoing drive to secure control over Eurasia and to prevent the process of development. But it's clear now that that strategy is not succeeding, and I think its failure began in Ukraine and has now been extended by the resistance in Iran, by the resistance in Palestine, and by the broader resistance in West Asia. It's absolutely obvious to me that Russia is winning this war. Its economy has weathered the most powerful sanctions apparatus ever deployed against the country. I think now 35,000 sanctions or so, successive waves of sanctions packages introduced every few months by the European Union. It has reintegrated with the countries of the anti-hegemonic bloc, including Iran, the DPRK, critically signing a mutual defense pact with the DPRK. Of course, strategic partnerships with China, with many other countries. It has expanded trade, and it has broken Donald Trump's blockade of Cuba. And I think this gives us an answer to the question that you've answered so well earlier, which is whether Russia is an imperialist power. I don't think I need to give you an answer to that question. Because together with the resistance we're seeing in West Asia, the tremendous and historic victory of the Islamic Republic of Iran against the United States, Russia has been able to stop imperialism's eastward advance, and I think paved the way for other acts of resistance on the horizon. Thank you.
Now I'd like to request Comrade Matthew Capesso. Comrade Matthew is a professor at Northwestern University in China, specializing in political economy and history of the Middle East or West Asia. I think West Asia.
Thank you. Friends, comrades, workers from all parts of life, it is a privilege to be with you today in Lahore. I want to thank the HKP and the People's Academy and every single person who has made this gathering possible today, welcoming us in such a hospitable and warm manner. Thank you. Thank you. We live in a moment that carries unseen changes unseen in a century, where the tectonic plates of global power are shifting beneath our feet. And the very unipolar order that declared that history had ended, saying that liberal capitalism was humanity's final destination, that order is giving way, is undergoing a profound crisis, and is responding by undertaking a path of rampant savagery, where more than 16,000 children have been massacred in Gaza in just 2 years. The crisis is real, and I am sure all of us in this room agree that the possibility for a different world is there, but it needs to be built. For the working masses of the world, especially those of the South, this transition, this moment poses a choice that we are not free to postpone for long. It is a choice between accepting to development through submission or forging autonomous paths that put national development, sovereignty, and the welfare of the people first. Two questions will guide my intervention, which are all about development, for whom, and then the question of political representation. What is the state representing? And in doing so, I will contrast and compare the US model to the Chinese one. So after 5 years of contact with the West, most countries of the global South remain poor. The answer is not that the people have failed to become sufficiently Western, democratic, and modern. The answer is that modernization has been systematically prevented. We discussed this already, many of you did, through an architecture of domination that rests on three interrelated pillars. The first, as Farwa was explaining, is economic, financial. The countries of the imperial core have all the monopoly over advanced technology, protected by law, intellectual property law, patents. Peripheral economies are pushed into low-value, high-competition sectors where prices are driven towards marginal cost and, of course, wages towards subsistence. Global trade, denominated in currencies, the dollars, which compel peripheral countries to earn dollars simply to participate. And when those countries fall into debt, as you all well know, international financial institutions arrive to slaughter the country through further structural adjustment programs. Privatize your national assets, liberalize your markets, cut your public spending. Of course, you need what to do this? A comprador class at home. The importers, the financiers, the real estate speculators, the army that profits from this arrangement. Who pays? The working masses. The second dimension is military. When economic coercion is not enough and fail to subjugate the country, then the direct military intervention comes in. Destruction of Iraq, Libya, Syria, very instructive. Objective lessons of history. When a peripheral country tries to develop autonomously its industrial and technological capacity outside imperial oversight, it must pay its price. The last dimension is ideological. The violence and the theft cannot just appear as imposed, they have to be natural. Francis Fukuyama told us that history ended, there was no alternative possible, and the fundamental question had been answered. Every society had to converge towards the Western model. Modernization was reduced to Westernization, and millennia of civilizational wisdom, be it Islamic, Chinese, African, Latin American, were all dismissed as pre-modern stages of history. The role of the universities in this across the South and the North became the one of factories colonizing the mind of the young masses, the students, dreaming of leaving their own country, of drinking Coca-Cola and not regaining their sovereignty. These three dimensions reinforce one another and represent what all of us describe as US-led imperialism. But let us look at what this model has produced today. At home, inside the United States itself, the wealthiest 1% now owns approximately 31% of the national wealth. The 1%. The bottom 50% owns 2.5% of the whole wealth. This is a predictable outcome after all. It's a system that does not want to make the people flourish, either economically, not morally, nor intellectually. You look abroad. Since 2001 only, the United States has approximately spent $8 trillion on post-9/11 wars, killing 1 million people directly and millions more indirectly. And you know this because the US used Pakistan as a launchpad for these wars. Look at the countries that followed the Washington Consensus. Pavel has talked about the Soviet republics. In Africa, in Latin America, liberalization under debt conditionality brought us weakened productive capacities that generated then in civil strifes and wars again, losing decades, generational decades of human potential. Now, against this model, we have another trajectory, which I think we need to understand. And this one is the Chinese developmental trajectory. The distinction is not a technical one or one that we can measure statistically by looking at growth rates or the sectoral composition of the economy, but it's a basic social orientation of these two systems. Western modernization operates according to the logic of capital. Production is oriented towards maximizing returns, and human needs are served accidentally. Capital captures the state. The state makes the policy serving the capitalist, and the people are left to beg, to survive, to die younger at times. In China, the order is reversed. The state directs capital, capital activates the market generates wealth that the state then ensures benefits the people. This means that development is centered around the people, what is called common prosperity. I know it sounds abstract, but this is capital. Capital is mobile, it can flow. It can devastate one place, and once it's done, it's going to move to the next. The state cannot. The state is an institution, has nowhere to go, but it needs to be built deeply. And this is why a state can be used and oriented towards the people, not towards capital. The result in China has been that the country has witnessed the most rapid and extensive poverty reduction in human history. Since 1978 only, China lifted over 800 million out of poverty, roughly 70% of global poverty reduction in that period. A deliberate choice, treating poverty elimination as a political objective. Another comparison, the United States 20 years ago was leading in 60 out of 64 critical technology, China only in 3. Today, China leads in 57 critical technologies, the United States in only 7. This was possible by maintaining sovereign control of its developmental path. But this is something that I want to show you now. Because I could show you Shenzhen, I could show you the fast bullet trains, the AI capacities of China. But instead, I want to show you what I saw last year when I traveled to several rural villages across Henan province, the one in red, located in central China, that it has roughly 100 million people, nearly half of Pakistan's population in a single province, and was for decades amongst the country's poorest province. Its recent transformation is exactly the kind of case where the abstract claim about poverty reduction is concretized, it materializes, okay? And of course, I went with skepticism there. Official figures, big claims, slogans, but when I saw what I saw with my eyes, I came back with even more questions for the Western trajectory of development. This is the village of Zhoujian. Outside the village party committee building, there was I stood in front of a photo wall with 175 families, about 750 people. Every household in the village was photographed and displayed. Elderly women, students with red scarves, portrayed in the red, the color of the party, that organized this transformation. When I was looking at the wall, I kept thinking how, in a country like my own, Italy, public squares of cities are filled with advertisements of cheap commodities, or sexualizing ones most of the time. Here it was people's face filled the square, and these people were seen, helped to live, and find dignity in life, because that's what the party was doing. In another village, in Jiangjuan, I visited a communal dining hall. The villagers call it the happiness courtyard. Every day, the elderly gather there for a midday meal. Noodles, vegetables, rice, steamed bread, clean tables, a nice kitchen, next door a medical clinic run by one of the villagers 24/7. And this is not just state welfare. It's not private charity, but the village cooperative itself uses 50% of the profits from the village's enterprise, which are then redirected into collective welfare, including, of course, the care for the elderly. In the richest city of Italy, Milan, the Banco Alimentare, which is an NGO, it's not even a welfare state-led company, a food bank network, serves more than 2 million people a year. 23% of those seeking food aid in Milan are employed, meaning they're not lazy or unemployed, they are working poor. In southern Italy, where I come from, youth unemployment reaches 40%. Across the European Union, nearly 20% of adults over 65 now live alone, the elderly. These are supposed to be wealthy society of the imperial core. And we are not even going to talk about those society that the US has showered with rockets and bombs. But be mindful that this situation in China did not always exist. When the country opened up and reformed in the 80s, hundreds of millions of rural workers migrated to urban factories. They left behind an estimated 60 million left behind children, which were raised by the grandparents without the family. The human cost was immense. But the Chinese state corrected this, not through principle, but by writing into law that farmers should be able to leave agriculture, but not their hometown. They need to find employment. Development should come to the people. The people should not be forced to abandon their land and their communities. The villages were not perfect, but they incarnated the principle of modernization that shows that development and family are not opposed, and that the purpose of production is economic and moral flourishing of communities, not just the extraction of their life, the misery, or their abandonment of rational scientific ideas for reactionary ones in the face of so much misery and poverty. Now, regarding political representation, the dominant Western conception is procedural. One person, one vote, competitive election among parties. Allegedly, there should be a free press, and this procedure are, index synonymous of democracy. But let's look at what happened at this procedure under financialization. In the United States today, a senatorial campaign costs tens of millions of dollars. Lobbyists outnumber legislators. The two major parties converge on the same economic doctrine: deregulation, military spending, privatization. One person, one vote, in effect, becomes $1, one vote, and there is no substantive representation. The Chinese conception is called the whole process people's democracy. Consultation at 5 different levels. The cadres of the party are trained in schools to see their work as service. Local leaders recruited from the communities they serve and evaluated on whether the people's lives actually improve. Representation means restoring and providing dignity for the people, the masses, the working masses. Now I am 100% sure that some of you, rightly so, must be thinking, this guy works in China and has been going on for the last, 10, 15 minutes as an advertisement for China. Some might be thinking, is China not a rising power? Isn't it another capitalist country, another state pursuing its own interest at the expenses of other countries, including the south of the world? These are legitimate questions and deserve a serious answer. So, on a structural point, which Comrade Taimur was talking about at the start, the People's Republic did not modernize through wars of aggression. No imperialist privilege on that. It maintains no military bases. And in the same decades where Washington spent $8 trillion on wars, creating a highway of debt, Beijing invested $1.2 trillion in infrastructures across 149 countries through the BRI. Accumulation through construction, and as Dr. Kadri would say, accumulation by destruction. What this infrastructure does, the Chinese one, is building ports where there are none. It provides railways connecting landlocked countries to see for the first time, industrial parks where Western capital considers it's too risky to touch. I can think of Mombasa-Nairobi Railway in Kenya, East Africa. And then there is the building of infrastructure and the terms provided by Chinese loans, which are definitely not the slaughtering house of the IMF and the World Bank. Think of Ethiopia, which was struggling to repay its debt, and Beijing provided them an extension on the terms, moving from 15 years to 30. The response of Western creditors, of course, we know for countries of the South, as the people of Pakistan know very well, is very different. The dagger is immediately put on the neck of the people. But there is a deeper point that I want to make here, which is Chinese engagement with the South of the world, due to the capacity and the scale of the communist project that has been achieved in China, opens a space of autonomy. The space that the unipolar moment has closed for decades, and so it offers an alternative choice, an alternative to the stark choice that I said from the start between subordination and isolation, or deciding to enter this space and build something. But opening up a space does not mean filling it. The space of autonomy that China and so the wider multipolar formation creates must be occupied by national ruling classes that work for their own people. China is not going to save. Where such classes exist, where they struggle, where sovereign people-centered development is pursued, then it becomes possible. Where they do not even Chinese partnership can substitute for their absence. So external engagement provides a breathing room, but it cannot provide the political will that only a people, its leadership, its cadres can generate. And China continues to fight also from within, because it's a constant struggle to push against the logic of capital within its own system. Contradictions, as Lenin used to say, will never disappear, even under a state that controls the commanding heights. They take new forms, but they must be constantly addressed. So China is not a salvation program. China will never be enough. But China has a demonstration effect, one that is so crucial for many countries of the world, and so it becomes a structural ally for the Global South at this historical moment. What remains to be done is to build, in our own conditions, the political forces capable of occupying that space, opened by the objective conditions of history. For the future, for our children, for our planet, and for the ancestors. The villages of Henan, like the work that the HKP party has been doing in Lahore and other parties have been doing, do not offer a model that can be copied here and there. But they offer a proof that different developmental arrangement, when centered on the people's welfare, can generate outcomes that solidify the sovereignty of the country. That modernization, the struggle against poverty, can mean something other than westernization. I think the question is not whether we are willing to see the evidence of what a communist party or a people-centered development can do, but whether if we are willing in our own conditions to do the long-term work of building what this historical moment implies. Thank you.
Now, I'd like to request Comrade Taimur Rahman to please conclude the session with his concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. There isn't enough time for question and answer, so I've been asked to conclude the session. You know, when I was in school, Salman Akram Raja was in school with me, the General Secretary of the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. And I think we recall that when we saw the breakup of the Soviet Union, there was a narrative that was spread across the world, and so many of us in our generation bought it, that the evil empire was now over, that we were entering into a new period of world peace, there'll be human rights, there'll be democracy, and there'll be growth and development in the third world. All of those promises, as I was listening to the various speakers on today's panel, have turned out to be false. Farwa Sial shows us how finance capital is actually operating, what is happening with financial flows, how third world countries are really being squeezed through the dominance of finance capital, how they control our economies through debt. Similarly, Pavel Vargan has showed how the promises of peace between the former Soviet bloc and the West were actually complete lies. And in fact, every promise that they made about not expanding NATO eastwards, about including Russia within a European security arrangement, all of those turned out to be false. NATO was not finished. In fact, it became more aggressive. It included more people, and it began to take over the economic resources of the former Soviet Union. And that really is the big story which we're not familiar with. Matteo Capasso has shown how the promises that the third world would now be, march on the path of development have turned out to be completely false. If anything, in terms of the actual proportion of GDP, if we look at Pakistan, that industry contributes to the proportion of GDP. In fact, Pakistan is deindustrialized. There is more absolute industry, but in terms of relative share of GDP, we've gone backwards. And so all of these things have turned out to be completely false. And then to top it all off, what we've seen in the last 2.5 years is the most horrific thing one could have ever imagined. A genocide unfolding in front of our very eyes, in the palm of our hands, every single day. I mean, talk about the irony of history, that in the 1990s we thought all of this was over, we had learned our lessons and so on. And we seem to be back in a situation where we are unable to stop the mass slaughter of people in front of our eyes. So all of these things have turned to ash, and the reason is very simple. The reason is that there is an enormous monopoly on economic resources by the elite 1%, whether that is globally or whether it is within societies. There has been complete elite capture, completely dominating media, dominating social media, dominating political parties, dominating the state, and of course, dominating the economy. And that has turned the entire, promise of this new period. It has exposed the reality of what is going on. It has created a plutocracy, not just in one specific society, but globally. And everything we see unfolding in front of our eyes is a product of that plutocracy. And we have to fight against it, whether it is here in Pakistan, in India, in the United States of America, or anywhere in the globe. Thank you so much.
So that concludes our session. I would like to thank Comrade Farwa, Comrade Paul, Comrade Matteo, and Comrade Taimur. And I hope this session was enlightening for younger generations. So over to you, Comrade Zegum.
Thank you. Thank you for very wonderful, enriching interventions from our panelists. Before I invite our next speaker for a very brief 5-minute intervention, I want to introduce you all to a very wonderful work of one of our comrades who has been a consistent pillar of support for our political party. You can see on that wall, there's a photo exhibition. These are the photos taken by one of our very dear comrades, encapsulating the work that we had been doing over the last 8-10 years. When you go there, you can also find a QR code, and when you scan the QR code, you'll also find the time, place, and the occasion in which this photo was taken. So it's a very wonderful work. Comrade Khalid, thank you so much for bringing this exhibition to the conference. We'll have lunch right after our next speaker, which would be a very brief intervention from the General Secretary of the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, Mr. Salman Akram Raja. Please come on the stage and say a few words.
Thank you very much. I really do not intend to stand between this illustrious gathering and lunch. The rattle of lunch is in the air. But let me welcome you all, our international guests here in particular, and everybody here, to this fascinating conference. And the topic that you've chosen for this conference could not be more apt. We are living through a world in which clearly there is now a colonial onslaught on the global south, and the way Iran has stood up really is an inspiration for all of us. So I join our earlier friends in congratulating the Iranian people in lauding their effort and in demonstrating to all of us that the will to be sovereign can overcome the technological might of the imperial power. So that's really the setting in which we discuss these issues. And I really speak not as a scholar. I'm honored to have been asked to make this intervention as a mere attendee, as an observer. And I would urge, in order to benefit and learn from this gathering, that the questions that are being considered, that are being examined, be examined and your deliberations be made available to all of us. But while you do that, and in particular I take the cue from a fascinating account of the Chinese development presented by Matteo. While Matteo Capasso was talking about China and how China has succeeded in the state controlling the flow of capital rather than the market letting capital find its most profitable destination. We here in Pakistan and in this lovely Lahore, or at least parts of Lahore that look lovely, live in a country that has suffered much in the recent past and also throughout its history. We have suffered at the hands of the state, an invasive state, an oppressive state. We have seen the state stifling voice, stifling dissent. We have seen state power capturing elections, assassinating political figures that the people had confidence in. So we are a people very wary of the power of the state. So when you talk about the power of the state as an alternative to the rapacity of capital, I pause to wonder whether a more powerful state, particularly in the era of AI, the surveillance capacity of the state today is manifold. The capacity of the state to assert violence is manifold. We are a country that has throughout its existence remained locked in various conversations. These are conversations that the state has tried to suppress. These are conversations about ethnic rights, linguistic rights. We lost half our country because of these conversations being stifled. East Pakistan became Bangladesh. Even today, these conversations remain in place, even though they remain stifled. So there is the Baloch conversation. There is the conversation in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, in Sindh. So how does this conversation continue? Or how is this conversation assured if there is to be a more powerful state, a state that can direct capital. What is the state of human freedoms in China, I wonder? So while we consider alternatives to the rapacity of capital, we must also deeply investigate and examine the alternatives and the impact that those alternatives will have on our basic human freedoms, for which we are struggling today in Pakistan. But having said that, clearly we will benefit from a more people-centric growth strategy. We today are a country in which 15-year-olds, 40% of 15-year-olds are stunted. Their brains and their bodies are not what they should be at that age. We are a country where over 40% children at age 15 do not go to any school, any madrasa, any vocational training center. So clearly we've had elite capture, we've had development that has not benefited the people. So we struggle against this inequality, against this capture by the elite, and we seek a way out. But while seeking a way out, while seeking a more people-centered development, we also wish to keep our conversations alive. We want to keep our voices alive, our ability to disagree, to utter dissent. So that is the conundrum, that is the tension that we face. On the one hand, we must have better development. Maybe China gives us the way forward, some kind of a model that we can adopt and make our own. But at the same time, we worry about the power that a more powerful state will be able to assert over our lives. How do we retain our basic freedoms as human beings? So these are the questions that I put before this illustrious gathering, this illustrious group of scholars and activists to help us along, to guide us, to show us how we build a people's movement that results in both development that is people-centered, that benefits the ordinary individual, but that does not stifle the voice of the ordinary individual either, that allows people to express their opinions, their dissent, their aspirations for cultural expression. So we are in a difficult situation, to put it mildly, and there appear to me to be no easy answers. Our immediate obstacle is the overbearing state. Our elections have been routinely looted. On the 8th of February 2024, we know what happened. An entire electoral expression by a people was dismissed, was overwritten in the most grotesque, crude form possible. So we must not have a repeat of that. We are struggling today to ensure that we find freedom, not just for Mr. Imran Khan, who's been in prison for nearly 3 years, but for hundreds of others, thousands of others who face a judicial system that has been completely decimated, in which after 2 pseudo-constitutional amendments created by a parliament that was the result of a looted election, we today have courts that really cannot dispense justice unless it is authorized by the state. So I put all of this before this audience. Is China such a state that will give to us both people-centered development and our basic freedoms, a free judiciary, a free press, a free political process? So we must find answers that are our own in every country of the world, whether it is Iran, whether it is Pakistan, whether it is Venezuela, Cuba, any of the African states. We need to find answers and models that are our own and that assure to us both development, human dignity, and human freedoms. So thank you very much for arranging this conference, and I look forward to your further deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Salman Akram Raja, and fully agreed that international socialist projects cannot be built without addressing the domestic contradictions first. So I won't come in between you and lunch for long. We are opening the lunch now, but please bear in mind that we would have to reconvene our conference at 2:30. We are already running past time. So I'd request everyone to reconvene in the hall at 2:30, and I would request my distinguished speakers to head out to lobby for the lunch. Their lunch is arranged in the lobby. So enjoy your time, but please reconvene at 2:30. Thank you very much. The hall at 2:30, and I would request my distinguished speakers to head out to lobby for the lunch. Their lunch is arranged in the lobby. So enjoy your time, but please reconvene at 2:30. Thank you very much.
जागो जागो जागो जागो जागो जागो सरबहारा उठो गरीब बेनवा कब तक सहोगे भाई जालिम का इस्तेहसान आओ हम गुलामी अपनी तोड़े वो आजाद और रिहा बदले ये सारी दुनिया बदले जिसमें ज़ोर जुल्म जफा ये जंग हमारी है आखिरी है इस पर ही फैसला सारे जहां के मज़लूमों उठो के वक्त आया सारे जहां के मज़लूमों उठो के वक्त आया जागो जागो जागो जागो जागो जागो जागो जागो जागो सरबहारा उठो गरीब बेनवा कब तक सहोगे भाई जालिम का इस्तेहसान आओ हम गुलामी अपनी तोड़े हो आजाद और रिहा बदले ये सारी दुनिया बदले जिसमें ज़ोर जुल्म जफा ये जंग हमारी है आखिरी है इस पर ही फैसला सारे जहां के मज़लूमों उठो के वक्त आया सारे जहां के मज़लूमों उठो के वक्त आया सारे जहां के मज़लूमों उठो के वक्त आया सारे जहां के मज़लूमों उठो के वक्त आया उठो के वक्त आया उठो के वक्त आया
हम देखेंगे हम देखेंगे हम देखेंगे लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे हम देखेंगे हम देखेंगे लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे हम देखेंगे वो दिन के जिसका वादा है हम देखेंगे वो दिन के जिसका वादा है हम देखेंगे जो लौहे अज़ल में लिखा है हम देखेंगे हम देखेंगे लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे हम देखेंगे जब जुल्मों सितम के कोहे गरा जब जुल्मो सितम के कोहे गरा रूई की तरह उड़ जाएंगे, जब जुल्मो सितम के कोहे गरा रूई की तरह उड़ जाएंगे, हम महकूमों के पांव तले ये धरती धड़ धड़ धड़केगी, और अहले हकम के सर ऊपर जब बिजली कड़कड़ कड़केगी, लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे। जब जुल्मो सितम के कोहे गरा, जब जुल्मो सितम के कोहे गरा रूई की तरह उड़ जाएंगे, रूई की तरह उड़ जाएंगे, हम महकूमों के पांव तले ये धरती धड़ धड़ धड़केगी, और अहले हकम के सर ऊपर जब बिजली कड़कड़ कड़केगी, हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे। जब अर्ज़े खुदा के काबे से, जब अर्ज़े खुदा के काबे से सब बुत उठवाए जाएंगे, जब अर्ज़े खुदा के काबे से सब बुत उठवाए जाएंगे, हम अहले सफा मरदूदे हरम मसनद पे बिठाए जाएंगे, जब अर्ज़े खुदा के काबे से, जब अर्ज़े खुदा के काबे से सब बुत उठवाए जाएंगे, हम अहले सफा मरदूदे हरम मसनद पे बिठाए जाएंगे, सब ताज उछाले जाएंगे, हम देखेंगे। हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे। वो दिन के जिसका वादा है हम देखेंगे, वो दिन के जिसका वादा है हम देखेंगे, जो लौहे अज़ल में लिखा है हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे। जब जुल्मों सितम के कोहे गरा, जब जुल्मों सितम के कोहे गरा, रूई की तरह उड़ जाएंगे, जब जुल्मों सितम के कोहे गरा, रूई की तरह उड़ जाएंगे, हम महकूमों के पांव तले, ये धरती धड़ धड़ धड़केगी, और अहले हकम के सर ऊपर जब बिजली कड़कड़ कड़केगी, लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे। जब जुल्मों सितम के कोहे गरा, जब जुल्मों सितम के कोहे गरा, रूई की तरह उड़ जाएंगे, रूई की तरह उड़ जाएंगे, हम महकूमों के पांव तले, ये धरती धड़ धड़ धड़केगी, और अहले हकम के सर ऊपर जब बिजली कड़कड़ कड़केगी, हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे। जब अर्ज़े खुदा के काबे से, जब अर्ज़े खुदा के काबे से सब बुत उठवाए जाएंगे, जब अर्ज़े खुदा के काबे से सब बुत उठवाए जाएंगे, हम अहले सफा मरदूदे हरम मसनद पे बिठाए जाएंगे। जब अर्ज़े खुदा के काबे से जब अर्ज़े खुदा के काबे से सब बुत उठवाए जाएंगे, हम अहले सफा मरदूदे हरम मसनद पे बिठाए जाएंगे, सब ताज उछाले जाएंगे। जब अर्ज़े खुदा के काबे से सब बुत उठवाए जाएंगे, हम अहले सफा मरदूदे हरम मसनद पे बिठाए जाएंगे, सब ताज उछाले जाएंगे, सब तख्त गिराए जाएंगे, हम बस नाम रहेगा अल्लाह का, बस नाम रहेगा अल्लाह का, जो गायब भी है हाजिर भी, जो नाजिर भी है मंजर भी, उठेगा नल हक का नारा, उठेगा नल हक का नारा, जो मैं भी हूँ और तुम भी हो, और राज करेगी खल्क़े खुदा, जो मैं भी हूँ और तुम भी हो। लाजिम है कि हम भी देखें, लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे। बस नाम रहेगा अल्लाह का, बस नाम रहेगा अल्लाह का, जो गायब भी है हाजिर भी, जो नाजिर भी है मंजर भी, उठेगा नल हक का नारा, उठेगा नल हक का नारा, जो मैं भी हूँ और तुम भी हो, और राज करेगी खल्क़े खुदा, जो मैं भी हूँ और तुम भी हो। लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे।
ये होगा हर एक दुश्मने जा का सरखम, सदा रही है, सदा रही है, सदा रही है मेरे दिल से पैहम, ये होगा हर एक दुश्मने जा का सरखम, सदा रही है, सदा रही है। के साए में बच्चे पलेंगे, न हाथ अपनी किस्मत के हाथ मलेंगे, न जिल्लत के साए में बच्चे पलेंगे, न हाथ अपनी किस्मत के हाथ मलेंगे, सदा रही है मेरे दिल से पैगाम, कि होगा हर एक दुश्मने जा का सरखम, सदा रही है, सदा रही है। सावात के दीप घर घर जलेंगे, सब अहले वतन सर उठा कर जिएंगे, मसावत के दीप घर घर जलेंगे, सब अहले वतन सर उठा कर जिएंगे, सदा रही है मेरे दिल से पैगाम, कि होगा हर एक दुश्मने जा का सरखम, सदा रही है, सदा रही है। ये होगा हर एक दुश्मने जा का सरखम, सदा रही है, सदा रही है, सदा रही है मेरे दिल से पैगाम, कि होगा हर एक दुश्मने जा का सरखम, सदा रही है, सदा रही है। जिल्लत के साए में बच्चे पलेंगे, न हाथ अपनी किस्मत के हाथों मरेंगे, ना जिल्लत के साए में बच्चे पलेंगे, ना हाथ अपनी किस्मत के हाथों मलेंगे। सदा रही है मेरे दिल से पैगाम कि होगा हर एक दुश्मने जा का सरखम। सदा रही है, सदा रही है। सावात के दीप घर घर जलेंगे, सब अहले वतन सर उठा कर जिएंगे। मसावात के दीप घर घर जलेंगे, सब अहले वतन सर उठा कर जिएंगे। सदा रही है मेरे दिल से पैगाम कि होगा हर एक दुश्मने जा का सरखम। सदा रही है, सदा रही है। नहीं है निज़ामे हलाकत में कुछ दम, जरूरत है इंसान की हमने आलम। नहीं है निज़ामे हलाकत में कुछ दम, जरूरत है इंसान की हमने आलम। सदा रही है मेरे दिल से पैगाम कि होगा हर एक दुश्मने जा का सरखम। सदा रही है, सदा रही है, सदा रही है मेरे दिल से पैगाम। फिजाओं में लहराएगा सुर्ख परचम, फिजाओं में लहराएगा सुर्ख परचम, फिजाओं में लहराएगा सुर्ख परचम, फिजाओं में लहराएगा सुर्ख परचम, फिजाओं में लहराएगा सुर्ख परचम, फिजाओं में लहराएगा सुर्ख परचम, फिजाओं में लहराएगा सुर्ख परचम।
Hello traders and welcome to the Goat Funded Trader. We are the prop firm that has up to 95% profit split, which is the highest one in the prop firm industry. Also, our prop firm has no minimum trading days, weekly payouts, up to $800K in funding, and also free retries for the challenges. This is only a small part of the entire list of benefits from the Goat Funded Trader. My name is
जागो जागो जागो, जागो जागो जागो, जागो जागो जागो सरबहारा, उठो गरीब बेनवा। कब तक सहोगे भाई जालिम का इस्तेहसान। आओ हम गुलामी अपनी तोड़े, वो आजाद और रिहा। बदले ये सारी दुनिया बदले, जिसमें जोरो जुल्म जफा। ये जंग हमारी है आखिरी, है इस पर ही फैसला। सारे जहां के मजलूमों, उठो के वक्त आया। सारे जहां के मजलूमों, उठो के वक्त आया। जागो जागो जागो जागो जागो जागो जागो जागो सरबहारा उठो गरीब बेनवा कब तक सहोगे भाई जालिम का इस्तेहसार आओ हम गुलामी अपनी तोड़े हो आजाद और रिहा बदले ये सारी दुनिया बदले जिसमें जोरो जुल्म जफा ये जंग हमारी है आखिरी है इस पर ही फैसला सारे जहां के मजलूमों उठो के वक्त आया सारे जहां के मजलूमों उठो के वक्त आया सारे जहां के मजलूमों उठो के वक्त आया सारे जहां के मजलूमों उठो के वक्त आया उठो के वक्त आया उठो के वक्त आया उठो के वक्त आया उठो के वक्त आया
हम के खिलाफ हम लड़ेंगे साथी गुलाम इच्छा के लिए हम चुनेंगे साथी जिंदगी के टुकड़े हम चुनेंगे साथी जिंदगी के टुकड़े ओ हम लड़ेंगे हम लड़ेंगे हम लड़ेंगे हम लड़ेंगे साथी उदास मौसम के खिलाफ
थोड़ा अब भी चलता है उदास लिहाई पर हल्की ली अब भी बनती है धरती पर चीखती धरती पर
ये काम हमारा नहीं बनता
सवाल नाचता रहता है
सवाल के कंधों पर सवार होकर कत्ल हुए जज्बात की कसम खाकर हम लड़ेंगे हम लड़ेंगे हम लड़ेंगे हम
कत्ल हुए जज्बात की कसम खाकर बुझी हुई नजरों की कसम खाकर हम लड़ेंगे तब तक कि जब तक बीरू बकरियों का पेशाब पीता है खिले हुए सरसों के फूलों को बीजने वाले जब तक खुद नहीं सूंघते सूजी आंखों वाली गांव की अध्यापिका का पति जब तक जंग से लौट नहीं आता जब तक पुलिस के सिपाही अपने ही भाइयों का गला दबाने के लिए विवश हैं हम लड़ेंगे तब तक कि जब तक दुनिया में लड़ने की जरूरत बाकी है
हम लड़ेंगे साथी उदास मौसम के खिलाफ
जब
बंदूक ना हुई तो तलवार होगी तलवार ना हुई तो लगन होगी लड़ने का ढंग ना हुआ तो लड़ने की जरूरत बाकी होगी हाँ जरूरत
हम लड़ेंगे साथी, हम लड़ेंगे कि लड़ने के बगैर।
दोस्तों, हम 10 मिनट में सेशन स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं, तो वॉलंटियर से गुजारिश है जो हमारे साथी बाहर खड़े कि उनको बुला ले, 10 मिनट में हम अगला सेशन स्टार्ट कर लेंगे।
जरूरत बाकी होगी, हाँ जरूरत बाकी होगी, हो जरूरत बाकी होगी, हाँ जरूरत बाकी होगी।
हम लड़ेंगे साथी, हम लड़ेंगे कि लड़ने के बगैर कुछ भी नहीं मिलता। हम लड़ेंगे कि अभी तक लड़े क्यों नहीं। हम लड़ेंगे अपनी सजा कबूलने के लिए, लड़ते हुए मर जाने वालों की याद जिंदा रखने के लिए हम लड़ेंगे साथी।
हम चुनेंगे साथी, हम चुनेंगे साथी, जिंदगी के टुकड़े ओ हम लड़ेंगे, हम लड़ेंगे, हम लड़ेंगे, हम लड़ेंगे साथी, उदास मौसम के खिलाफ। जुल्म का निजाम, जुल्म का निजाम कब बदलेगा, तुम बदलोगे, तुम बदलोगे तब बदलेगा। कह गई बुझती शमा यारो, हिम्मत न हार, सब बदलेगा।
लूट खसूट के राज को बदलो, लूट खसूट के राज को बदलो, चेहरे नहीं समाज को बदलो।
लूट खसूट के राज को बदलो,
लूट खसूट के राज को बदलो,
चेहरे नहीं समाज को बदलो।
तूने चोर लुटेरे साथ मिलाए, तब्दीली के थे बस नारे।
तूने चोर लुटेरे साथ मिलाए, तब्दीली के थे बस नारे। अब हम मैदान में उतरे हैं, नया समाज बनाएंगे, बगावत के ऐलानों को गली गली पहुंचाएंगे। गुलामी कर मिटानी है तो ये मंशूर हमारा है।
गुलामी के मिजाज को बदलो, गुलामी के मिजाज को बदलो,
चेहरे नहीं समाज को बदलो।
लूट खसूट के राज को बदलो,
चेहरे नहीं समाज को बदलो।
जब था ये दौर तरक्की का, मेरे सर से कच्ची छत भी गई। माओ के जवां बेटे गए, उम्मीद की बुझती शमा भी गई।
पर बुझती शमा के रखवाले शोला बनकर फिर उभरे हैं, और इनकी तपिश से मक्तल के अंगार फटेगा भगदड़ में। कल ज़ेरे खंजर आए,
जी, तमाम दोस्तों से गुजारिश है जो बाहर भी खड़े हैं उनको अंदर बुला लें। KYF के वॉलंटियर्स जो लोग बाहर खड़े हैं उनको अंदर ले आएं। हम बस 8 से 10 मिनट में अगले सेशन का आगाज़ कर दें। थैंक यू।
उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा, ये जो 10 करोड़ है जहल का निचोड़ है, इनकी फिक्र सो गई, हर उम्मीद की किरण जुल्मतों में खो गई, ये खबर दुरुस्त है। जिंदगी का रोग है और तेरे पास है इनके दर्द की दवा, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा। तू खुदा का नूर है, अक्ल है, शऊर है, तू खुदा का नूर है, अक्ल है, शऊर है, कौम तेरे साथ है, तेरे ही वजूद से मुल्क के निजात है, तू है मेरी सुबह नौ, तेरी बात रात है, बोलते जो चंद है सब ये शर पसंद है, इनकी खींच ले ज़बान, इनका घूंट दे गला, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा। जिनको था ज़बां पे नाज़ चुप है वो ज़बां दराज़, जिनको था ज़बां पे नाज़ चुप है वो ज़बां दराज़, चैन है समाज में बेमिसाल फर्क है कल में और आज में, चैन है समाज में बेमिसाल फर्क है कल में और आज में, अपने खर्च पर है कैद लोग तेरे राज में, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा। आदमी है वो बड़ा दर पे जो रहे पड़ा, आदमी है वो बड़ा दर पे जो रहे पड़ा, जो पनाह मांग ले उसकी बख्श दे खता, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा। चीन अपना यार है, चीन अपना यार है, चीन अपना यार है, उस पे जान सार है, पर वहाँ है जो निज़ाम, पर वहाँ है जो निज़ाम, उस तरफ न जाइयो उसको दूर से सलाम, 10 करोड़ ये गधे जिनका नाम है अवाम, जिनका नाम है अवाम, क्या बनेंगे हुक्मरां तू यकीन है ये गुमा, क्या बनेंगे हुक्मरां तू तू तू तू तू यकीन है ये गुमा, अपनी तो छुपा है ये सदर दूर है सदा, उससे ये कहा, उससे ये कहा, ये जो 10 करोड़ है जहल का निचोड़ है, उनकी फिक्र सो गई, हर उम्मीद की किरण जुल्मतों में खो गई। ये खबर दुरुस्त है, ये खबर दुरुस्त है, इनकी मौत हो गई। बेशऊर लोग हैं, जिंदगी का रोग है, और तेरे पास है इनके दर्द की दवा। मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा, मैंने उससे ये कहा।
वॉलंटियर्स जो बाहर खड़े हुए लोग हैं उनको बुला ले, हमारे गेस्ट आ रहे हैं। हम बस अभी 2 से 3 मिनट में अपना नेक्स्ट सेशन स्टार्ट कर लेंगे।
कह गई पूछती क्षमा यारो, हिम्मत न हार, सब बदलेगा। लूट खसूट के राज को बदलो, लूट खसूट के राज को बदलो, चेहरे नहीं समाज को बदलो। लूट खसूट के राज को बदलो, लूट खसूट के राज को बदलो, चेहरे नहीं समाज को बदलो। चोर मेरे साथ मिलाए, तब्दीली के थे बस नारे। तूने चोर लुटेरे साथ मिलाए, तब्दीली के थे बस नारे। अब हम मैदान में उतरे हैं, नया समाज बनाएंगे। बगावत के ऐलानों को गली गली पहुंचाएंगे। गुलामी कर मिटानी है तो ये मंशूर हमारा है। गुलामी के मिजाज को बदलो, गुलामी के मिजाज को बदलो, नहीं समाज को बदलो। को बदलो, नहीं समाज को बदलो। अजब था ये दौर तरक्की का, मेरे सर से कच्ची छत भी गई। माँ के जवां बेटे गए, उम्मीद की बुझती शमा भी गई। पर बुझती शमा के रखवाले शोला बनकर फिर उभरे हैं, और इनकी तपिश से मक्तल में अंगार फटेगा भगदड़ में। कल जेरे खंजर आए तो कल की कल देखी जाएगी। ऐसा करो तुम आज को बदलो, अब ऐसा करो तुम आज को बदलो।
Hello everyone. I would request you all to please settle down and take your seats as we are about to begin the second panel. Before we start the second session, I would like to welcome Khadim Hussain Sahab, who is the Cultural Secretary of Awami National Party. And now I would like to welcome the guests for the second session, Dr. Fadia Nadwa, Elie Dotagi, Dr. Bikram Gill, to please join us on stage. So I would like to introduce our guest. Dr. Fadia Nadwa Fikri is a Malaysian human rights lawyer, activist, and scholar whose doctoral research at the National University of Singapore examined the intellectual history of decolonization and radical Malay politics under British colonial rule. In March 2026, Singapore barred her from entering the country to collect her own doctoral certificate. I remind her that the struggle for sovereignty is not only waged in the streets, but in the academy as well. Please give her a big round of applause. Welcome, Fadia. For our second guest, Helie Dotagi is an Iranian scholar of international law and political economy at the University of Tehran. Previously, she worked at the Yale University, where she was kicked off because of her stance in support of the Palestinian resistance. Her work sits at the intersection of third world approaches to international law, Marxist critique, and the sanctions regime imposed on Iran, which she has spent years exposing as an instrument of imperial domination. She comes to this conference not only as a scholar of imperialism, but as someone living inside its latest war. Bikram Gill, our third speaker, is a lecturer in politics and international relations at Cardiff University and the author of The Political Ecology of Colonial Capitalism, Race, Nature, and Accumulation. His work connects the planetary crisis of race, nature, and land to the structure of capitalism as a colonial system. He provides a material analysis of how the South has been made to subsidize the North's development with its land, its labor, and its future. Please give a huge round of applause and welcome Mr. Bikram Gill. Our fourth guest, who unfortunately could not be here, Dr. Wala, is a teaching fellow in gender, sexuality, and conflict LSE, London School of Economics. Previously, she worked as an external collaborator at the European University Institute to the Libya Initiative Project. She received her PhD in human geography from Durham University in 2018. She could not be here, but she sends her love to the participants of this conference, and she has also recorded a video message to all the participants. I would request the team to please play the video message of Dr. Wala. Please give her a word.
I had every intention of joining, but circumstances did not permit it. I send this intervention in the spirit of the work we are doing together. In what follows, I want to think through how Palestine has reignited the anti-imperialist struggle of our region, and read the counter-revolution this has provoked through Ghassan Kanafani's diagnostic of three forces. The flood. What happened on the morning of the 7th of October was the reignition of historical time in the Arab region. After 3 decades in which Oslo had reduced Palestine to a humanitarian file,
normalization had reduced the Arab regimes to brokers of the entity's regional integration, and the imperial vocabulary of the end of history had attempted to declare the question closed. The Palestinians, with 2,000 to 3,000 fighters from Hamas, Islamic Jihad, the PFLP, the DFLP, and other formations, broke a 16-year siege, breached the most militarized border on earth, and announced that they would not be written out of history. Al-Aqsa flood, as Palestinian intellectual Adel Samara has named it, حدث تاريخي ومفصلي, a historic and a pivotal event, an objective fact that did not announce itself in advance and did not wait for our opinion of it. Yet it keeps testing whether we can grasp its keys and bend it toward our project. To grasp those keys is to recognize that the Palestinians chose the 50th anniversary of the October 1973 crossing deliberately, consciously, to insert their resistance into a cumulative arc of Arab anti-imperialist history. The first crossing aborted by Sadat's counter-revolution, the second reopening what was closed in 1977. I want to mark out three things this event incarnates. First, the Zionist entity exposed as a protectorate of US imperialism. For decades, the Zionist entity functioned as a qa'ida, a base of US imperialism in the Arab homeland. The gendarme, the strategic investment, the spearhead. The flood demoted the entity from base to mahmiya, from base to protectorate, not because it lost a single battle, but because the flood demonstrated in the most public way possible that the entity cannot protect itself. American leaders arrived in person. American ministers toured Arab capitals as if they were friends or rulers, gathered air fleets were forwarded, intelligence assault teams arrived to hostage operations. The American empire arrived in person to run the operation because the protectorate could no longer execute it alone. This transformation was foreshadowed twice. In 1991, when Washington ordered the entity not to enter the war against Iraq, despite Iraqi missiles killing 405 Israelis, and in 2006, when Washington ordered it to continue the Lebanon war after it tried to halt in the first week. October 7 completed what those moments anticipated. Second, the unity of Palestinian resistance restored. Inside Palestine, the flood ended 30 years of factional fragmentation in a single morning. The event belonged to a joint operations room in which Hamas's Qassam brigades, Islamic Jihad's Quds brigades, the PFLP's Abu Ali Mustafa brigades, and other formations coordinated as one. Factions that 30 years of Oslo had engineered into separate political containers that an entire NGO and donor architecture had rewarded for staying fragmented, fought as one. The flood overrode this in an act that was simultaneously armed and political. The announcement that the question of Palestine, when it is posed as a national revolutionary question, transcends the factional containers in which the Comprador order had imprisoned it. Third, the axis of Muqawama as the regional answer to normalization. Beyond Palestine, the flood ignited what the Palestinian left in the 60s and the 70s could only have hoped for: an operationally unified regional resistance front crossing the sectarian and national divisions the imperialist order has spent 50 years cultivating. Hezbollah opened the northern front. Ansar Allah closed Bab al-Mandeb to Israeli shipping in defiance of the combined naval forces of the US, the United Kingdom, and the Gulf. A poor Yemeni state imposing material costs the wealthiest navies on earth could not break. The Iraqi resistance struck the bases of the American occupation across Iraq and eastern Syria. Iran then struck Israeli territory directly in April and October 2024. The composition of this axis is the entire point. The Muqawama fought as one camp, not by erasing the differences between Hamas, Hezbollah, the Yemeni state at Sana'a, the Iraqi resistance, the PFLP, and the Islamic Republic, but by reorganizing the political identity of the region around the question of sovereignty itself, defeating in practice the sectarian technology as the primary instrument by which the imperial core prevents the constitution of an anti-imperialist bloc in the region. Adil Samara names what this demands. In Aratta Karama Tawahad, if you want dignity, unite. The flood was the first concrete answer to that demand in a generation. But what has been born must be measured by what has been mobilized against it. And the savagery of that mobilization is both the sign of the imperialists' ferocity and also a symptom of their weakness. To see that mobilization clearly, we need Ghassan Kanafani's diagnostic of the 1936 revolt. Three counter-revolutionary forces whose convergence defeats the Palestinian struggle when it rises, Kanafani told us. The local reactionary leadership from within, the Arab regimes that brokered the surrender, and the imperialist Zionist front from without. The first counter-revolutionary force, the local comprador. The comprador is the internal face of the same imperial structure that bombs from outside. In 1936, Kanafani diagnosed it as the active organization of demobilization. Isolation, the same function, is operating today in three concrete cases. One, the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. This is not a neutral bystander, but a security subcontractor of the occupation. Coordinated arrests of resistors, systematic targeting of the Jenin, Tulkarem, and Nablus cells in parallel with Israeli operations. Prevention of east to west arms transfer across the river. Meanwhile, the settler monstrosity accelerates. Pogroms, land seizures, extrajudicial killings, and the West Bank population is left to face it unarmed, because the comprador will not arm them, but actually arrest them if they do arm themselves. The authority is the perfected case of what Kanafani diagnosed, the demobilization apparatus that wears national clothing. Two, the Jordanian Hashemite monarchy. Its strategic function is the choking of cross-bank unity. A population overwhelmingly of Palestinian origin, policed to prevent the mobilization across the river that would reconnect what 1948 and 1967 severed. American military bases on Jordanian soil, providing cover for operations against Iran, Syria, and Yemen. Overland corridors compensating for the Yemeni blockade, including agricultural exports that feed the settlement economy. Journalists who expose this passage have been arrested. Even performative humanitarian aid to Gaza functions as a normalization lubricant. And alongside the arrest of journalists, the systematic repression of the organized left, members of the Jordanian Communist Party and other left and nationalist formations are arrested for solidarity organizing, for participation in the National Forum to support the resistance, for the most ordinary political work the moment has demanded. Jordan is a state form whose reason for existing is to prevent the national bond from constituting itself across the river. Three, the Lebanese presidency and the Abbas Julani models. And now what Israeli bombardment could not accomplish from outside, the head of the Lebanese state is attempting from within. An open declaration of war against the Lebanese muqawama in the wake of Hezbollah's losses. And what is being attempted in Beirut has already been installed in Damascus. Julani's Hayat Tahrir al-Sham administration performing under Turkish sponsorship and imperial cover, the dismantling of a half a century of Syrian mumana'a. What we see across the political architecture of Bilad al-Sham is the same comprador composition installed in serial form. The Abu Mazen model in Ramallah, the Hashemite palace in Amman, Nawaf Islam presidency in Beirut, Julani in Damascus, a single transferable technology of demobilization ported across the containers that Sykes-Picot fragmented historical Greater Syria into. The second counter-revolutionary force, the Arab regime ring. The Arab regime system is the ongoing curse of Sykes-Picot, the permanent enemy of the Qawmi, the Ummah national bond. This is their structural function. During the genocide's first year, trade between the United Arab Emirates and the Zionist entity reached $1.66 billion in just the first half of 2024, up 7%. Bahrain's trade with the entity rose 879%, Morocco's by 64%. At the Riyadh summit of November 2023, the leaders of 57 Arab and Islamic states met while Gaza was being incinerated and produced not a concrete measure, not an embassy closure, not an airspace restriction, or a hydrocarbon export suspension. These regimes and the local compradors are the first army of the aggression before the US imperialist and Zionist army. Alongside the regimes, we have the ideological infrastructure that prevents the popular reconstitution of the national bond from below. Mashayikh al-Fitna, the sheikhs of sedition, whose televised denunciations of the other sects' books, references, and transmissions constitute the daily counter-revolutionary apparatus working to prevent the Sunni-Shia solidarity the Al-Aqsa flood made briefly visible. And Turkey, the most instructive case in the regional ring, because Turkey shows that sub-imperial formations are not counterweights to the imperial order, but its regional subcontractors. Erdogan's rhetorical anti-Zionism cohabits with contradiction in his own without contradiction in his own logic with NATO's membership, with continued Turkey-Israel trade, and decisively with Turkish sponsorship of the HTS takeover of Syria in December 2024. The third counter-revolutionary force, the imperialist Zionist front. Behind both the local comprador and the regional ring stands the imperial center whose project they execute. The reason the American imperialism fights this war in behalf of its protectorate is that the Arab homeland functions as the imperial system's most permissive zone of plunder. What is being administered here in the terms that Ali al-Qadiri has given us is a regime in which destruction is its very form of reproduction. Unity of forces must be killed in the Arab-Iranian region through the deliberate isolation and serial neutralization of resistance formations one at a time, each cut from its allies before the next is turned to. This is what we are seeing. They started with Gaza, moved to Lebanon, Syria, and now Iran. But the imperial sequence does not succeed by its own force alone. A doctrine prepared in advance and executed under direct command would still have failed against a resistance camp fighting on the existential terms the doctrine itself assumed. That the sequence has, by 2026, reached as far as direct strikes on the Iranian command structure obliges us to identify the openings the resistance camp itself left exposed. This is comradely critique made from inside the camp. First, the asymmetry of escalation framework itself. When the Lebanese resistance entered the Northern Front on October 8, 2023, it did so with a strategy by points, within a calibrated rules of engagement, support front framework. While the enemy fought the same battle as an existential one, mobilizing every reserve and exploiting every restraint. Iran entered direct armed engagement only after it was struck, first with the April 2024 response, then October, then the 12-day war of June 2025, which it accepted ceasefire from at the precise moment Netanyahu requested through Trump as intermediary. The Iraqi resistance suspended its operations against US occupation bases in early 2024 at the request of an Iraqi government structurally tied to American presence. Viewed as a sequence, these decisions describe a pattern in which the resistance camp fought defensively, sequentially, by calibration, while the enemy fought offensively, comprehensively, by escalation. A second opening was infiltration. The pager operation against Hezbollah, the sequence of leadership assassination from Haniya in Tehran to Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah and his designated successor within days, the precision of strikes inside Iranian command structures, these are not only indicators of imperial Zionist technological sophistication. They are indicators of infiltration at depth, sustained over years, that the resistance formations either could not detect or could not act upon. Naming this is not denunciation. It is the precondition of repair. A third opening has been the visible political fragmentation within Hamas itself, between the Qatar-based Khalid Mash'al political camp and the Gaza-based Sinwar resistance camp. When sections of the Mash'al camp issued congratulations on the Julani takeover of Damascus in December 2024, the strategic depth that the Sinwar camp had understood as a backbone of the Axis was being celebrated as a victory by parts of the resistance own political leadership. A fourth opening is the retrospective denigration of the Syrian Arab.
That was amazing. And if any one of you want to watch the whole video again, you can find it on our socials. We have uploaded it. So the second session of the Anti-imperialist conference is titled 21st Century Struggles for Sovereignty in the Face of Colonial Wars. And our first guest speaker, Helia Dotagi, comes from Iran, a land that for the past few months has been devastated by the Zionist imperialist war machine for supporting the axis of resistance. But it has resisted with the imperialist onslaught, with incredible bravery. So I would like you all to join me in standing up in solidarity with the Iranian people and their bravery and their sacrifice for the children of the world. Zindabad. Zindabad. Zindabad. Thank you. Please, Helia, over to you.
Thank you very much, comrades. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'll start by thanking the incredible team of Huquq Khalq and for organizing. I can only imagine the tremendous work that it takes to bring all these people together, for all of you to be here, and for those of us who are watching us. I never felt quite as home as I have outside of Iran in this trip. So I really appreciate you all. Today, I would like to talk about a part of What I'm presenting is part of a broader research, which is based on the book that I'm writing, which is based on my doctoral research. And I think it's very important for us as scholars that understand US imperialism as the primary contradiction, and that understand that sovereignty is the precondition of any struggle inside countries such as Iran, to grapple with questions and contradictions in those revolutionary countries as well. Because as Iranians, it is our responsibility to also be thinking about how we can advance our struggles and how imperialism is impacting how we want to build the society that we want inside. And with that introduction, my talk today is about the structural violence and the slow and structural violence of sanctions in Iran and its relationship with the development and neoliberal restructuring inside the country. All right, so critical scholarship on sanctions has traditionally focused on their humanitarian impact, the visible suffering, the shortages of medicine, even the killing of people in the cases of Palestine and Iraq, and human rights violations that follow economic blockades. Some scholars frame sanctions as violations of international law, while others compare the efforts to warfare, emphasizing their pain and devastation they inflict on civilian population. These approaches are important, but I argue that they remain analytically incomplete. Neither human rights framework nor the analogy of war can fully capture the slow and structural violence of sanctions, a violence that unfolds gradually, invisibly, and often under the guise of legality and diplomacy. Sanctions do not merely punish states. They produce a new economic order, restructure entire societies and class formations in line with global capitalist imperatives. My analysis draws on third world law and political economy scholarship, and I specifically utilize Ali Kadri's concept of de-development, the purposeful dismantling of developing economies to strip the working class of their capacity to control and benefit from their own resources. In this sense, sanctions function as a deliberate instrument of imperial capitalist governance, a means to enforce dependency, undermine sovereignty, and intensify exploitation in the country. All right, so sanctions as instruments of de-development. I argue that sanctions are a strategy to subvert sovereign development projects by targeting a state's key resources of revenue. This often has the effect of entrenching austerity measures that deepen and accelerate neoliberal restructuring. This process ultimately facilitates the privatization of nationalized industries, banks, and other critical institutions, reinforcing the logic of market deregulation and external dependency. Sanctions do not merely punish states by coercing them into compliance, but they actively produce unequal order and serve as effective instruments of the development. They exacerbate existing structures of dependency within the country and inequality, thereby consolidating the economic hegemony of Western imperial order. Applying a third world Marxist perspective to the Iranian sanctions regime, my work demonstrates how, with each new round of sanctions from 1980s to 2022, Iran has amended its constitution and laws to enable the transfer of assets that were initially nationalized post 79 revolution to the privatized and semi-privatized sectors. This strategic shift aims not only to generate revenue and alleviate domestic debt, but also to subvert sanctions that target state-owned institutions and industries. In doing so, Iran leverages private entities as conduits to bypass sanctions, a strategy explicitly endorsed by Iranian authorities who have publicly advocated for privatizations as a tool to neutralize sanctions. The preserved result is that Iran is willingly adopted a series of a structural adjustment. And mind you, Iran is the only country that has accepted IMF neoliberal policies without getting a debt, without getting a loan from them. And so a structural adjustment, economic, legal, and political, that exists in a dialectical relationship with IMF guidelines, and that acceleration of privatization is done within the country. This process is a dynamic and reciprocal relationship in which sanctions, IMF policies, and Iran's neoliberal reforms continuously interact, reinforce, and evolve through mutual influence. Sanctions create conditions that provide a discursive and a structural rationale for deepening neoliberal restructuring in favor of the neoliberal agendas of the Iranian financial oligarchy and local capitalist class, which is not, it does not represent the entirety of this revolutionary estate, but it certainly is an element within that estate. IMF prescriptions pushing for financial deregulations are strengthened by the instability produced by sanctions and the internal economic and political restructuring. Domestic neoliberal reforms deepen the impact of sanctions, aligning national economic policies with global capitalist and imperialist advancements. To be clear, my argument is not that sanctions by themselves caused neoliberalism in Iran. Rather, the argument is that sanctions are not external to, but rather inherent in Iranian neoliberalism. The intensification of neoliberal policies in the form of privatization and the implementation of IMF structural adjustments since the early 1990s, particularly by some elements within Iranian ruling class that have been enthusiastically committed to neoliberal reforms and normalization with Western powers, have led to Iran's de-development through the destruction of key domestic industries with disproportionate consequences to the working class and their systemic disempowerment. So the cumulative effect of these reforms, compounded by the slow and structural violence of sanctions, has resulted in a reconfigured economic and political landscape in Iran. The outcome has been the creation of a newly empowered comprador bourgeoisie class. Formerly state-owned assets and industries are now increasingly controlled by this influent and influential class who utilize their economic leverage to wield significant influence over Iran's political system, military, and decision-making processes. The relationship between sanctions, IMF, and privatization has not only reconstructed Iran's economy, but has also redistributed power, serving the interests of the oligarchs, pro-Western sectors, and while exacerbating existing systemic inequalities. To conceptualize this, I turn to Rob Nixon's notion of a slow violence, a form of violence that unfolds gradually and out of sight, dispersed across time and space. A slow violence captures the temporality of sanctions, the way they erode social infrastructures, transform class formations, and destabilize welfare system and normalize economic suffering. But a slow violence is also a structural violence, embedded in a global hierarchy of power, class, and race. Sanctions perpetuate these hierarchies by redistributing wealth upwards and outward, consolidating global capitalist dominance while disempowering workers and the poor. Their effects are cumulative. Each round of sanctions compounds previous harms, deepening economic precarity while enriching local elites who profit from sanctions and privatization. I identify and analyze a number of transformation of economic structures which remain unrecognized as harm of sanctions due to the slow and accumulative nature of macroeconomic shocks produced over the years. So Iran's post-revolutionary economy, which means starting 79, was initially built on a state ownership, nationalization, and protection from foreign domination. So it was very much anti-imperialist principles after the 79 revolution, which was meant to be applied. These were the principles that were enshrined in the constitution after the revolution. But under sanctions and over time, the physical strain, this structure began to erode. From the late 1970s onward, Iran faced combined shocks: the revolution itself, the 8-year imposed Western-backed Iraqi invasion of Iran from 80 to 88, decades of sanction between 89 and 2022, and the long arc of IMF structural adjustment throughout the 90s and beyond. It's important to stress that Iran has experienced sharper economic fluctuations than most lower and middle income countries in West Asia. The destruction caused by the 1980s war, compounded by arms and oil embargoes, severely disrupted the already difficult process of national reconstruction after the revolution. And with each new round of sanctions in the decades that followed, economic uncertainty also deepened. By the early 1990s, Iran had entered its first IMF-guided development plan, emphasizing privatization and market liberalization. Successive administration, from Rafsanjani's liberal reformism to Ahmadinejad's populism, all pursued privatization as a response to economic pressure. By 2010, billions of dollars worth of public assets had been sold. And by 2020, this process had produced a new comprador bourgeoisie, an alliance of political and financial elites controlling semi-private enterprises that emerged through what Iranian economics call khusulati, or semi-privatization. Sanctions have generated extreme economic uncertainty about revenue, about expenditure, and about firm behavior, which has deeply disrupted government functions, including welfare programs and basic social payments. This instability has led to the violation of contracts, curtailment of services, and the suspension of development projects. Increased uncertainty also raises risk, and risk makes government programs more expensive. As former US Secretary of State Pompeo describes in his memoir, we deprived the regime of more than 70 billion in revenue that could have bankrolled missiles and nuclear programs and terrorist attacks. More than 100 companies withdrew from Iran or canceled investment, causing the country to lose additional billions. From 2017 to 22, Iran's GDP sank from 445 billion to 192 billion, particularly cut in half. And its global GDP ranking fell from 31st to 51st. So this quantitative data reveals the extent of macroeconomic contractions under the maximum pressure sanctions regime. Faced with prolonged stagnation and shrinking revenue, the Iranian state has been compelled to adopt often extra-legal economic measures to secure alternative income streams. Under such conditions, neoliberal reforms, especially in the form of privatization, became not only permissible but necessary for the state. Their effects multiply over time through cumulative and self-reinforcing processes. So there are two key reasons why the harms of sanctions are inseparable from the violence of the privatization are inseparable from the violence of sanctions. First, when the state's main revenue sources, oil, including oil and energy exports, are restricted, the scale of capital assets become a substitute for income. Drawing on Iran's budget data, we have four main revenue sources: taxes, fees, and royalties, sale of capital assets, sale of financial assets, and revenues earned directly by the public agencies. Between 2012 and 2022, as oil revenues declined because of sanctions, income from privatization sharply increased, allowing the state to sustain expenditure temporarily. Second, under the so-called smart sanctions that target state-owned enterprises, the government has diversified ownership to shield assets. By transferring holdings to semi-private entities, often controlled by elite networks, the state effectively circumvents sanctions while retaining influence. So this process blurs the boundary between the public and private. So privatization in Iran is both intended and unintended outcome of sanctions, a survival mechanism that simultaneously deepens neoliberal transformation. How much time do I have? 3 minutes, okay. So I'll miss this hierarchical. I'll go to this one example before I finish. Through a close examination of Iran's economic configuration and reconfiguration of privatization, I argue that neoliberal reforms, US sanctions, and IMF policies do not function in isolation, but rather mutually shape, reinforce, and evolve through one another. The fluctuations in Iranian privatization closely correlates with successive rounds of sanctions and their impact on state revenue. However, this relationship is neither a simple cause and effect dynamic nor a linear acceleration of privatization due to sanctions. Instead, It operates as a dialectical interplay, a dynamic and reciprocal process in which these forces continuously shape and reshape one another. Building on this analysis, I contend that Iranian privatization should be understood as an inherent harm of sanctions regime, one that gradually restructures the target economy in alignment with broader IMF neoliberal policies. In turn, this transformation reshapes the very sanctions and IMF intervention, embedding Iran deeper within the global circuits of capital under conditions directed by imperial financial governance. The year 2006 is significant because for the Iranian economy for several reasons. In addition to Security Council sanctions, the first round of Iran's economic restructuring to accelerate privatization, the IMF identified, despite privatization efforts, that Iran's financial systems remains dominant by large state-owned banks and extensive regulation, including control on rates of return. The IMF report made this a statement in the context of the increasing isolation, quote unquote, increasing isolation of Iran's economy, referring to the US sanctions regime on Iran as the background for the recommendation to accelerate privatization of banks. A year later, in 2007, the OFAC designated the Central Bank of Iran as a target of sanctions for its alleged role in facilitating Iran's nuclear program. So IMF identifies the problem, which is Iran doesn't have privatized bank. 1 year later, you see OFAC designating the Iran Central Bank in the target sanction, and boom, starting privatization of banks in Iran with an incredible speed over the next decade. It's as if they're designed to work with one another. IMF, neoliberal policy, and sanctions. I skip to conclusion. The violence of sanctions is thus inseparable from the violence of neoliberalism. It is not episodic, but is structural, not merely external, but internalized through policy and law. In Iran, the cumulative impact of 4 decades of sanction has been the slow harming of post-revolutionary economic sovereignty, the entrenchment of inequality, and the empowerment of elites who mediate between global capital and national governance. To understand sanctions solely in humanitarian non-legal terms is to miss their deeper function. They are tools of de-development designed to fragment state capacity, discipline labor, and integrate principal economies into the hierarchies of global peripheral economies into the hierarchies of global capitalism. If we are to challenge this order, our analysis must move beyond counting casualties or measuring GDP decline, and it must expose how sanctions, neoliberalism, and imperialism converge as part of a single structure of domination, one that reshapes economies, classes, and futures across the global south. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elie. That was very enlightening. And now I would like to request Bikram Gill, whose work on imperialism and sovereignty inspires so many of us to say a few words.
Thank you, Horace, and thank you to everyone for being here and to inviting us to this conversation. I've shared this with some folks already, but I just wanted to maybe share it again here. My mother's family left Lahore in 1947, and I'm the first one from our family to come back. This is the first time I've been to Lahore, so
we welcome Bikram Gill to Lahore.
So yeah, it feels like I'm coming back home. Very happy to be here. So I'm going to be talking about actually, this is kind of like a 1.5 presentation you're getting from Helia, because I'm going to be presenting a paper we're kind of co-writing together on international law, sovereignty, and imperialism vis-a-vis the war in Iran today. So this is this current war, this aggression on Iran, has now assumed a scale that has not had historic precedent before now. I think we feel that, but what do I mean by that? This is the first time we are witnessing a war over the very structure of world order being waged between forces of imperialism and anti-imperialism. There does, of course, exist a long history of anti-colonial wars of liberation, beginning from the Haitian Revolution in the 19th century and extending across the great anti-colonial wars of the 20th century. Now, these wars, while achieving liberation of individual national territories from colonial rule, achieving sovereign reclamation over territory, they did not extend beyond fighting colonialism. They did not reach the scale of fighting imperialism on a world scale. So the Islamic Republic, what I mean by fighting imperialism is I distinguish between colonialism, a denial of sovereignty over territory, and imperialism, a denial of sovereignty over the flow of capital between territories. And what we're seeing in Hormuz is an escalation from an anti-colonial war to an anti-imperialist war that represents actually a fundamental challenge to the world systemic structure of capitalist imperialism itself. So the power that Iran projects across the world system, however, makes Iran unintelligible to many normative frameworks, even those that may be nominally anti-war, maybe pro-human rights. Iran is unintelligible within this framework. And the example that I'm going to use is the example of the UN Special Rapporteur on Palestine, Francesca Albanese. Okay, so we know Francesca Albanese has been a vocal advocate for the rights of Palestinians, and she's been at the forefront of promoting the Hague Group, this coalition of countries that's seeking to expose how international law has been violated vis-a-vis the genocide in Gaza and the associated wars, and how international law can be a mechanism, how it needs to be brought to account on the Zionist entity and on U.S. imperialism. Yet, Francesca Albanese, in the days after the slaughter of school children in Minab, her opening statement was a condemnation of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Her opening statement was to emphasize that this is a brutal, illiberal regime. So Iran does not represent itself as a child or a victim. Iran is not capturable within the normal intelligible frames that Western human rights frameworks apprehend the other. Even when they seek to end war and end colonialism, it cannot be apprehended as a victim. It cannot be apprehended as a child to be developed or a victim to be saved. When the Orient, the East, or the South holds power, it can only be apprehended within their frameworks as a beast to be eliminated. And this is what Albanese is reproducing. So how do we make sense of this? How do we make sense of, on the one hand, this appeal to international law, but on the other hand, a reproduction of the very strategic interests of imperialism? Because what does imperialism seek for today but to delegitimize the Islamic Republic, which is what Albanese was promoting? Just a point before I proceed. I think where then people like Albanese return to is a category of the Iranian people. You know, they seek to speak in the name of the Iranian people as they seek to delegitimize the Islamic Republic. They seek to, but what they do, and be very careful, listen to what they're doing, they're returning you to a condition of a disempowered people. That's the only type of people of an other that counts, that matters, is a disempowered, innocent category of the people, not a people that are attached to a concrete structure of power. And this is what imperialism does not allow for, a power that can be raised against it, a power that can address the sovereignty question at its most fundamental level, military and economic power. So the question is not one of international law, in fact. It is not one of exposing the violation of law or bringing law to bear upon them. The question that stands before us is how law is utilized by imperialism or suspended by imperialism. The suspension of law, in order to advance imperialism, what we need to understand is what triggers the suspension of law, what triggers the utilization of law in service of imperialism. That is the question that must be posed and answered today. And the answer, we will see, expresses a contradiction that both exposes the structural power of imperialism and points us towards the necessary basis of a post-imperial legal architecture. What triggers the suspension of the law is the irrational character imputed to Iran on account of its refusal to relinquish the material power through which it alone can reassert its sovereignty and contest the US Zionist order. The contradiction here is that it is precisely the force which triggers the imperialist suspension of law, Iran's sovereign military industrial power. That force alone stands today as a potential enforcer of a post-imperial international legal order. So Albanese is undermining the very force that can bring the international law she wants into being. Hormuz today is the truth of the world. It is the one place we see an anti-genocide law being implemented. Now, what do we mean by a post-imperial international law? Okay, this is an international law that is rooted in a polycentric world of actual sovereign equality. And what do we mean by sovereign equality? So these two different laws represent a struggle between imperialism and anti-imperialism, a struggle between contending visions of world order. One order, an imperialist world order, structured upon a value drain from non-sovereign peripheries to the imperialist core, versus where the post-imperial legal architecture will be located, a world order of sovereign development in which the surplus generated from a territory recycles back into that territory. That's what's at stake today, and that's the stand that's being made in Hormuz. Now, why is Iran's force so threatening today? Okay, so why does it get characterized as irrational? So just a quick point before moving into this. This has long been the rule of the capitalist imperialist system from the 16th century until today. International law's origins, in fact, lie here. Okay, so Francisco de Vitoria in the 16th century considered a founding legal thinker of international law. He argues that indigenous Americans should be located within the same law as Europeans. They are rational, they should therefore be bound by natural law, the same rights and responsibilities, but he says they can be reassigned to an irrational state. Now, when can they be reassigned to an irrational state? When they violate those natural rights of the European in their territories. What are those rights that he is speaking about? The right to trade, the right to conduct commerce, the right to sojourn. Those are the rights of colonization, effectively. So what that means is the moment in which indigenous people raise up a military or economic force to challenge imperial sovereignty over their territories, Victoria argues they're no longer rational. They've demonstrated they're irrational, and therefore they can be placed outside of law and subject to genocidal violence, including the slaughter of their women and children, is what Victoria argues. This has been a repeated pattern across the history of the world system. I think people like Albanese get trapped within what I call in my work the Las Casas paradigm. And what I mean by that is, Las Casas is a proto-human rights thinker of this time. Okay, so Las Casas, he argues, he doesn't like what I'm saying at all. I don't like Las Casas either. Don't worry, it's okay. I feel you. I bore myself with this talk as well, so I'm really with the baby there.
I think we can take a moment, and I would request some हमारे कुछ comrades HKP के और KYF के एक थोड़ी सी intervention करके कुछ नारे वगैरह लगवा के जरा आवाम का जोश जरा हम करवा सकते हैं प्लीज comrade हैदर तो हम क्या चाहते ईरान का नारा फिलिस्तीन का नारा तो बच्चे मांगे तो बड़े मांगे तो तुम भी बोलो जरा इधर से बोलो जरा उधर से बोलो जरा वो भी सुन ले आजादी के दुश्मन जरा वो भी सुन ले आजादी के दुश्मन तो हम क्या चाहते आजादी आजादी आजादी आजादी आजादी आजादी आजादी आजादी आजादी आजादी आजादी आजादी आजादी आजादी आजादी आजादी आजादी Thank you so much, Comrade Hussain. And we'll go back to Bikram now. No, I'll give you some extra minutes. Please. Yes, go ahead.
That's not part of my time. No, it's not. Okay, where was I? That was a very interesting break. Las Casas. Okay, so I just... okay, you were following me on the way in which international law is suspended for Victoria, right at the condition. So what I was saying is, I think, though, the danger that we find ourselves in is that the imperialists will promise you everything under their sun. Okay, if you accept their sovereign power over your territories, maybe not formal territory, again, the flow of capital into and out of your territory. If you relinquish that, they'll promise you everything under the sun. Okay, this is what I think this famous thinker, Las Casas, he mourns indigenous pain. He looks at them and he says, it's wrong what the Spanish are doing to indigenous peoples. He celebrates their culture. He recognizes their culture. He uncovers them. This reminds me of what Francesca Albanese does today. Okay, you can identify the pain and the culture of the other, but Las Casas never calls for the relinquishment of Spanish sovereignty over indigenous lands. He never calls for indigenous sovereignty over their lands. And yes, Albanese, I'm sure, is doing that, but while she's undermining that force that would bring it into being. Now, how does the Islamic Republic today represent this threat? Now, to understand this, we need to understand US imperialism. It is evident today that the Islamic Republic poses one of the greatest, if not the greatest, material and ethical challenges ever launched against the basis of the US imperialist world system. So what is US imperialism? So like I said before, imperialism in its specific capitalist form is premised less on the denial of sovereignty over territory and more so on the power to control the flow of capital between territories. Now, US imperialism has exercised such power in particular, especially since the 1970s, by maintaining a commanding control over the flow of oil and the recycling of oil revenues across the capitalist world system. We know about the petrodollar, we know about how oil revenues are recycled into US treasuries. So it's been a key basis of US imperialist power, and Iran has therefore been always central to this. We know what happens to the Prime Minister Mossadegh in 1953 because of where Iran is positioned in the world economy. And Zionism has also been very pivotal to this control. The projection of power vis-a-vis Zionism in the region is central, right? This is the foundations of the petrodollar order when the United States backstops the Zionist entity in its war against Syria and Egypt in 1973. It is the year after that that the petrodollar really consolidates through this agreement with Saudi Arabia, because the United States demonstrates a security architecture for the region. This is something that is so pivotal to understanding imperialism, because it is this currency power and financial power through which the global south is then resubjugated in the 1980s through the IMF and the World Bank, through the drain of interest payments from the south to the north. It is that the Islamic Republic emerges at this very moment that it assumes such world historical significance. At the moment that it seems like US imperialism is consolidated in the fullest sense, the Islamic Revolution occurs, and it poses a challenge to every basis of US imperialism. It's founded on the expulsion of US imperialism for the region, the defeat of Zionism, and the liberation of Palestine. So it's challenging, again, at that sovereign basis, US imperialism. Now, it has since the victory of its revolution and the maintenance of its revolution upended the material basis of the US imperialist order. I wanted to say a word of the qualitative basis of Iranian sovereignty. I'm short on time, if there's time in the discussion, but I don't think it's insignificant to understand the relevance of the Shia Islamic theological doctrine that underpins the revolution. This has been a key part of disarming US imperialism. When Pete Hegseth says to the Iranians today, we'll kill you, and the Iranians say, we choose dignity over your threat of death. Your threat of... They come to Iran, disarm Iran. Iran has disarmed imperialism. By wrestling death, the power of death away from imperialism, they disarm imperialism. So it's upended the material basis. How has it done so in the region? It has provided strategic depth to the axis of resistance. We know in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Palestine, most significantly, because when the revolution happens, Palestine is being disarmed. Okay, we're having the expulsion of the PLO in 1982 from Beirut. Okay, so we're having, okay, let me really fast forward because I got 2 minutes. We might make it 4 minutes. So you have you have Oslo, a disarmed Palestinian state, which is, again, that disarmed Palestinian state is returning the Palestinians to the Las Casas paradigm, where you beg for your sovereignty, you don't command your sovereignty. It is Iran, as Yahya Sinwar argued, it was Iran that stood with Palestine in provisioning that material support. So it is this reason why Iran is being attacked right now. Okay, Iran is being attacked because they have been unable to disarm Hezbollah. They've been unable to disarm Hamas. However much we can say that we should recognize the destruction and the genocide in Gaza, we should also recognize the Palestinians have not surrendered. We have to also recognize Hezbollah has not surrendered. Their inability to make them surrender is what leads them to attack Iran, because they're trying to isolate Hezbollah. They're trying to isolate Hamas to force them to disarm. They're attacking the very source of it. But Iran has imposed a series of strategic reversals on imperialism in this war. Like I said, they came to disarm Iran. Iran has effectively disarmed their Tomahawk missiles. They came to apply sanctions on Iran. Iran has escalated anti-imperialism to the Strait of Hormuz. And now Iran has not just left Israel for the United States, it's left the United States for the world economy. It is Iran that controls the underlying structural lever of the world economy, as we're witnessing with a looming oil crisis coming in the next 4 weeks. And they apply the lever of Hormuz to insist that punishment will be imposed upon the genocidaire today. Never have we witnessed this type of power, not just held with a capability, but with a will for it to be applied. So it is Hormuz where we see the truth of the world and the coming post-imperial legal architecture. This is being revealed in real time. Justice for the school children in Minab. Justice for the people of Gaza will come through this sort of force. And so as we know and we can recognize imperialism is falling, we return to Minab and we turn to Gaza now. And we insist time and again that as we know the future is a liberated future free from imperialism, that we can never forget what has happened, what should have never happened. We need both times because the future is impossible without refusing to forget about the past and holding the martyrs really closely with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vikram. That was amazing. And now I would give it over to Dr. Fadia, whose work on decolonization and radical politics is as important as it has ever been. Thank you so much, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Fadia. I'm from Malaysia. I'm so happy to be here today with all of you. I'm just reminded of this conversation that I had on my way here from Kuala Lumpur. Our flight got delayed for 2 hours, and there was this Pakistani man next to me. He started speaking to me in Malay. And he said, "Is this your first time in Pakistan?" I said, "Yeah, I'm looking forward to going to Pakistan." And he said, "Oh, you would love it there. Pakistani people love Malaysian people." That's what he said. And he was right. Because at the protests at the May Day rally, I remember this elderly men, two of them, they looked at me and they said, "Malaysia, Malaysia." They knew, even without having me to tell them, that I was from Malaysia. So I think this is very special because we are here today, we're gathered today because we live in a world that continues to rob us of our humanity. We are here today because we care not just about our survival, not just about what is happening within our national boundaries, but also beyond our national boundaries. Look at that. Khomeini is here with us. Maduro is here with us. Comrade Lenin is here with us. And Che Guevara is here with us. That is a testament to the fact that the national liberation struggle waged by each and every one of us here today will only be victorious if we understand that it must incorporate international solidarity. And you, the people of Pakistan today in this room, have proven that you're committed to that. And I am so lucky to be here. Thank you so much to Comrade Amar for inviting me to be here today. And you embody what Sayyidina Ali ibn Abi Talib said. People are of two types. They are either your brothers or sisters in faith, or they are your equals in humanity. I'm privileged to be here today. Thank you so much. So Comrade Amar asked me to talk about counterinsurgency. We've listened to the speakers before me about how people are still finding it difficult to understand what's going on. People still try to say things like, oh, all imperialisms are bad. I'm going to talk about the source of this confusion that is hindering us from gaining ideological clarity, which is desperately needed so that we can have the right analysis, so that we can have the right political position, so that we can have the right strategy to dismantle the force that is causing so much pain and suffering in this world. And I'm going to talk about counterinsurgency in the context of Asia, specifically in Southeast Asia, the region I am from. We heard our comrade Powell talk about counterinsurgency around the time where the Soviet Union was trying to defend the socialist project. Now we're going to talk about counterinsurgency in Southeast Asia, in particular Malaya. As you can see on your right, that is a newspaper called Daily Worker, a British newspaper carrying this news about atrocities committed by British soldiers in Malaya. The soldier posing with two severed heads. This atrocity is not new. We've seen this. And we are seeing it today with what's going on in Gaza, what's going on in Iran. We see the same atrocities being perpetuated, being committed over and over again by the media, by intellectuals, and we're going to talk about that in detail. So I'm just going to share with you this map of Malaya. So we know Malaysia is a Muslim majority country, but before the formation of Malaysia in 1963, this land, the Malay Peninsula, is what Malaya was. So in 1963, Malaya, together with Singapore and Sarawak and Sabah in Borneo, they converged and became the state of Malaysia, 1963. So I'm going to talk about Malaya, which means this piece of land called the Malay Peninsula. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So counterinsurgency, I think I have to stress the fact that this very specific history is something that a lot of us might not know because there's so many things going on. There's a lot of confusion out there, but there is a specific historical context to this system that perpetuates something that not only better our bodies, but also robs us of our humanity. So counterinsurgency strategies. I'm going to talk about the context first. Following Britain's defeat at the hands of Japan during World War I, and after Japan surrendered, they felt the need to restore the great power status and rebuild their imperial dominance. And what did they need to do? At the time, they thought about reconfiguring their foothold in Southeast Asia by forging a special relationship with the US. And why, you might be curious, right? Why Malaya of all places? Because Malaya was the dollar arsenal of the sterling area, or the largest dollar earner in the British Commonwealth due to its lucrative rubber and tin production. So as you can see, the pictures there, and these industries, the tin and rubber industries, were powered by indentured laborers brought from India and also China to fund the British welfare state. So the state that is still existing today, the British state, was built on the backs of these indentured laborers and also the Malay peasants during that time. And of course, when we talk about Malaya, we cannot divorce it from Singapore because Singapore was part of the same civilizational entity, or what Fernand Bordal would call a cultural zone, which means we were a single entity in terms of sharing the same civilization. So, of course, when we talk about Malaya, you cannot not think about Singapore. So, Singapore at the time housed British military installations. So, that's why they needed Malaya and Singapore to be the center for counterinsurgency. And that was because at the time, the national liberation struggle was raging. People in Malaya, in Singapore, they wanted independence because they learned that we cannot continue to let the British recolonize us, and therefore we have to start intensifying our efforts to gain independence. Okay. Next. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm going forward. Sorry. I'm so sorry about that. Sorry. Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay. So, counterinsurgency strategies that were enacted during what the British called the Malayan Emergency lasted from 1948 until 1960. So, to understand how they carry out these strategies, we have to look at the different methods that they use. The first is by enacting draconian laws to suppress labor organizing. And if that didn't work, they would resort to sedition and banishment laws. Like in Malaysia, we still have the Sedition Act, and it's still actively used against people who are critical of the government of Malaysia. I know that our Prime Minister, Anwar Ibrahim, is known all over the Muslim world as a very respectable Muslim leader, but he is also someone that is actively trying to curtail freedom of expression, particularly when it comes to talking about the history of Malaya's national liberation struggle. And the second part is physical violence. I think this is known, right? That counterinsurgency relies on the commission of or the enactment of physical violence. For example, Agent Orange, we know that Agent Orange, which is a chemical herbicide that was used by the US in Vietnam, it was actually first used in Malaya to destroy food sources and also the forests. So that's how they tried to stop people, the guerrillas particularly at the time, who were trying to gain independence for Malaya, who were fighting with arms to gain independence for Malaya. And then they also used concentration camps known as new villages to punish the masses who were supplying food to the guerrillas in the forest. And also they resorted to mutilation of dead bodies, as shown earlier, the front page of Daily Worker. And then counterinsurgency also use racialized narratives to distort reality and also to sow division among the people in the country. So I'm just going to focus more on the third part or the third aspect of the counterinsurgency war by looking at the different racialized narratives used by the British at the time to discredit or to delegitimize the national liberation struggle. So the first one is they would always say that the anti-colonial struggle is subjected to communist control or communist influence. So anything that has to do with the national liberation struggle, you're going to say that it's communist influence. And the second one is that they always associate communism with Chineseness and also China because they're like, that is a foreign element. They are here to disrupt the country and also to become a threat to Malay Muslims because we know that Malaya is a Muslim majority country and they use this narrative to show that communism is anti-God and therefore it is a threat to Malay Muslims. And then they would also say that communism is something that is imported from Indonesia because we know that Indonesia is the largest Muslim majority country in the world and we know that Indonesia at the time was communist because thank you. Because the PKI or the Partai Komunis Indonesia, the Communist Party of Indonesia, was actually the biggest communist party outside of China and also the Soviet Union. So they tried to say that, or whatever that is happening in Malaya in terms of in the context of the national liberation struggle is influenced by Indonesian communists. So I'm going to show to you how the British, the officials back then, tried to construct this narrative. So they issued this instruction, for example. So this instruction was issued by the Colonial Office's Assistant Secretary of State, J.D. Hingham. And in this instruction, he said that the communists must be referred to as bandits in public statements, and on no account should the term insurgent, which might suggest a genuine popular uprising, be used. So this is very specific instruction given to people who are writing statements about the communists. So bandits, yeah, that's that criminal element to show that these people are violent people. And also in a special conference on communism in Malaya and Singapore, the British, they affirmed the fact that the communist struggle against colonialism, I mean, this is the myth, right? The narrative that they try to put in place. They say that the communist struggle against colonialism did not equate to a nationalist struggle for independence. They say that, okay, people who want to liberate their country from colonial rule, that is legitimate. I mean, of course, we respect the right to self-determination, but the communists know they don't want that. They just want to subjugate people. I mean, that is part of the myth or part of the narrative. And a British brigadier once said that a Malay whom he considered a terrorist was worth 7 to 8 Chinese. So why would they put such an emphasis on a Malay being a terrorist or a communist? It's because Malays in Malaya were Muslims, and of course, if you're Muslim and communist, that is like a great sin. So you're anti-God. That's why your life is worth more than the Chinese communist. So these are all I got this from colonial records to show how they were concocting this counterinsurgency plan. Okay, anti-communist propaganda in Malaya was systematically coordinated by the Information and Research Department, called the IRD, established in early 1948. And it was a top secret semi-autonomous unit attached to the British Foreign Office in Singapore. And it became, as Philip Deary notes, the key instrument in Britain's clandestine ideological offensive against the Soviet Union. during the Cold War. And Dewey also highlights that the unit's propagandists, speechwriters, broadcasters, journalists, and politicians, they use two methods to enact or to construct anti-communist propaganda. The first one is distortion. So what is distortion? It's called black propaganda. And black propaganda is basically strategically placed lies and false rumors. And also gray propaganda, deliberately slanted, non-attributable information produced and disseminated to influential elites at home and abroad. I want you to just pause for a bit and think about gray propaganda. So I noted there HRW. HRW stands for Human Rights Watch, and also Amnesty International. Some of us work for all these human rights organizations. I've worked with them before. And if you look at some of the reports that they issued recently regarding Iran, for example, regarding the axis of resistance, they would accuse all these actors of atrocities without referring or without substantiating their accusations. So this is something that is still ongoing, and we must always bear that in mind. And the second method that they use is through language. As the memorandum on the use of words in publicity about communists emphasized, it says the persistent use of particular words or phrases to convey a meaning in an elementary step in any organized publicity. In the present battle for world opinion, it is essential that we should recourse to this technique. So I want us to think about the phrases and also the words that they still use until today to delegitimize the legitimate national liberation struggle in Palestine, in Iran. So this use of racialized narratives, they're basically trying to portray that these political actors involved in the national liberation movements are irrational, they are deviant. So if you're a communist and you're a Muslim, you are deviant. And they're disgruntled, they're just unhappy with what's going on in the country. That's why they're doing what they're doing. And they're also unpopular. So we hear this a lot, right, when it comes to the axis of resistance, when it comes to the Palestinian resistance. Oh, Hamas is not popular. Hamas is not popular. It's being repeated over and over again. And they're violent. So the moment they resort to armed struggle, they will be condemned, including by people like Francesca Albanese. And also they're bandits, if they're communists, they're extremists. Again, you know, when your struggle is rooted in Islam, they're always labeled as extremists, and they're also called terrorists, and that's quite common. We hear that a lot. And they're also sometimes called traitors. The moment they start forging alliances with different people, for example, if the Islamists back then in Malaya, they fought, I mean, that was the case actually. They forged alliances with the communists, the nationalists, they were called traitors. So how dare you, that you are Malay, you cannot work with the communists because they're anti-God, because you are Muslim. So, and they would also accuse you of being disloyal or unrepresentative of the masses. In the case of Malaya, unrepresentative of the Malayan masses or specific ethnic group, which is the Malay Muslim population. Next. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the ideological functions of all these racialized narratives around anti-communism. So first, it's to create political division between the communists and the nationalists, or we refer to them as the Malay left. And the Malay left, the nationalists are Malay Muslims. And second is to delegitimize the broader anti-colonial movement. Because if they keep talking about the communists, they're actually trying to obscure the fact that the national liberation movement consists of different political actors, various alliances to strengthen that united front that is needed to dismantle colonial rule, and also to create suspicions as to the genuineness of the struggle among not only the general population, but also the movement's diverse members, the Malay left and the non-Malay left, and also to paint the communists particularly as purveyors of violence. So this particular narrative is very useful for obscuring the fact that the violence has already been initiated by the violent state of the violent British state. And the last one is to vilify the Malay left as a Muslim nationalist. It's like, when we talk about anti-communism, it's not just about the communists, it's also about people of different ideological orientations that forge alliances with the communists. Okay, so basically, I mean, this is something that we need to ask, right? Why would they enact counterinsurgency in the first place? So the goal has always been to create Malaya as a bulwark against communism. And this was reinforced by the formation of Malaysia in 1963. And this is what the Secretary of the State for the Colonies, Chris Jones, affirmed. The success of the British counterinsurgency war was a vital step in the Cold War against communism in the East. And as I've mentioned earlier, the formation of Malaysia in 1963, it was because of that formation of Malaysia that paved the way for the 1965 anti-communist massacres in Indonesia. So they had to decimate the socialist project in Indonesia because Indonesia was the largest Muslim majority country. And of course, Sukarno, the president of Indonesia at the time, incorporated communism into the state's ideology together with nationalism and also Islam. So they see that Islam can never be a force to unite the communists and also the nationalists to advance the socialist project in Southeast Asia. And of course, today we see how counterinsurgency is very much alive. And if you look at the Palestinian resistance and the war of aggression against Iran, we see how there's this overemphasis of nonviolence and also this discourse on human rights. They talk about human rights, but the moment people start resorting to violent methods, for example, armed struggle, they would say that, that's not legitimate. That is an act of terrorism. Even people like Francesca Albanese, again, would use this narrative over and over again to delegitimize armed struggle in Palestine. And of course, the language used, we can see this on social media, we can see this reported by a lot of people, like journalists, for example. They would use the word authoritarian, they would use the word regime to refer to Iran, for example, and mullah it has a negative connotation, right? Mullah. And also they would also say, what about women's freedom? When we talk about Iran and Iran's right to sovereignty and self-determination, they would say, what, the women are all covered up. They can never accept the fact that freedom, when we look at the case of Iran, is always looked at in a different way. And also when we talk about women's freedom, we have to ask ourselves, what is the lens that we are using to talk about women's freedom? Is it just what they wear? Or is it their basic dignity? Is it their access to basic services like education, basic rights like education, like healthcare? And of course, when they talk about Iran in particular, because of its Islamic orientation, they would say that it's not revolutionary. So something that is Islamic cannot be revolutionary. So this is what is happening today. And this is sometimes even in spaces where people claim to be, or we are progressives, in this space. So we want to talk about all these issues, but we can still see people talking about or perpetuating all these narratives to not fully support the struggle for national liberation in the case of Palestine and also in Iran. That's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Fadia. Unfortunately, because we're running behind, there won't be a Q&A session. So I would request Bikram to give concluding remarks. And I would also say that after Bikram's remarks, we would go for tea for just 10 minutes and come back for the next session. So please, over to you, Bikram.
Okay, so I just wanted to come back to the question of sovereignty. What does it mean to live a sovereign life? So sovereignty, we understand, is a quantitative form of sovereignty, establishing power over a territory to defend a territory, but we don't want sovereignty for sovereignty's sake. Sovereignty, it relates to a qualitative form of life, a quality of life between people and land. This is where I think Hilia's presentation is important, because the revolution is founded, as Frantz Fanon says, on a defense of sovereignty on the broadest popular basis possible. So this is very important, the internal basis of sovereignty. But there's a second level of sovereignty, which is our external relations between sovereigns, between societies. Human beings don't come into the world as individuals, we come as part of social formation, but how do we encounter one another? Well, the time is now to reject seeking sovereign recognition from the imperialist. We don't want to dance for the imperialists anymore. We can look laterally towards one another in relations of mutual recognition, mutual sovereignty. This is what the hour is at hand for. But what that requires is, this is going to return then to this question that I asked of Francesca Albanese. And I don't got no problem with Italians, Matteo. Much love to them. But the question is, do we stand in solidarity only when we can save somebody else? Only when the other is weak or a child? How do we stand in solidarity in another way, in mutual relations of recognition that ground a different type of sovereignty on those grounds? So what this requires is what Frantz Fanon asks in Black Skin, White Masks. Was I not put here to help create the world of you? So what that means is, you don't go save somebody, you stand with somebody. What does it mean to stand with somebody? It means to also engage in mutual learning. And this is really what's asked of us right now. Al-Aqsa flood, like Yahya al-Sinwar says, it was meant to expose the world. And then ask of each and every one of us, now that you see the truth of the world, how does it reach inside of you and how will you respond? So do we just watch the resistance? Do we just watch the Islamic Republic? Do we watch the resistance in Gaza? Or do we take them seriously epistemologically as a source of knowledge? Do we learn from them? And what do we learn today when we witness the Islamic Republic, when we witness the resistance in Gaza, when we all may have failed otherwise? We see a people who choose principle over profit. We see a people who time and again refuse to fear death, who choose dignity over death. So every time that we think about the position of our careers, we think about our immediate practical interests of this world, and we put that above principle. We give fuel to imperialism. That mutuality we need is to learn from one another. And what we can learn today from the Islamic Republic is it's inheriting a tradition going back to Imam Ali, embodied in Imam Hussein, this idea of the awaiting of the Mahdi. These are not secondary questions. Are we serious about what we take as a serious source of knowledge? Or do we only fall back to sources of knowledge that come from the West? What is the fuel of the resistance in Iran today? What is the fuel in Palestine? Are we ready to learn and stand accordingly? What are we willing to sacrifice? I leave you with the words of Che Guevara. It is not enough to look at the Vietnamese and give them well wishes. The question asked of us today, are we willing to join them on the march to victory or death? That's the question that is in front of us today. Actually, this is going to be really weird, but I have to say one thing I forgot to say, so hold on. I want to recognize, I know many of you have watched this. This relates to this last point. We know Helia has been working on a documentary. People are familiar with this, Still Minab. Yeah? If you haven't, you should check it out. Okay, so episode 2 in Still Minab, I think there is a profound expression of this. There's a mother, Modessa. She's lost 2 children. And in this slaughter of school children in Minab. She's lost 2 children, but she said what gives her peace, knowing, is that martyrdom will awaken the world. Their martyrdom will awaken the world. But listen to her in that episode 2 very carefully. She's not asking you to come save her. She's not asking for justice from imperialism. She's imposing justice. She is saying justice will come. There is, and we need to learn here the difference between seeking recognition from the violators of the most sacred laws of life. What does it mean to witness those who slaughter your children and ask them for justice? They are upon whom justice must be imposed, and the power that she draws on is the power of the Islamic Revolution in Iran. It is that power that Albanese wants to undermine. That is the source through which she will impose justice for her children. So I would ask you to watch those episodes and watch that scene in particular with this framework in mind, this different politics of solidarity, learning from, standing with. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you so much, Bikram, for those very powerful last words. We would break for tea now for 10 minutes, and just remember the next session is very important and the most important session of the conference. So please come back after 10 minutes, and then Comrade Zagam will resume the conference. Thank you so much.
Liebe Palästina, großer Zionismus. Liebe, liebe, liebe Palästina. Liebe, liebe, liebe Palästina. Liebe Palästina, großer Zionismus. Liebe Palästina, liebe Palästina. We are Ula Juden. We are Ula Juden. We are Fanatismen. Vi har skördat tiden. Vi har plockat citronerna. Vi har plockat citronerna. Och pressat oliverna. Och pressat oliverna. Och hela världen känner till vår jord. Och hela världen känner till vår jord. Leve, leve, leve Palestina. Leve, leve, leve Palestina. Leve Palestina och krossa sionismen. Leve Palestina och krossa sionismen. Och vi har kastat stenar på. Och vi har kastat stenar på. Soldater och poliser. Soldater och poliser. Och vi har skjutit raketer. Och vi har skjutit raketer. Mot våra fiender. Mot våra fiender. Och hela världen känner till vår kamp. Och hela världen känner till vår kamp. Leve, leve, leve Palestina. Leve, leve, leve Palestina. Leve Palestina och krossa sionismen. Leve Palestina och krossa sionismen. Och vi ska befria vårt land. Och vi ska befria vårt land. Från imperialismen. Från imperialismen. Och vi ska bygga upp vårt land. Bygga upp vårt land. Socialismen. Till socialismen. Och hela världen kommer att bevittna. Och hela världen kommer att bevittna. Leve, leve, leve Palestina. Leve, leve, leve Palestina. Leve Palestina och krossa sionismen. Leve Palestina och krossa sionismen. Leve Palestina och krossa sionismen. Leve Palestina och krossa sionismen. Leve Palestina och krossa sionismen. Leve Palestina och krossa sionismen. Leve Palestina och krossa sionismen. Leve, leve, leve Palestina. Leve, leve, leve Palestina.
Work is a pain in the ass. My file.
مجدك بالمذلة والهزائم حينما هب الجنوب لكي يقاوم. إن تاريخ الإباء غير نائم يكتب عن أرضنا أرض الملاحم. هذا مجدك بالمذلة والهزائم حينما هب الجنوب لكي يقاوم. إن تاريخ الإباء غير نائم يكتب عن أرضنا أرض الملاحم. إني أهل العزم إن تدعى العزائم هذا سيفي بالوغى بالموت قائم. إن شعبي كله وطن مقاوم مرتضى غير المعزة والمكارم. إني أهل العزم إن تدعى العزائم هذا سيفي بالوغى بالموت قائم. إن شعبي كله وطن مقاوم مرتضى غير المعزة والمكارم. إنما هب الجنوب لكي يقاوم. إن تاريخ الإباء غير نائم يكتب عن أرضنا أرض الملاحم. ما كنا للمذلة لم نساوم وانتصرنا رغم عدوان المهاجم. فليرى الأحرار يا كل العواصم كيف يبدو المجد في الأوطان دائم. ما كنا للمذلة لم نساوم وانتصرنا رغم عدوان المهاجم. فليرى الأحرار يا كل العواصم كيف يبدو المجد في الأوطان دائم. إنما هب الجنوب لكي يقاوم. إن تاريخ الإباء غير نائم يكتب عن أرضنا أرض الملاحم. هذا مجدنا بالمذلة والهزائم حينما هب الجنوب لكي يقاوم. إن تاريخ الإباء غير نائم يكتب عن أرضنا أرض الملاحم.
Liebe Palästina und großer Zionismen. Liebe, Liebe, Liebe Palästina. Liebe, Liebe, Liebe Palästina. Liebe Palästina und großer Zionismen. Liebe Palästina und großer Zionismen. Vi har odlat jorden. Vi har odlat jorden. Och vi har skördat vetet. Och vi har skördat vetet. Vi har plockat citronerna. Och vi har plockat citronerna. Och pressat oliverna. Och pressat oliverna. Och hela världen känner till vår jord. Och hela världen känner till vår jord. Leve, leve, leve Palestina. Leve, leve, leve Palestina. Leve Palestina. Och krossa sionismen. Leve Palestina. Och krossa sionismen. Och vi har kastat stenar på. Och vi har kastat stenar på. Soldater och poliser. Soldater och poliser. Och vi har skjutit raketer. Och vi har skjutit raketer. Mot våra fiender. Mot våra fiender. Och hela världen.
على عهدي على ديني على أرض تلاقيني أنا نهلي أنا فديهم أنا دمي فلسطيني فلسطيني فلسطيني أنا دمي فلسطيني والله أنا دمي فلسطيني فلسطيني فلسطيني يا ديرتنا بعزتنا وعروبتنا أرض القدس نادتنا صوت أمي يناديني فلسطيني فلسطيني أنا دمي فلسطيني أنا دمي فلسطيني فلسطيني فلسطيني أنا دمي فلسطيني يا يما بشيري بالعز دارك قلعة ما تنهز عليها الروح ما تنعس
KYF और HKP के दोस्तों से गुजारिश है कि सब लोगों को अंदर बुला लें, हम 2 मिनट में पैनल स्टार्ट करने वाले हैं। KYF और HKP के दोस्त जो लोग बाहर खड़े हैं उनको अंदर ले आएं, हम 2 मिनट में स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं आखिरी पैनल।
فلسطيني وابن أحرار شبيني بالسامة ومغوار على عهد الوفا يا دار وعمره ما انحنى شبيني فلسطيني فلسطيني أنا دمي فلسطيني أنا دمي فلسطيني فلسطيني فلسطيني أنا دمي فلسطيني
Liebe Palästina och krossa sionismen. Liebe, liebe, liebe Palästina. Liebe, liebe, liebe Palästina. Liebe Palästina och krossa sionismen. Liebe Palästina och krossa sionismen. Och vi har odlat jorden. Och vi har odlat jorden. Och vi har skördat vetet. Och vi har skördat vetet. Vi har plockat citronerna. Och vi har plockat citronerna. Och pressat oliverna. Och pressat oliverna. Och hela världen känner till vår jord. Och hela världen känner till vår jord. Leve, leve, leve Palestina. Leve, leve, leve Palestina. Leve Palestina och krossa sionismen. Leve Palestina och krossa sionismen. Och vi har kastat stenar på. Och vi har kastat stenar på. Soldater och poliser. Soldater och poliser. Och vi har skjutit raketer. Och vi har skjutit raketer. Mot våra fiender. Mot våra fiender. Och hela världen känner till vår kamp. Och hela världen känner till vår kamp. Leve, leve, leve Palestina. Leve, leve, leve Palestina. Leve Palestina och krossa sionismen. Leve Palestina och krossa sionismen. Och vi ska befria vårt land. Och vi ska befria vårt land. Från imperialismen. Från imperialismen. Och vi ska bygga upp vårt land. Och vi ska bygga upp vårt land. Till socialismen. Till socialismen. Och hela världen kommer att bevittna. Och hela världen kommer att bevittna. Leve, leve, leve Palestina. Leve, leve, leve Palestina. Leve Palestina och krossa sionismen. Leve Palestina och krossa Zionisten. Lebe Palästina, großer Zionisten. Lebe Palästina, großer Zionisten. Lebe Palästina, großer Zionisten.
If you don't have a website for your business, it might as well be invisible. Hosting Your AI helps you launch your website in an afternoon. Just describe your vision and instantly receive the first version. Then personalize it by adjusting the visuals and the text. Save weeks and thousands of dollars. Go to Hostinger and launch your website today.
Your email is your first online impression. Make it count. With GoDaddy Email, you get a professional address that matches your domain. It builds trust, boosts credibility, and helps grow your brand. Setup is quick, and your inbox is protected with built-in security. And if you ever need help, we're just a call away. Start building your brand, one email at a time.
वो तन्हा को बादशाह वो कौन है ओ मेहरीबा वो कौन है क्या ऊंची शान है अल्लाह अल्लाह उसकी सबनी शान है अल्लाह अल्लाह सब दिलों की जान है अल्लाह अल्लाह حسبي ربي جل الله الله الله ما في قلبي غير الله الله الله نور محمد صلى الله لا إله إلا الله af eder günahı Allahu Allah alemin padişahı Allahu Allah yüreklerin enahı Allahu Allah İşit Allah dertimi ahlarımı rahmeyle bağışla günahlarımı hayreyle hem akşam hem sabahlarımı Hasbi Rabbi Züllallah Allahu Allah Ma fi kalbi gayrullah Allahu Allah Muhammed sallallahu
जो लोग पीछे खड़े हैं उनसे प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट है प्लीज़ आगे आके बैठ जाएं जो लोग बाहर हैं वो भी आ जाएं हम 2 से 3 मिनट में आखिरी पैनल का आगाज़ करने जा रहे हैं Hello all and welcome to our last panel for today, which is also a plenary panel. And the title for this panel is Anti-imperialism and Marxist theory today. I request all the people standing behind, please come and sit on your seats. The format of the panel would be I'll give introduction for all the panelists, and then before inviting them for their intervention, I'll read a brief paragraph about what they will be talking about. So our first speaker for this final panel is Professor Radhika Desai. Professor Desai is a political economist, host of the Geopolitical Economy R, and director of the Geopolitical Economy Research Group at the University of Manitoba. Her work connects the contradiction of the dollar system, the decline of US hegemony, and the intensifying aggression against the global south into a single coherent account. Please welcome Dr. Radhika Desai with a huge round of applause. Our second speaker for our final panel is Professor Ali Qadri. Professor Ali Qadri teaches at Sun Yat-sen University in China and is the author of The Accumulation of Waste, a Political Economy of Systemic Destruction, one of the most important theoretical interventions in the Marxist political economy in recent years. His central argument is that war is a fundamental driver of accumulation. With the new imperialist war in Iran, his framework has never been more urgent. His framework has never been more urgently necessary. Our third speaker, our third speaker for this final panel is Dr. Gabriel Rockhill. Dr. Gabriel Rockhill is one of the sharpest anti-imperialist voices in the Western Academy today. Philosopher, cultural critic, and the founder of the Critical Theory Workshop. His latest book, Who Paid the Pipers of Western Marxism, exposes how imperial power shaped the very ideas that left uses to think with. And our final panelist for this session is Max Isle. Max is a senior fellow at the Department of Conflict and Development Studies at the University of Ghent and an associate researcher at the Observatory of Food Sovereignty and Environment in Tunis. His work insists that any serious green politics must be built on the sovereignty of the global south over its land, its food, and its future. He is the author of A People's Green New Deal and associate editor of the Agrarian South Journal of Political Economy. So first, I'll invite Dr. Radhika Desai, and she will talk about how anti-imperialism is more urgent today than ever when a declining capitalism and imperialism threaten not only increasing dysfunctionality but also outright violence and destruction. At the same time, Marxist theory has evolved over the past century and a half since the publication of Capital, which is ill equipped to furnish us with the understanding we need to advance against imperialism. In this presentation, she will outline what ails Marxist theory and the path out of the resulting labyrinth that she will try to trace in her work on geopolitical economy in today's presentation. Welcome, Dr. Desai.
Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. I just want to start by saying that it is a great privilege for me to be able to come here for this. This is my first trip to Pakistan. And over the last couple of days, I've never felt more at home, never more among friends. I feel like I'm meeting long lost cousins. And it's as someone who's always felt the I mean, I'm not related to anyone who was involved in the partition, but nevertheless, I've always felt the pain of partition. And I'm here. And for me, therefore, it's emotionally really very important to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. I also I also want to thank the Hakuk-e-Khalq Party and all its organizers who've not only put together a wonderful conference, but done it at a time when it could not have been more timely. While I've been here, all sorts of thoughts of mine, which I have been developing over decades, are suddenly acquiring new dimensions. And so, again, I feel this is because of how timely this conference is. Okay, without wasting more time, let me dive right into my presentation. What I have to present before you today is the result of many decades' work, during which, as someone who was always very dissatisfied with the idea of globalization, and then thought that I would use the idea of US hegemony to try to criticize the idea of globalization, I landed on a new approach to understanding the world affairs of the age of capital. Not any age, of the age of capital. So that's what I'm going to be presenting to you in this new approach, which I call geopolitical economy. I put imperialism at the core of understanding the international relations of the age of capital. If you learn international relations, some of you may have, you will note that imperialism is almost never mentioned in any study of international relations, which is a complete travesty. Okay, so here goes. The title I've given it is Anti-imperialism Requires a Return to Marx's Geopolitical Economy. And I will say one prefatory thing before diving in. In the process of writing my book, Geopolitical Economy, which came out back in 2013, I found myself doing a lot of ground clearing, removing layer upon layer of the misinterpretation of Marx and Engels and many other Marxists as well, in order to uncover what I call Marx's geopolitical economy, what he called the understanding of the relations of producing nations. Okay, so in outline, what I'd like to talk about is, first of all, why anti-imperialism rather, is more urgent than ever. Then I want to talk about how the Marxist traditions we have inherited, and don't get me wrong, I've learned a lot from them, but nevertheless, I find some points on which I must critique them. So the Marxist traditions that we have inherited do not provide us the theoretical tools for an anti-imperialist project that particularly involves the two major traditions in the English language that are dominant today in the English-speaking world in the Marxist tradition. So I will talk about that a bit. Then I will talk about how the communist tradition of the Third International is, of course, far more relevant. My work on geopolitical economy certainly relates to them much more positively, and they have made an attempt to try to understand imperialism in a theoretical fashion and in a fashion that relates to Marx's original understanding of capitalism as contradictory value production, which also gives us the key to understanding why imperialism is inseparable from capitalism, theoretically and historically. And finally, I want to say something about what I propose in the form of geopolitical economy. Just a small word about the little picture at the bottom right there. I'm also the convener of an outfit called the International Manifesto Group. We're not very big. We're just an kind of international discussion club. We put out webinars every couple of months. But we have issued a manifesto, and Amar Ali Jan and his colleagues, Usama Shah in particular, have translated it into Urdu. So you can read it in both Hindi and Urdu on the International Manifesto Group website. So why is anti-imperialism so urgent today? So basically, yes, of course, anti-imperialism is urgent because we have to end the exploitation of the subordinated countries and their working peoples. This goes without saying. But and again, this was another way in which my understanding got deepened. When earlier Bikram was talking about how it is critically important not just to express solidarity with those who are subordinated and weak and vulnerable, but also to express solidarity with those who basically set about the task of winning back their autonomy, their sovereignty, their independence. And I think that's equally important. So yes, a lot of the discourse of anti-imperialism on the left takes the form of expressing help, really, to those who are vulnerable and weak and cannot help themselves. But that's not all it's about. But imperialism is no longer a matter of just doing that. It has become even more urgent. It's become even more urgent because capitalism in our time is collapsing. It is productively enfeebled, it is financialized, and its financial forms of accumulation are speculative and they are predatory. They are no longer good at producing, they are only good at appropriating, they are no longer good at making, they are only good at taking. And this is a very, very important conjuncture. Imperialism, secondly, is today violently and desperately seeking to cling on to what's left of its life, as is capitalism. And again, in this desperation, it is doing so because today it has nothing positive to offer to most of the world. It's all stick and no carrot. And it is also militarily weakened. And by the way, some of you will know this, it is militarily weakened because it cannot produce. We know that in the war against Iran, Trump already had to move military assets all the way from Eastern Asia to bring them to the Persian Gulf. The Trump administration has told the Europeans it no longer has weapons to supply them. In most of the Western left, we are told that there is nothing better than capitalism as far as production is concerned. This is manifestly false today. Capitalism cannot produce. During COVID, it could not produce all sorts of medical equipment. Today, it cannot produce its own arms, the ones that it desperately needs to keep going. It's come to the point where the US, in particular, as the leader of the imperialist world, is increasingly being cut adrift from its allies, sometimes by its own actions, but sometimes also quite inadvertently, simply because it does not have the capacity to hold them anymore. And of course, compradors in the subordinated parts of the world, think of people like Modi, they are increasingly at a loss as to what to do. They are no longer confident of their position in the hierarchical order that imperialism would like to maintain. As far as the Western working classes are concerned, they are also becoming more radical, although the radicalism is not able to express itself very clearly, simply because the kind of anti-imperialist socialist forces these working classes need do not exist yet to give them leadership. But nevertheless, they are becoming more radicalized, because if we assume that, say, for instance, in the 3 or 4 decades after the Second World War, you had a sort of guns and butter agreement between the Western working classes and the ruling classes, in which the working classes said to the ruling classes, okay, we will agree with your imperialism provided you provide us with a few reforms in return. Well, now the guns and butter agreement is defunct. Now it's all guns and no butter. And that is also becoming manifest. And this is in the dissatisfaction of Western working classes in the West. Further, and this is another thing I point out, often when I'm talking to Western audiences, I say that, it is not just important for you to oppose imperialism out of some sort of moral imperative to do something for those who are suffering, etc. You have to realize that your ruling classes, insofar as they are imperialist, are drawing strength from their imperialism, and that strength is being deployed against you. This is the important point that you have to understand. This is why it is not just that you might help poor people in the third world countries. This is why you have no choice. This is an imperative for you. And finally, much like it's become imperative, this anti-imperialism, because the left all over the world, unfortunately, too many of us in the rest of the world still follow the Western left. So the left all over the world is losing its way on the question of imperialism. When you are told that Russia has always been imperialist, they are conflating uh, the imperialism of a pre-capitalist era with the imperialism of the capitalist era. And of course, they are ignoring all sorts of things that previous speakers have already talked about. Taimur Rahman talked about it this morning. Pavel talked about it this morning. So if you want to talk about, if you want to say Russia and China are imperialists, I suggest you just go to Google and call up, first of all, a map of US military bases around the world, and then compare it to a map of Russian and Chinese military bases around the world. I don't think I will need to say anything after that. So these are the reasons why anti-imperialism has become very imperative. So now I want to talk about the inherited traditions. Don't tell me, I'm already at 5 minutes? Can I have a bit more time? Okay, I'll try to listen. I've packed a lot into this. Okay, so let me just say that basically what happened at the very early stage in the development of Marxism, soon after the publication of Capital, you had the development of neoclassical economics, which was opposed to theoretically and methodologically to Marxism and his analysis of capital as contradictory value production. But rather than fighting it tooth and nail and root and branch, Marxists, for a lot of reasons which I won't go into, engaged in a policy of theoretical conciliation with this. The result has been that rather than faulting neoclassical economics, they have faulted Marx. Yes, they faulted neoclassical economics for ignoring exploitation, but on everything else, they tried to fit the two together. So this led to 3 accusations against Marx. Number one, that Marx's analysis suffers from a transformation problem. This jettisoned the entire value theory. Number two, that Marx never talked about paucity of demand. And number three, that Marx was wrong about the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. So this also threw out the notion of contradiction. So the result was that a Schumpeterian understanding of Marxism, not a Schumpeterian understanding of capitalism, not a Marxist understanding of capitalism, which somehow produced use values rather than value, which was free of contradictions, and would go on producing and innovating ceaselessly. This is the kind of what you learn basically if you take Western Marxism in your understanding. So, without going into too great a detail, I will say that the monthly review camp in this basically accepted. Here is a thing in which Paul Sweezy, for example, basically accepted that it was very difficult to reconcile the neoclassical model and the Marxist model. There was no point trying to do it. He accepted the critique of neoclassical economics of Marxism and then proceeded to theorize capitalism without Marxist categories. So he does not use surplus value, for example, he uses the notion of surplus. I could go on, but there it is. And then the monthly review school, which clung closely to the analysis of value theory, a bit more closely, but then basically went on to say that capitalism does not need a subordinated periphery because it accepted that capitalism does not have any contradictions. It accepted that that capitalism was, infinitely productive, and so there was no problem with capitalism. And so the only thing we could do is somehow, in a fit of moral outrage, stand up against capitalism. And the third international tradition, again, I would say Lenin recognized from 1905 onwards, if not before that, that the peoples of the subordinated periphery were the true allies of the workers. Again, I can't go into that in great detail. I have a quote here which we can talk about. So what geopolitical economy proposes is a return to Marx's understanding of capitalism as contradictory value production. Because capitalism is contradictory, it requires the state to manage these contradictions on an ongoing basis. Imperialism is one of the two key ways, the other one being domestic management, of managing these contradictions, and therefore it is systematically related to capitalism. And once imperialism is abroad, in a sense, it's doing its work, then this has a couple of consequences. It's contradictory in at least two ways. Sorry, I'm just going to skip over some slides here. But let me just say, it requires, on the one hand, cheap labor and cheap inputs from the rest of the world to go into metropolitan capitalism, and it requires the rest of the world to accept its excess commodities and excess capital. These two requirements are contradictory because the first two require the subordinated periphery to be poor enough to yield these things to capital. The other two require the subordinated periphery to be prosperous enough to accept those other two things. So this is one way in which capitalism is contradictory. And since I have very little time, I'm going to end with this slide. I'm sorry, I wanted to give a much longer presentation, but this is where I locate what I call Marx's understanding of the relations of producing nations. Here, everybody tells you that Marx, it believes that the world capitalism is world girding, that eventually it will transform the whole of the world into a capitalist, into a capitalist, essentially metropolitan capitalist system. This is not going to happen because capitalism does not permit it. So Marx is here, and in reality, Marx understood that the world of capitalism is a world of nation states, and that these nation states are involved in a struggle. So here he's commenting on Henry Carey, a mercantilist, protectionist American theorist, who he regards as a better economist than free trading economists. And he says a couple of things here. Again, I won't read it all to you, but he says what he says here is that Carey understands that the contradictions of capitalism they appear on the grandest terrain on which they appear is the world market. So the contradictions appear domestically, but they appear in the grandest form on the world market. There they appear in their grandest development as the relations of producing nations. So essentially what he's saying is, Carey basically complained that everything was fine in the United States. This is in the middle of the 19th century. Everything is fine in the United States domestically. The problem is that Britain dominates the world market. That's why America needs to protect itself, needs to industrialize itself behind protectionist walls, assert its economic sovereignty, and only then the United States will develop. So this type of development, which I call uneven and combined development, unevenness is the fact that some countries develop first and impose imperialism on the rest of the world. The only way in which this can be challenged is by countries asserting their economic sovereignty. And they can only do so behind protectionist walls. Now, this type of development was already taking place in the late 19th century. Already in the late 19th century, the world had become multipolar because countries like the United States itself, Germany, Japan, began to industrialize in this way, not as part of some globalization, but rather as a challenge to Britain's old notion of globalization, its free markets and free trade. This could work in the late 19th century and up to about 1914 because there were still imperialist, stateless and weak state territories that these countries could acquire and subordinate. After 1914, such kind of successful capitalist development has not been possible. That is why, since that time, the two major powers that have managed to achieve industrialization and could have been able to afford their populations living standards that are at least in some fashion comparable to those in Western countries. They're not completely comparable, but in some fashion, are two socialist countries. I'm talking about the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China. And I'll just mention one last couple of things, and then I will end. Yes. I just want you to focus on the last 4 points. This is because after 1914, this kind of development asserting economic sovereignty took on a qualitatively new form. The countries that have developed since that time have had to develop in a way completely different from the way in which the first world countries developed. They have had to develop without the privilege of imperialism. They have had to develop from a starting point to which they have been lowered by imperialism. They have to develop in the teeth of imperialist resistance, and they have had to develop without the privilege of exporting surplus populations to the rest of the world. Today, people of European origin inhabit 3.5 continents. So this is a very important thing that we have to understand. So I just want to end by reiterating that what geopolitical economy does, what we are all doing, is putting development as the assertion of economic sovereignty at the heart of the understanding of the international relations of capitalism. And if you read our manifesto, you will see that this is the only way towards communism, some kind of communism, because just as Marx said, communism is the real movement, it expresses itself through class struggle. The real movement of communism also expresses itself in international struggle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Radhika Desai, for your wonderful presentation. Our second speaker for the final panel is Dr. Gabriel Rockhill. Gabriel will argue that imperialism shapes the production and dissemination of knowledge, creating a compatible left intelligentsia within the capitalist core that has far reaching consequences in the periphery. He will then examine a specific ideology promoted by this imperial intelligentsia, which attempts to discredit anti imperialists as campists. In responding to this mischaracterization, he will demonstrate why genuine anti imperialist struggle requires a dialectical and historical materialist approach that clearly distinguishes itself from the metaphysical moralism affiliated with campism.
Thank you so much. Everyone can hear me okay? Great. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you to the HKP and to the People's Academy and all of the organizers. I know how much labor goes into events like this, much of it unrecognized. And I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to share some research and also engage with colleagues from around the world, but also with activists. Marxists cannot predict the future, but Soviet humor appears to have done a surprisingly good job. So I'd like to open with an old Soviet joke that applies extremely well to the current conjuncture of the imperialist war on West Asia. A wealthy American dies and meets Karl Marx at the pearly gates. Marx asks him, "Tell me, how did you achieve your fortune?" "Oil," says the American. "I struck oil in a country in the Middle East." "Interesting," says Marx. "What did the people who lived there think about that?" "Oh, they were fine," says the American. "We gave them a new ruler, a lot of weapons, and guaranteed their safety. Though they did seem a bit ungrateful." "Ungrateful?" asks Marx. "And what exactly did you guarantee their safety from?" The American paused, he thought for a while, and finally he responded, "Well, from us, I suppose." Before sharing my talk with you, I did want to just highlight one thing that I think is extremely important in this conference, and that is the title that was given to it. It's the Anti-Imperialist Conference, not the Anti-Imperialism Conference, meaning that instead of bringing intellectuals together in order to study a particular object, such as anti-imperialism, the conference is self-conceived as an anti-imperialist act. So I'd like to celebrate the organizers for the clarity of their vision. But I also greatly appreciate the way in which the theoretical and practical work has been organically and dialectically interlocked throughout the conference, which is a model for demonstrating the use value of theory to real-world class struggle. I commend the organizers on this approach, and I'm very honored to be part of it. So my research is on the effects of imperialism on knowledge production and circulation. It contends that the value flow of accumulation on a global scale, which drives the value produced by the workers of the global south and their natural resources to the global north, has produced highly developed institutions of knowledge production and dissemination that are not only the most powerful in the world, but they have the most symbolic capital. Since it is the socioeconomic base of imperialism that is driving the superstructural system of knowledge, the latter is deeply conditioned by the imperatives of imperialism. This is clearly visible in the dominant left discourses within the Imperial Academy, which are generally hostile to the material project of building socialism as a bulwark against imperialism. The imperial left intelligentsia, with remarkably few exceptions, occupies the position of the compatible left, meaning a left compatible with the interests of capitalism and imperialism. This is even the case for Marxism itself, which has been transformed into Western, or what I prefer to call imperial, Marxism within the capitalist core. Given the global symbolic economy imposed by the imperial system of knowledge production, these compatible left discourses are the ones promoted around the world as the most advanced and important, which any intellectual worthy of the name would have to study. A comprador intellectual labor aristocracy has been developed across the global south. It feeds off the symbolic and economic crumbs of the intellectual labor aristocracy in the imperial core. In their local context, the intellectuals in this class stratum are often promoted as the leading luminaries due to their connections to powerful institutions and intellectuals in the global north. What they bring to share with the people is not, however, knowledge that has use value for their struggles. Instead, they hawk the latest theoretical wares of the empire, helping to shore up in any way that they can the compatible left. The global networks of the imperial and imperial aligned intelligentsia, which include academics, journalists, writers, artists, pundits, etc., have played an important role in one of the most significant political projects of the US empire. This has been to redefine the very nature of the left, destroying or sidelining the anti-imperialist communist left and shoring up a left that, for all of its complaints about capitalism or its political managers, is ultimately compatible and accommodationist toward capitalism and imperialism. In subjecting this imperial left to a Marxist critique by engaging in a political economy of knowledge production, one of the primary goals of my research has been to contribute to the reinvigoration of a real left, one that understands the fight against imperialism and the struggle to build socialism need to be the horizon of our struggle. Some of the interest generated around my most recent book, Who Paid the Pipers of Western Marxism, has focused on its analysis of the Central Intelligence Agency's intellectual world war on communism, due in part to the archival research and Freedom of Information Act requests that went into the book. However, the CIA is only one agency within the political apparatus of the imperial superstructure. That is the real focus of the book. So I want to briefly walk you through a dialectical materialist account of the imperial superstructure, and then pivot to one important discourse within it, namely the attempt to discredit anti-imperialists as so-called campists. So the first half of my most recent book provides a systemic analysis of the imperial superstructure and its modus operandi. The superstructure is the system of institutions and practices that emerges from and serves to perpetuate a society's economic base and thus its class relations. It is sometimes used as a synonym for ideology, but it has the advantage of insisting on the institutionalized material forces that produce, shape, and perpetuate ideology by composing subjects in every dimension of their existence, meaning not just their ideas or their worldviews, but their perceptions, their affects, their desires, their values, their practices, and much more. According to Marx's insightful analysis, the superstructure is composed of two components: the politico-legal apparatus concentrated in the state, and the cultural apparatus that formats social consciousness. By cultural apparatus, I simply mean the entire system of cultural production, distribution, and consumption. One of the key arguments in my book is that we need a more coherent theoretical account of the bourgeois state under imperialism, and more specifically, the nature of the world's leading imperialist state, which is the United States. This book insists on the fact that the bourgeois state has come to increasingly rely on covert operations and what is called invisible government in the age of imperialism, I'm understanding it here as theorized by Lenin. As class inequalities, meaning around the 1880s or so, as class inequality became increasingly polarized and nations entered into inter-imperialist rivalries under monopoly capitalism, bourgeois states relied more and more on the men and women of the shadows. It was precisely in the late 19th and early 20th centuries that imperial powers created a host of new secret services. When socialist state-building projects began breaking the chains of imperialism in 1917 and leveraging countries out of the global imperial order, intelligence services became that much more important for running both psychological warfare campaigns to manufacture animosity toward the anti-imperialists and destabilization campaigns aimed at overthrowing them. Covert operations have been particularly important to the specific model of empire building developed by the United States, which emerged from the Second World War as the leading imperialist power. A number of factors contributed to its outsized reliance on dual governance, meaning the combined use of overt and covert, visible and invisible forms of government. The United States has a long-standing tradition of imperial denial based on a powerful ideological narrative. It became the leader of the imperialist camp by defeating its major rivals, Germany, Italy, and Japan. But to win that war, it had to tactically ally with the Soviet Union. The foundational narrative was therefore that the United States was resolutely anti-fascist and pro-democratic. Then, moreover, the anti-fascist struggle continued after the official declaration of the end of World War II in the form of the battle for national liberation across the colonies. The United States supported many of those struggles while ultimately seeking to integrate those countries into its sphere of influence. Finally, Uncle Sam took over the leadership of the imperialist camp when socialism was advancing around the world as an anti-imperialist struggle of national liberation. So two contradictory imperatives help explain why the United States has arguably relied more on covert operations than any previous empire. On the one hand, it had to build its empire when imperialism was losing ground by waging an aggressive global war on communism. On the other hand, it needed, because it was forced by the global class struggle to do this, it needed to maintain its ideological tradition of imperial denial and present itself as democratic, as anti-fascist, and even anti-colonial. In facing this impossible situation, the US state has relied extensively on its intelligence services to develop a veritable empire of spectacles, an empire that aggressively advances its agenda while simultaneously creating spectacular forms of ideological obfuscation. If Hollywood can be used as a metonym for the factory of spectacles, then we might say that the United States has attempted to conquer the world under the cover of Hollywood. Ooh, that went quickly. I think I started at 5:05. I think we're 11 minutes in, if I'm not mistaken. Is this, the Lahore time is actually quicker than the international clock? Okay, the second component of the superstructure is the cultural apparatus. And all that I want to highlight regarding the cultural apparatus is just as the political legal superstructure of the US empire relies on dual governance, political theater that is undermined in various ways or also collaborates with forms of covert operations. In the cultural sphere, you see much the same thing, a modality of dual governance within which, according to the dictates of bourgeois culture, we have a free and open culture in which anyone is able to express their ideas and share their views, while in fact, anyone who studied the history of the cultural apparatus knows full well that it is controlled very tightly from behind the scenes by the powers that be. So you have a very parallel structure in the cultural apparatus as in the political legal apparatus. What I'd like to shift to in the time remaining is that I think it's extremely important to rehabilitate dialectics in our day and age because of the ways in which imperial Marxism has disconnected dialectics from the material reality, allowing it to float freeform and become an idealist version in which it's a series of thought forms or rhetorical gestures that are ultimately not beholden to material reality so they can spin off into nonsense land. And often this has been plugged into a postmodern theoretical discourse in which irrationalism is introduced. So many anti-imperialist Marxists, as soon as they hear the word dialectics, will run for the hills because they'll think it's the imperial Marxists and the postmodernists who are coming along with that term. But dialectics is a way of describing the complex relational nature of reality and developing methodological tools by which we can better apprehend that material reality. It's an essential method and form of analysis that the anti-imperialist Marxist tradition needs to uplift, but also reinvent by reconnecting it very explicitly to material reality. So in that regard, I'd like to, in my final statements, shift from the broader analysis of the imperial superstructure to a very specific manifestation of an ideological discourse within that superstructure. And that is the discourse concerning the so-called anti-imperialism of fools, which contends that the idiots in question align themselves with the enemies of empire that are morally reprehensible and thereby become the bedfellows of reactionaries in an ill-fated and naive attempt to fight imperialism. These dupes, following the logic that, quote, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, end up cozying up to the antagonists of all dignified people, be it Hamas, Assad, Putin, the so-called Iranian regime, or other such examples, right? So the correct position, we're told by these critics of campism, is to put a pox on both houses and reject the so-called Manichaeism that is derided as campism. Neither Moscow nor Washington was the slogan of yesteryear. Today, it has been repackaged as neither Beijing nor Washington, or more recently, neither Tehran nor Washington. At its core, this stance says that the United States or the West is engaged in condemnable actions, but this is equally true of their victims, or at least those who fight back in a particular way, and we should therefore not be so foolish as to condemn the former without reproving the latter. Now, in refusing to align on a camp, these anti-campists are engaged in a performative contradiction because they are de facto in a camp, namely the one that refuses the two other camps. So they claim that this is a neutral position, a third-way politics. So the real question is whether or not there is a camp that is no camp, the real question is not whether there is a camp that is no camp, but rather whether there is indeed a neutral third camp beyond the pitched global class struggle between imperialists and anti-imperialists. Now, notice that this third-way critique of anti-imperialists as being quote-unquote campists does not focus on upbraiding the imperialists for forming a camp. Instead, it is directed very precisely at the anti-imperialists. These are the fools, right? Not the imperialists. They're fools who are criticized for forming a camp. But where do the anti-imperialists come from? Do they just decide to form a camp on their own because they think in these old oppositional ways and are unsophisticated and barbaric? Or do they form a camp in reaction to the originary camp, which is the camp of the imperialists? Moreover, if you're interested in abolishing camps, then shouldn't you go after the source of all camps, which would be imperialism? So if you're serious about being a quote-unquote anti-campist, the very first thing that you should do is join the camp of the anti-imperialists so that we can defeat the imperialists, so that we can get rid of camps and reunify humanity on planet Earth. Moreover, these anti-imperialists often disingenuously present the anti-imperialists as if they were mired in metaphysics rather than mobilizing materialist dialectics. So the motto they attribute to us, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, attempts to reduce the geopolitical world to an interpersonal relationship, as if objective class struggle were equivalent to subjective moral relations between friends and enemies. It suggests static and fixed camps without acknowledging that they evolve over time. The result of this is the simple act of defending a resistance movement or state-building project necessarily means, for these critics, that one blindly accepts every aspect of it and is thereby contaminated by these forces of evil. I'm going to sum up this kind of final point to go quickly, but I think it's very important to then address the complexities of what a dialectical materialist analysis of the so-called camps actually look like. There aren't camps in the sense of static moral horizons in which one would either accept everything or reject everything. That's a metaphysical worldview, and dialecticians should never accept it. Instead, we have to recognize that what there are poles within contradictions, and those contradictions within the material world are never singular. There's never just one isolated contradiction. There are multiple contradictions. And drawing on Mao and much other excellent work on this front, we know that there's a difference between a primary contradiction and secondary and tertiary contradictions, insofar as the primary contradiction constitutes the horizon within which the secondary and tertiary contradictions articulate themselves. And moreover, there's a difference between antagonistic and non-antagonistic contradictions. Some contradictions can be resolved through democratic means, others lead inevitably to conflict. In that regard, the dialectical materialist approach is not an understanding of a camp, like a group of friends or something like a static collectivity, but instead the recognition that there's a pole in a contradiction that is one that is situated in such a way that you always have to foreground the primary contradiction, and that primary contradiction allows you to understand how the others are situated in relationship to them. And if we look at what the campists are doing right now with Iran, and they've done it innumerable times in the past, is they are trying to take a secondary contradiction, namely the contradiction between the Iranian people, who they presume to defend and uplift, and the so-called Iranian state. They're trying to make that secondary contradiction an antagonistic contradiction and the primary contradiction. In that manner, what they are ultimately doing is they're serving the interests of imperialism under the very thin guise of a moral populist stance that is ignoring, sidelining, and misrepresenting the position of dialectical materialists, who would be the first to admit that countries like Iran, or any other state that one could identify for that matter, as well as anti-imperialist movements, are riddled with contradictions, and we need to continue to work through them because they're not fixed and static elements, they're part of a process. So ultimately, if the anti-campists, to come back to the ultimate point that I wanted to make, are interested in abolishing camps, then they have to get on board with the process of strategic thinking, because a dialectical materialist will always work through contradictions and recognize that right now it is extremely important to tactically ally in such a way that we support the fight for the defeat of imperialism and the recognition of that primary contradiction, but we always have to situate that within a strategic horizon, right? The goal is not just resistance. It is not simply a multipolar world. The horizon of our struggles has to be socialism. In that regard, we work through these contradictions, we work through them collectively, because we are, if we are a camp, we're the camp that is trying to reunite humanity, because the imperialists are the ones who are pitting one camp of human beings on planet Earth against another camp in order to divide us, destroy us and the world in the process, in order that we do not and cannot uplift a universal human project. And this is precisely one of the reasons that they try to go after us and denigrate us as quote unquote campists. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel, for demystifying the imperial knowledge system and also dismantling the rhetoric around campism. Our next speaker for this final panel is Max Heil. Max will talk about understanding the role of politics in the administration of capitalism, the role of colonialism, what was achieved by the national liberation struggles in terms of the political sovereignty system, and why its armed defense remains a cornerstone for further advance, as well as in its very essence, a pro-working class interest, a shield from the West and its proxies.
Thank you to the organizers of the conference, Thank you to the party and all of the cadre and the people doing the logistical work. And it's great to be here in Pakistan, talking to a functional political party, which is an unknown territory in the West. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we orient to the state and the nation and nationalism in our current moment. These are central terms of debate, mobilization, particularly within emancipatory movements or within the intellectual sphere. At the same time, the state itself has become highly contentious with respect to whether it should be sidestepped, ignored, viewed as pure repression, or, in the older terms, taken. I want to say that I don't think these debates aren't entirely without merit. They emerge from a problematic. Neoliberalism saw the wielding of states, the achievements of decolonization against nations on a world scale. And when I say nations, I mean the popular classes within nations. For that reason, it is not so simple to address the state or associated nationalisms, given that internally it can often be the mechanism remolding society so that value, claims to labor and resources flow outward, including through reactionary nationalisms. These nationalisms are not merely an epidemic in the North. Furthermore, communal capitalist reaction in the South, as in India, or brands of capitalism with severe national class suppression and imperial alignment exist, as in Turkey. Therefore, the question of, or questioning the state is not, or not always, pure cynicism, and the wariness of nationalism is not, or not always, a parochial northern viewpoint. In understanding the Southern state-national question, we ought to recontextualize historically the nation-state form in the South within a global analysis of what was achieved socially and economically by the central motor of mid-century political change, the national liberation movements. And we should situate that understanding in the context of the intellectual counteroffensive against it. It is critical that we keep in mind that a wide range of mostly Northern literature now seeks to minimize the scale of the colonial contribution to uneven development. Indeed, it seeks to show that colonialism was unprofitable for empire, and therefore it argues that decolonization was often smooth and peaceful. It was not least because the specter of armed peasant revolution in Vietnam and China hovered in the eyes of all imperial planners. The imperial archives and even decolonization debates in Tunisia are marked by awareness of Mao's military achievements and the brutal imperial reverse at Dien Bien Phu. Colonialism, substantively, and not in social science fiction, meant, in Lenin's term, a dominating state, often in alliance with the local landed class, sometimes, as in Latin American settler decolonizations, with racial dynamics. At that point, it shaped the social formation towards the outflow of surplus. In this part of the world, as with Southeast Asia, that outflow took the form of colonial drain. Elsewhere, as in Palestine, Rhodesia, Algeria, the United States, direct settler decolonization reduced the productive forces, the land available to the popular classes, and increased the land mass available to a racially stratified settler caste. Still elsewhere, concessionary colonies organized production for export, and still elsewhere, settler genocide allowed for European wage increases by reducing the European labor reservoirs. Finally, the slave trade ripped apart African society, shattering its demographic balance, and while at the same time through the slave trade and the plantation system, organized reductions in the constant and variable capital inputs into European industrialization. That is, cheap inputs into industrial processes, cheap access to wage goods like sugar and tea, underpinned the Industrial Revolution. Throughout this period, race coded and justified unequal access to the productive forces and justified and coded labor regimes, particularly as the evolving and flawed universalisms of Europe require new justifications for inequality, exploitation, and brutalization. The Bolshevik Revolution set the stage for normalizing development on a world scale. Development is, of course, another term of abuse within both social science fiction, both North and South. That revolution underpinned the social and economic demands of the national liberation movements, including that of Maoist China. In this context, too, we should not forget that a great deal of literature has emerged in recent years attacking the coloniality of the state form, or misusing the critiques of those like Fanon, Cabral, or Nkrumah about neocolonialism to attack the political sovereignty project, as though neocolonialism was integral to the state form, or as though sovereignty was an unfixable and broken chalice from the outset. It has been forgotten that these critiques from the Pan-African theorists were understood as self-critiques. They were a self-critique within and among the national movements, within their own spaces, taking as a categorical given the historic achievements of the political sovereignty regime. We might add that these critiques were not made in the hearing of the enemy. And we might further add that these critiques were made in a world where development had been made normative by the Soviet project, and where genuine internationalist spaces bloomed where the South could discuss and try to mediate difference. Of course, we are not in that world anymore. And in fact, what's more important is that while these movements all suffered from ideological weaknesses and lack the glue that would attach their mass-based support to a political program and an appropriate form of organization, they very much filled the shell of the state with far more than a flag. Few political movements took state power without an impact on social reproduction, whether or not they deeply changed property relations. The drain ended. Famines often ended. Infrastructure development occurred. Land rents were reduced. Food subsidized on a world scale. In many states, import substitution and export-oriented industrialization occurred, creating an industrial fabric and widespread skilling. Some countries, like India, Brazil, to a lesser extent South Africa, developed substantial internal articulation. Worldwide, basic and heavy industries spread, including in the Arab world. Universities, education systems, healthcare, reproductive rights also spread. Indeed, this socialized investment would later be cannibalized by some states that would reduce the social reproductive elements of the state, increase their repression, and become nurseries for accumulation. This later turn was also inflected by mounting warfare, above all in the Arab-Iranian region, accelerating the turn away from planning and sharpening the turn away from social reproductive toward repressive investments. On a world scale, the arms race meant worldwide diversion of investment away from directly productive developments to defensive industrialization or massive defense imports. This accelerated urban bias, made it more difficult for states, even with correct theories of socialist construction, to maintain it as they built socialism. In the Arab-Iranian region, the presence of Israel and the US and its proxies meant the search for a democratic practice, already difficult given the lack of mediation between governments and peoples, became yet more difficult as politics became more hardened, securitized, and defensive. With all this did not undermine the centrality of the state or non-state guerrilla movements to anti-imperialism or popular well-being. Indeed, the opposite. It was a classic Jacobin-style revolution which decapitated a neo-colonial US ally, namely Iran and its Islamic Republic. This same Islamic Republic later became the bedrock for resistance to US imperialism in the Arab-Iranian region. There's even now a tendency to orient to the current forces resisting imperialism in the Arab-Iranian region by putting them on a spectrum of progressiveness or emancipation, using standards like human rights, democratic freedoms, economic program, or worse, culture, conservatism, and gender. Of course, on their own terms, these are lies. Hamas is more internally democratic than the US allied Fatah. The Islamic Republic has been a leader in improving women's access to the education to the point that women are now the majority of university enrollees, including in STEM fields. We should also not take this spectrum on its own terms because it is blind to the imperial contradiction as it is mediated through the state. Therefore, we ought to remember that there is nothing as anti-progress as imperialism. Imperialism is a system of permanent violence, famine, income suppression, subjection to war, napalm, white phosphorus, the explosive destruction of infrastructure and steel plants, as we are now seeing in Iran. I think it may all too often be forgotten that with all the criticisms of post-colonial capitalist states, freedom from imperial and colonial violence is indeed a working class interest. There is indeed a popular and working class interest in not being burnt or bombed by a foreign state force. There's a popular and working class interest in having structures theoretically or practically subject to national popular control. These aspirations were part of the impetus behind anti-colonial struggle, allowing the anti-colonial forces to broadly represent the interests of the population. They lose none of their resonance when it comes to anti-imperial struggle. This is to speak generally. It is a general statement, however, which acquires its full force when it is applied to contemporary US imperialism. Rhetorically, propagandistically, the US state and its organs uses the false presents the state as equal to colonialism. For example, in the Syrian opposition's colonial zero thesis, to justify a range of military aggressive actions. These actions, above all, include the collapse of the state in the name of the people. In fact, there can be no radical separation between state and people, or we ought to accept no radical separation between state and people, not only for the reasons above, but also because there is no state that is pure repression with respect to those living in its borders. In fact, the state is many things in a post-colonial society. It is repression. It is also a major employer. That is, the people are forming the state. It is also the only mechanism for economic coordination outside monopoly capital. It is the main mechanism or place where the aspiration for collective identity that transcends sectarian and communal difference can be registered. It is also a theoretical and often practical platform for the working classes to come together across difference to press demands. It is also the owner or manager of schooling, however partial, or healthcare systems, however debilitated. An attack on the state, that is, the policy of US imperialism, therefore rests on denying both practically and, of course, propagandistically, even the possibility of using those institutions, insofar as they are concrete and material, Those institutions, we should also keep in mind, are the accumulated and crystallized social labor of the very people who the state is destroyed in their name. In these attempts at destruction, the US, of course, achieves great profits, and therefore a victory for the political sovereignty system in the face of imperialism is at that moment a victory of the people. It is a victory of the people that is exemplified nowhere more in our current moment than in the national struggles of the Iranian and Arab peoples at this moment. And so we should wish those struggles victory, and we should hope for many more. Thank you.
Thank you, Max, for describing the utmost importance of a national popular state in the current conjuncture and the fight against US imperialism. Our last speaker for this final section is Dr. Ali Qadri. In his book, The Accumulation of Waste, Dr. Qadri traces how capitalism, especially in the global south, increasingly accumulates waste not only in discarded commodities, but in wasted lives, labor, and entire nations rendered disposable by imperial extraction. Through his incisive critique of Western Marxism and its retreat from anti-imperialist struggle, Dr. Qadri argues that Marxism today must re-anchor itself in the lived realities of colonial domination, military intervention, and financial subjugation. Today, he will explain why imperialism remains central to capitalist reproduction and why any Marxism that cannot think anti-imperialism is destined to fail politically and theoretically.
Thank you. There's a bonus of speaking last because the audience is tired, and if I make a mistake, no one would care. So that's probably to my benefit that I am last. Thank you for doing that. So there's also the another thing of speaking last. One listens to what's been said before and sort of doesn't want to repeat everything. And of course, there is that benefit as well. But also there is the importance of calling things by the right name. For instance, when we say that there are extractive industries, because they're cheap inputs and resources and things of this nature, we kind of miss the point that actually there are no resources anywhere in the world without people living over the land where the resources are. And to make the resources cheap, the peoples must be made cheap. And how do we make the peoples cheap? We basically attack, if we are imperialism, that is, we attack the people and we make them cheap. And, by attacking them, we sort of thin down the population. We make sure they either through austerity or through war, they lose control over their resources. They lose their popular sovereignty, as our comrade says a little earlier. And and it is very, then the wording must be put correctly, rather, that it's not the extraction of resources that is taking place, it is the extraction of lives. Because it is weakened lives, weakened people that cheapen things, that cheapen their own resources, that cheapen their own labor. So there is a problem with the vocabulary that we use to basically describe reality. And the problem with with vocabulary makes quite a lot of difference if we are trying to mobilize, or if we are trying to reach the masses, if we tell them that things do things rather than people do things. And that's, I think, is it's simple but pretty important. And also I have a keen sense of the obvious, right? What is obvious? Let's look at the empirics. I'm going to give you some numbers. The numbers are too big and they speak for themselves, right? The numbers are in 50 years' time, the planets, as a result of the destruction of nature, we're going to have a planet that's so badly downtrodden that it's probably going to be difficult to breathe, that it could go off equilibrium and will suffer from a disequilibrium. That the rise in temperatures average temperatures will not be gradual, as we know scientists say. And so the idea is, so the first empirics, the first elephant in the room is we have a planet that is full of wasted nature. And so if from where we stand now, we must have accumulated a lot of plastics in the seas and a lot of dirt here and there. So there is no need to give a number. We obviously produced more terrible things than good things, useful things for society. So every society that goes through a process of reproducing itself must, throw away some things and must, conserve some other things. And in this process, it seems we are throwing away many things, and they're staying in the rivers and the seas. And on top of that, what do? They cause us health harms, and we pay for those, and we pay for them as well, because they're CO2 and whatever. So basically, we created things. Capital did, through the rule of capital did, that basically this have destroyed the planet. We have a planet that is sick. Now, that's on the part of nature, and nature acts like a weapon against people because it makes them sick and they pay for it. And if they pay for it and it makes them sick, they live shorter lives. They live shorter lives and they pay for medication and higher food prices. And not because, now future prices are going to impact spot prices, and we're going to have a sort of, the sick nature makes capital more of a monopoly over prices because the price system is pervasive. The price system is like a quantum field. If we say that capital totalizes and commodifies everything, if it commodifies everything in a closed system, we live in this room here, and this is all the planet, and we throw away things around, and we over time we're going to consume everything. The closed system consumes. So the planet is a closed system that is going to consume everything. We're going to consume everything. If we produce too many terrible things, we are consuming these terrible things for a price, and they are realized over time. So that's why it's like a quantum field, the price system. The price system is interdependent, like all social relations of commodification. It is interlocked together in an interdependent space. And, sometimes we call the social cost to society, we give them a negative number. We say they're negative prices. For instance, when we have trash at home, we pay negative prices. So these are the costs. The more there are costs to society, the more there is a monetization of something which hasn't appeared as commodified, but was commodified in the past. And the more we pay for things and so on. So that's on the natural side. But nature doesn't exist without people. And on the people's side, we have genocides. When we're speaking now, probably there's a genocide in the Congo, there's a genocide in the Sudan. We don't hear much about the Sudan, which is in a horrific state, and it's all quite unnecessary if we think about in a world that produces too much relative to the demands of the population, because we have a crisis of overproduction continuously, and we have development in the productive forces that allows quite a comfortable life for everyone around the planet. There's the scarcity, of course, is constructed. We all know this. We come from the same sort of background. So crisis of we live in a world where there's a crisis of overproduction. But it produces more dirt, and it's also producing a lot of dead people, genocides. We have a genocide ongoing in Gaza. We have a genocide in the Congo, in the Sudan. We've had a genocide in Rwanda at one point, which played out for 3 months, while the world was deliberating on what to do, and so many hundreds of thousands perished in the process. And there is the system has produced through war, through imperialist wars and imperialist intervention. And wars don't occur just by the armies of imperialism. They occur, as a comrade said, through the production of knowledge that inflicts upon the planet a form of sort of self-sustaining mass suicide, in a sense, that we're going through. So that sort of knowledge is just a weapon, and we have the NGOs that actually produce that. The NGOs are at times more deadly than the American bases around the world and the threat of American intervention. We have to keep that in mind. So the production of that sort of knowledge is a principal weapon, and also so we have a lot of genocide, and we have a genocide in preparation. The Americans when they attacked Korea, when they attacked Vietnam, when they attacked Afghanistan and Iraq, and now millions died. I mean, they don't go to war with just 100,000. I mean, they go to war and they mean business. I mean, they know how to kill, and so we're looking at, if they are not stopped, we're looking again at a huge genocide in the making. And so genocides, again, are a product of capital. Wars are, of course, are industrial scale killing. And an industrial scale means it's an industry. And wars, imperialist wars, you have rents, that are accruing as a result of, when we say the war is costing America so much, I mean, it's costing some people, it's costing the people who are dying, it's costing some taxpayers in America who are not part of, who are disenfranchised within the system of capital. But it's actually every debit is a credit. So somebody is making money. He lent the American government through buying bonds, and he's earning royalties. So there's a profit on war, and if there's a profit on war, there's a product of war, and the death of the person of war. Because you hire a poor person. You make him into a soldier, you put him into a tank, which is a machine, and you produce something like so you have industrials. So this is a process of accumulation based on the production of death. You produce death, and you produce the death of the planet, and you make money. So you have a system, using the right vocabulary. This is very important if we want to reach people. Then we should stop saying it's extractivism, or it is war is costly. War is not costly, or genocide is not aberrant. It's what is aberrant is for somebody who knows the essence of capitalism to say, well, I think, there's a piece, something that's going to... The right question to ask is, how are we alive at this moment, in a system that actually breeds by killing? Asking the right question means you know the essence of imperialism, which is concentrated capital. Imperialism is not, it's a historical phase in which capital is concentrated. And it is concentrated because it is under the rule of finance, and finance is independent from the real economy, and finance turn over very much at a much higher speed. And, and so you have a situation where the capital is quite independent of the accumulation of capital is quite independent of society. So we have a massive production of death, the death of nature and the death of man. And these are all priced, and they are the principal products of capitalism. Now, we know they are the principal products because in some estimates we have between 1,500 and at this time, some estimates are close to 1 billion people who died in colonial and imperialist wars. And, we have a planet that's dead already. If the temperature are going to be out of scale in 50, 100 years, that means you have a lot of trash in the environment. So much trash that it is bigger than anything good you produce. It's bigger than pens. Even the pen, of course, is 90% trash. So in that sense, the production, capitalism becomes not a progressive stage in history. This has to be rewritten. The idea that capitalism is progressive is a misnomer. It's again the wrong vocabulary. It makes you think that if you are pre-capitalist and you are a bit feudal and you don't have a commodification of your countryside and the majority of the population is in the rural area, you have to go. You have to have the guy who comes from primitive accumulation, who was basically going to kick people out of the land and put them in the factory in England. And that's a pretty Eurocentric view, the progressive capitalism, that primitive accumulation is you take somebody from the countryside in England. Primitive accumulation is the genocide of the natives. It's the slavery. That's the primitive accumulation. It's a global accumulation on a global scale. That's really what created the pedestal of industrial capitalism. And the pedestal of industrial capitalism is itself the relationship of the destruction of the bigger part of the planet, Latin America, Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. This is this destruction, this relationship of this. If I destroy them all the time, where is knowledge going to grow? It's going to grow in the West. Everybody is going to go work there. Everything is going to go. So the historical causation, what causes the development of the productive forces and productivity in the West, is the rate of killing in the South. And the rate of killing of the South is the destruction, is the relationship of capital. You see, and so the relation. If we're looking at the rate of the destruction, then the rate of destruction of life and nature is the rate of surplus value. That's how profits are made, because this is a social thing. It precedes anything economic, because you have to have power to have economics. They understand that. Trump understands that. The paleo-conservatives understand that. James Buchanan, I think it was him who said, America should stop saying human rights, because sometimes we will have to intervene against these human rights things. And that was said decades ago, I think, probably. So they know this. And when Carney goes on TV to say, look, we knew this was a sham system, but we participated. They know, everybody know. The smart ones know better than the left. They know that imperialism is a power game, and they have to basically destroy the continent. Destruction is the biggest business of capital. Death is the foremost product of capital, because we have a dying planet, and we have a massive genocidal process, including, of course, the structural genocide, which means, I always remember the rapporteur, the food rapporteur, who would say that at any one point in time, every 4 seconds, there's a child under 10 dying from hunger and preventable something, right? We know all of this. So there is the genocide is inherent to capital. And the question to ask is Israel committing genocide or not? The question is to ask is the genocide that has been committed before by capital. It's like Bertolt Brecht says, the bitch that bore those, the National Socialism of Germany is still with us. It is bearing other fascists all the time. And the practice of imperialism in the South has always been fascistic. It has always been racial. It has always been, we all know this. I'm preaching to the converted rather, but I'm just, the point I am making is to dot the I's and cross the T's, which is to say, let's call things by their true name. This is not the extraction of things. This is the extraction of lives, and the extraction of lives, the making of living labor into dead labor. Literally dead labor becomes capital, and it makes money. So these things we have to say exactly like that, right? The problem is with such, the empirics are obvious, right? I said the empirics are huge numbers. There is more wasted lives and wasted nature than anything anyone can imagine, right? Because under the rule of capital, which is a rule of the commodity, the thing we create governs us. So it's really a horrible system, which doesn't have any morality. That's why we have, and the people who adhere to the market and who adhere to capital, they also lack this, and I thought I had nothing to say, but I still have 5 minutes. So the point is, adhering to a thing is really a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing to experience. So we need to, if there is a televised genocide, and nothing happened in our world, and people know that capital is a criminal activity on a daily basis. every family lives under the pressure and the onus of the instability of the job and the instability of finance. And this turns into conflicts, into familial conflicts. Every community experiences violence as a result of the pressures of capital, although we live in a world that overproduces. Right? So somebody says, because we have overproduction, and this is really sort of, I hate, I don't want to make a fetish out of the word dialectic, but overproduction necessitates underconsumption. So and that's really a rule. And because you want to make profits, you need to make things cheap, and if you make things cheap, you kill people, you can destroy people in nature. And yet, despite this obvious thing, we have an obvious state of affairs, right? We are not capable of reaching a broader mass base, mobilizing a broader mass base, and partly because I'm not sure that dogma has anything to do with it, because sometimes, calling oneself socialist doesn't mean anything, because practice is the litmus test of consciousness, and it's the right practice, engaging with the primary contradiction is by definition also the definition of the class allies. So Iran now is engaged in an anti-imperialist struggle. Therefore, it is a class ally. It's a class ally of the international working class, because its victory would mean that we will be able to live better lives in the future, because it weakens the structure, the political structure that basically creates the death of the planet and the death of man. And so all of this is very clear, but I think because we have not used the right vocabulary, we have not been able to state the obvious. We have to have a keen sense of the obvious, but we haven't been able to state that. And if we look back at theories of consciousness, theory of how revolutionary consciousness develops, one can start with, it seems, on the left, they all say the same thing, right? They all say, Lukács says you need a vanguard who incarnates the hopes and the strategies of the working class. You have Althusser, who says you have an ideological apparatus of the state, which is going to interpolate the masses into adherence to the demands of capital. You have Ilyankov, who says that the wrong practice creates an ideal which becomes fixed in time and space, and people adhere to this ideal, which basically ruins people. So we create an idea that becomes, which is against our interest, that governs us. So saying the right word and making the right vocabulary. And so all of this is saying something which goes back, for instance, to Hegel. He says that, the spirit coming to know itself through a dialectical process of the spirit, then if we know that we've created a world which is horrible and this world is our creation, then we can fix it. It all starts from there, I guess, and Marx already said that in 1845. So we have this problem of really relating the conditions of the planet and the conditions of the global society using the right phraseology, no longer saying that capitalism is progressive. It is not. If something is going to end the world, it cannot be progressive. No longer saying that there's, you use the right word, that the principal industry of capitalism is not the making of the car, is the making of the war. That's, if you want stages of production, although stagism is probably not a thorough concept. But if we say that we want stages, well, the first stage, before you make a BMW, you must take the elements from the Congo, and that means making the Congo go to smithereens, unfortunately. And so how do we make people labor with the potential for revolution cease to be a form of capital, cease to absorb and introject the ideas of capital? That is, I think, requires, again, a keen sense of the obvious, which is very simple, and a change in the vocabulary that we use so that we make reality more radical, and a misuse of the word that capitalism is pervasive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ali, for describing the political economy of war and waste on which US-led imperialism increasingly relies. Now I'll ask each panelist to give brief concluding remarks about this panel also, but also generally about the conference. So we'll start with you.
I wanted to again thank the organizers. It's an amazing experience to be here in Lahore and to have so many contributions, to be able to actually discuss these issues of state imperialism, nationalism, even repression to some extent on our terms and within a space where the goal is actually liberation led by the people of the South. I just want to briefly rehearse my own contribution. I think the core of it is just that we ought to always keep in mind, not that I don't think anyone here really needs the reminder, that the no-state situation was the colonial state, and this was a mechanism for core accumulation. This was the basis for Western industrialization. The state, the political sovereignty regime, was ripped by force and organization and by a broad-based mobilization of the people of the South, backstopped by the Soviet Union. It was ripped from the colonial and imperial forces, and that the post-colonial period of national construction saw almost every state filling that political sovereignty regime with something that met the aspirations of the popular classes. And that finally, at our current moment, imperialism is making war practically, concretely on the state and ideologically on the state idea, and that both of those vectors of attack, the one of intellectual disorganization and the other one of physical assault, both need to be pushed back and moved and mobilized against. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that a lot of my work focuses on the imperial intellectual world war that's been waged not only against the practice, but the very idea of communism, and that there have been multiple ways that this has been done. One I touched on today is the shoring up of a compatible left intelligentsia within the imperial core. A second is making sure that you export that compatible left as much as possible through mechanisms of intellectual imperialism. A third segues very directly with what Ali said in his concluding remarks, and that is that you have to destroy the conditions of alternative knowledge production by bombing schools, bombing universities, de-developing people, not only insofar as you destroy their infrastructure, but you destroy their very networks of knowledge and cultural production. Therefore, I'd like to conclude by just highlighting what I think the fight back needs and how it relates to this conference. One is that if we're serious about waging theoretical class war, we can't do this individually. No one's going to come up with some new novel idea that's going to save the world or a branding campaign that's going to sell some books. This has to be a collective project through and through. And by collective, it has to be resolutely internationalist. And we have to mine down into the deep and rich history that has either been forgotten, invisibilized, discredited. We need to reconnect the red thread to the collective tradition of knowledge production in order that we can all tap into the collective science of liberation, which is the global anti-imperialist Marxist tradition, which is just the Marxist tradition. I shouldn't have to qualify that, but unfortunately in our times we do. The other thing I think that is very important for the fight back is that we need infrastructure, right? They control, because they own, the means of intellectual production and distribution. We need to wrest that as much as possible out of their hands and put it in the hands of the people. We need to democratize intellectual and theoretical work as well as its distribution. And that means we have a deep need for infrastructural networks of knowledge production and dissemination, if that be publication platforms, conference networks, cultural sites, everything that goes into the collective sharing and cultivation of knowledge production and distribution. And ultimately, that means that we're only going to win this war if we fight together. And I think that this conference has very much modeled for us the shapes that that can take. And I look forward to working with all of you in the future in order to bring the heat to the empire and, as much as possible, turn this ship around. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for this opportunity for last remarks. I guess I want to make 3 points. Firstly, it is often people mostly on the left assume that Marx talked about classes but never nations. But in fact, he always put classes and nations side by side in his analysis. There is a point at which, early on in the late 1840s, when he was participating in the debates on free trade, where in fact he's supposed to have taken the most free trading positions, which means that the whole world will eventually be divided into one ruling class, one capitalist class, and one working class. In fact, right there, he says something to the effect that if these gentlemen, meaning his opponents, do not understand how one nation can grow rich at the expense of another nation, how can they understand how one class grows rich at the expense of another class? So for Marx, they were always two together, and I think we need to uncover that aspect. We have to move aside the layers of misinterpretation that have accumulated over 150 years. Point. The second point is that Marx says somewhere that communism is the real movement. And most people find that very hard to understand it. I myself took me a long time to figure it out. And finally, I've figured out a rather unlikely way of explaining this to my students. And it's by a very unlikely figure to use in the context of Marx. It's Winston Churchill, the arch-racist, imperialist, etc. But forget that. But he said this because he was up against a bigger power. In the negotiations with the United States, Britain was in a supplicant position. It was faced with a power that it could not budge. And Churchill said that the Americans can always be relied on to do the right thing after after they've tried every other way. What does this mean? It means that if you don't theorize, if you don't look further ahead, we will probably still, unless we are destroyed in the process, we will get to some kind of socialism, but we will waste a lot of time trying everything else that doesn't work. So let's think intelligently and at least remove those roads that we might take, which we know are not going to work. This is going to be the case in class struggle, and it is going to be the case in international struggle. So just as in class struggle, working people will fight, they will be defeated, they will learn from their defeat, they will fight again. Similarly, in international struggles, we know when we talk about state-directed development, we are always told, "Oh, it doesn't work. Look at what happened in Egypt or Mexico, or whatever." People will name a million examples. Yes, it's true. These people fail, but without trying, we are not going to succeed. It takes, they say you can't get an omelette without breaking eggs. Yes, it's true, but you can break a lot of eggs without getting an omelette. So let's bear that in mind. So that's the second point I wanted to make. And the third point I want to make is that in this process, and that's why I really feel that this initiative of creating the Hakuk-e-Khalq Party is a very important one, is that throughout the West and in much of the rest of the world as well, there is a feeling abroad that has been there for decades, that somehow we should not have centralized planning. We are socialists, but we don't like centralized planning and we don't like parties. So they have what I call a conception of Proudhonist economics, that somehow if we leave the market mechanism in place, but just have small cooperatives and small individual, enterprises and so on, so long as they don't get very big, it's fine. But of course, what Marx pointed out is that they will get big and they will create the same problems all over again. So you have to have some kind of centralized planning. You can make it as decentralized as you like, you can make it as democratic as you like, you can give the private sector as much initiative as you like, provided the overall plan and the big monopoly sectors are actually controlled by ordinary people. So you need planning. You can't have Proudhonist economics. And the second problem is that people think that, oh, we'll just have a network of social movements and everything will be, huggable and cute and, etc. And somehow we are going to create socialism. Well, try getting a network of social movements to wrest power from a arm to the teeth capitalist state. Good luck. It's not going to happen. You need a party. And hopefully not, but if push come to shove, you may also need an army. So what I'm trying to say is that you need to have a party, you need to have planning. Thank you.
I probably cannot add anything to this. This is well said, actually. Thank you. And just that that there are no limits to the criminality of capital. Indeed, so I think probably a barometer of how well we are doing in the struggle is how is the rate of probably incarceration of the vanguard. At one point or another, it will be that, and the idea that there is the feeling of people being subjected to genocide. There's always that, and their feeling of watching the world watch them and not doing anything about it. And that underpins a huge ideological crisis. We have never, the idea that consciousness is relating thought to action. And probably the world has never been at such an intersection where there is so much displayed killing without any really popular response to stop the killing. And so I think the biggest crisis is probably not the natural crisis or the economic crisis, it's the ideological crisis. And the ideological crisis is because the tools and the concepts that we use to relate to people are wrong. And that's about it. And one should try to fix that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful panel. I would request the audience to please be seated. We still have a session about closing remarks, and we also have a conference declaration. With this panel, we are done. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. I know everyone is tired, but please, this is like we're approaching the end of the conference, and also this being an anti-imperialist conference. Please keep your spirits a bit higher than you have right now. I would first of all thank all the panelists and all the members who've just come up the stage, who've talked about the conference, about so much that is going on around us. especially all the guests who flew in to Pakistan, to Lahore, and made it all so colorful, so beautiful. Thank you. Please clap for them. I would also thank, most importantly, each member of Hakuke Khalq Party who put in their efforts, days and nights to make this conference happen. I would thank Comrade Zegam for doing all the work, all the labor, Comrade Zahid, Comrade Tabitha Spence, Comrade Haris, and Comrade Aima, who's not here but doing all the social media work. I would thank our president, Comrade Farooq Tariq Saab. I would also thank Comrade Hasnain Fridi, Comrade Muzammil Kakar, Haider Ali Bhatt, Niamat, and all the junior and senior comrades who are involved into making today happen. Thank you. Comrades, as we gather today at a tipping point in world history, not to simply analyze the imperialist empire, but to name its mechanisms and refuse its intellectual traps, and build an organizational front and weapons to defeat it on both fronts, the intellectual one and the front where we put up our fights on the ground. Today, this conference takes an important step towards that fight. It is my honor now to invite our final speaker of this conference, who is not only a distinguished historian and academic, but he's a frontline organizer. He is the General Secretary and one of the founding members of Hakuke Khalq Party, Comrade Amar Ali Jan. Thank you. Yeah, I'll introduce him with the declaration.
Well, thank you, everyone. Lal Salam. We're about to end the conference. So the first thing I need to do is perhaps repeat a bit of what Comrade Amna has just stated. The fantastic work done by Hakuka Khalq Party members and also the volunteer team that we have. Thank you so much. A lot of young people volunteered for this conference. Your labor made this possible. Many of our comrades were extremely busy this week also for the May Day rally. We have with us Baba Latif Ansari, who did fantastic work in putting up the labor rally on the 1st of May. We, of course, have with us Muzammil Khan Kakar, Rai Ali Aftab, Haider Bhatt, other comrades who worked day in and day out for May 1st as well. So I would like to thank you all for the contributions you've made. Also, of course, to all our esteemed guests, particularly every speaker, we were able to put this together in almost less than a month, and in a situation of extreme uncertainty, which is not just uncertainty due to the conditions we have in Pakistan, but basically the threat of a nuclear war in our region. I mean, that's the level of uncertainty we were dealing with. But I was so moved and touched by the fact that almost every participant of this conference, when we asked them to come, despite the volatile situation of our region, they said yes immediately and gave us full solidarity and support. And one of the people who did not speak today, and I want to thank you as well, Meera Woods, for your solidarity and support in the logistics. Comrade Meera is a great friend of revolutionaries of the Global South, and this is on, I think this is being shown live, otherwise I would have told many more things of what she's done for forces of resistance, but she has to go back to the US, so I'll stop here. Also, two people who've come from regions that are experiencing bombardment or have experienced bombardment over the past 5-6 weeks. One is, of course, our dear Professor Ali Qadri, whose village is 7 miles away from the Zionist entity. And Lebanon has not been as much in the news as, of course, Iran and Gaza, but we've witnessed a brutal, brutal genocidal form of violence in the south of Lebanon and in Beirut as well. And it is an absolute honor for us that we're hosting someone who's not only seen this resistance, but whose entire work on imperialism and the destructive nature of capitalism encapsulates what he's seen in his region, someone whose thought is very much linked to the struggles of his people and the people of West Asia. So thank you, Professor, for being here. And of course, we have with us our Iranian comrade, who was not only, I mean, the first time we heard about her was when she spoke out in favor of the resistance in Gaza and against the genocide by the Zionist entity. And she was removed from her position at the Yale Law School. Since then, she's been living in Tehran. And not only was she one of the fiercest spokespeople of the resilience of the Iranian people, of the resistance of the Iranian people, she has also documented the experience of the people who are facing genocidal violence at the hands of the Zionist entity and the US. And when we would watch her speak, not just her, but also others like Professor Marandi, our martyrs Ali Larijani and Imam Ali Khamenei, we knew that no matter the amount of violence, the escalation that the madman in the White House does, victory will belong to the Iranian people. And that's the confidence we get from our comrades. And I remember, and I want to, for our comrades from Iran and in the region, I want to let them know that, in Pakistan, we've had Shia-Sunni sectarian issues as well. But when the bomb fell on Imam Ali Khamenei and the news of his martyrdom spread in Pakistan, I have never, ever in my life seen the kind of political trauma that was generated by his martyrdom, as if a family member had passed away. And the entire divide, the sectarian divide upon which the vultures of imperialism feast, that divide almost disappeared overnight. That is the power of sacrifice. That's the power of solidarity. So all the love and solidarity to the people of Iran and to all those resisting the Zionist regime and the US empire. I would also, again, there are a lot of speakers. Max Isle has been absolutely instrumental in supporting us throughout, not only intellectually, he's been a major support for our young people who read his work very closely, but also in terms of logistics. So thank you so much, Max, for your support. Vikram Gill, again, who's a teacher that a lot of our young people follow very regularly, very popular. Of course, he's popular. He has the best cast. Sindhu, which is mine. So we just found out last week. There's a little bit of casteism even on the left sometimes. But I was so touched by the fact that he's the first person of his family since 1947 who came back to Pakistan. So welcome home, Vikram. Thank you for being with us. We have with us, of course, Dr. Radhika Desai. Dr. Radhika Desai, and her work has inspired and has engaged generations of activists and intellectuals now. And you're also someone that I learn a lot from very, very regularly, not just on the global geopolitical economy, but the fact that you are one of those people who's incredibly outspoken against the fascism of the Hindutva that we see in the region. And you've given this thesis that perhaps the primary contradiction within South Asia is Brahmanism and its politicization. So we again welcome you to Pakistan, and we're very glad that you've engaged with our comrades. And we're hoping, because we were kind of unsure whether she will receive the visa or not. But now that it's clear that they like you, you need to keep coming back to Pakistan, and we'll keep bothering you. Thank you so much. Comrade Hore as well, your solidarity. Comrade Hore was also the friend of our party members in New York. They campaigned together, Raza and Muhibba, who we miss, and I hope they're enjoying their time in New York. But that's also an interesting thing, how what we do in Pakistan or what we do in the global south does not just stay here. There are all these global connections, unintended kind of connections that are made. And I hope, Hore, that the support that you've given us, that continues, and we hope to keep seeing you, whether it's New York, Mexico City, Cuba, where we first met, or in Lahore. Thank you. Pavel, of course, is here. Pavel is like a brother. It's the second time he's in Lahore, so I don't. You can see how popular he is. So I don't need to say anything about Comrade Pavel and how popular he is. I'm very, very thankful to Dr. Farwa Syal for her time. Has been organizing anti-imperialist thinkers and intellectuals for a number of years now. And there are very few people working on the Pakistani left who are so clear about the question of empire, because there's so much fog. So we were extremely happy to find an ally in you. So thank you so much, Dr. Farwa. Thank you. And of course, Dr. Matteo, who I would really suggest that you read his work on Libya, which basically kind of shows what is the kind of world the imperialists want for us. He has clarified it with a style that's both extremely empirically rich, but also you can see the sense of justice that his writing brings. And he's Italian, so that's almost kind of global south, depending on how you frame the world. And now he's living in China, so he's definitely part of the global south. So thank you so much, comrade. Dr. Fadia, all of you heard her presentation. Her work is very, very important for members of HKP as well, because we are thinking of these things at this point, particularly the role of Marxism and religion, the role of broad coalitions within anti-imperialist fronts. And without kind of looking at these blind spots that have existed within leftist theory, which on many occasions were imposed on us through imperialist propaganda, we will not be able to move forward. So what she allows us to do is actually have a more clear picture of the potential allies that we have, so that we can build a front that can fight and that can win. So thank you, Dr. Fadia, for being here with us. And last but not the least, actually, neither the last nor the least, I should say. We have with us a comrade and organizer from New York, Rebecca, who's again friends with our party members in New York. She has been, Rebecca John has been working with immigrants' rights groups, with diasporic communities, and as building an actual grassroots concept of imperialism, of anti-imperialism across the world. So thank you for showing your solidarity, for coming all the way from New York, and we hope you'll keep joining us in future conferences as well. Thank you. And people keep pointing towards the most controversial and in the news guy on the left, as if I would have missed his name. Gabriel Rockhill has been a rock for a lot of anti-imperialists, who've been trying to kind of ensure that they stay on course despite the kind of psychological warfare that is happening at the moment. If you look at international media, the way they're covering our region, and this is very personal for us because this is our region. This is the region where we have to build our coalitions. We have to fight the fight against imperialism. There's an attempt to disarm us, not by saying that Trump is somehow on the right side of history. Nobody can ever make that argument, I believe. But to say that those who are opposing him are not as good as they should be, hence you should not align with them. That's the kind of new line that's being pushed by the liberal media, and so much of the left has fallen for it. And Gabriel Rockhill has given us a theoretical framework to understand why this is happening and how to prevent it from happening and actually keep on going for the fight against empire without compromises. So, comrades, thank you all again. I'll just say one last thing about what I've taken from the conference, which is, one of the main attempts of the ideological apparatus of empire is to impose a sense of shame upon us, making us feel ashamed of our past. Every anti-colonial struggle failed. Every socialist struggle led to a greater disaster, to totalitarianism, to authoritarianism. This is the kind of vocabulary that is being promoted in the academia, in the media, in order to shame us of our own legacy, our own past. But the people who are shaming us are the people who have committed genocide in our lands, who have colonized us, brutalized us, exploited us, destroyed our societies, who impose sanctions upon us that kill our children, that destroy our economies, who have imposed regime change operations in at least 92 countries in the global south, people who destroyed Iraq, people who destroyed Afghanistan, people who destroyed Iraq, people who destroyed Syria, people who destroyed Libya, people who are right now committing a genocide in Gaza, people who wish to commit genocide on Iran, people who wish to destroy China, people who wish to destroy East Asia. Those are the people who are telling us that we should be ashamed of the violence that our movements undertook in the 20th century. This is a strategy to disarm us. It's a strategy to prevent any kind of an alliance from taking shape. And if today one lesson we take home is that we should let go of this shame and take pride in the fact that the movement that we are a part of, the heritage that we are a part of, has made, of course, a lot of mistakes. There are a lot of shortcomings. Nobody is an angel. But it's a movement that fought those who committed genocide, that fought for liberation of their countries, that fought for ensuring that the children get the food that they want, that societies develop, that actually women can be liberated, that nations can be liberated, that defended their countries from foreign invasions. That is the tradition. That is why someone like Nelson Mandela would call both Fidel Castro and Imam Ali Khamenei my leader. That is the tradition that we come from, a tradition that fights, that makes mistakes, but that's fighting those who are imposing war and genocide on us. And the only part that shame should ever play in our lives is to feel shame at the fact that we've allowed this genocide to happen, that we're allowing a war to happen, that we've allowed so much destruction to happen. That's the only time we should feel shame. And that shame should give us the power to escalate, intensify our efforts against empire, against capitalism, against imperialism, destroy those systems, and build a better, beautiful socialist world. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for coming here. Thank you.
Okay, before I go ahead with calling Comrade Powell, I would again thank Comrade Khalid Mahmood for this wonderful visual contextualization of our politics, our struggle. HKP, please give a big hand to him. And I'll thank some of my senior comrades who are here with us for this conference. Comrade Rifat, thank you. Comrade Bilal, Comrade Baba Latif, and of course, Comrade Dr. Khalid Javejan. Right, thank you. And Comrade Powell will talk about the declaration now. Thank you.
Comrades, it's my great honor on behalf of the Hakuka Halk Party and the People's Academy to put forward the Lahore Declaration for adoption by the participants of this inaugural International Anti-Imperialist Conference, a 10-point document that condenses and combines the key theoretical insights from the contributions that were made today. The Lahore Declaration, 3rd of May, 2026. We, the participants of the first International Anti-Imperialist Conference, 1. Recognize that we meet at a historic and perilous moment, an intersection of heightening imperialist belligerence and sharpening anti-imperialist resistance. US-led imperialism, which emerged after the Second World War, has entered a major crisis and a new world order is emerging, one whose outcome is neither predetermined nor automatic. 2. Affirm the centrality of an objective, scientific analysis of history as the decisive precondition for the development of successful strategies against imperialism. There can be no revolutionary movement without revolutionary theory. 3. Commit to understanding the historical changes underway and actively deploying that understanding towards the establishment of a polycentric world order of sovereign development in which economic surpluses remain among the territories, regions, and peoples that generate them. 4. Celebrate the resistance of popular forces in Palestine, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Lebanon, Iraq, Yemen, and the broader West Asian region, which have dealt a historic blow to imperialism and its agenda of encroachment through wars of aggression. This is a war without precedent, the first to be fought over the very structure of the imperialist order by directly challenging the circuits and technologies of accumulation at the international scale. 5. Acknowledge hot war as the extension of a political agenda of imperialist de-development that also includes diplomatic coercion, political threats, and economic warfare. In particular, sanctions are invisible weapons that operate gradually to restructure entire societies and class formations in line with the imperatives of imperialist accumulation, a means to impose dependency by targeting states' key sources of revenue and the very livelihood of their peoples. They operate alongside debt and structural adjustment policies to advance the neoliberal agendas privileging comprador classes within targeted states. 6. Recognize that imperialism is in accelerated decline and deepening crisis. The US Zionist wars in Palestine, Iran, and beyond are symptoms of profound weakness. These wars fought to collapse states, deflate incomes and resource values, cheapen labor and waste human lives are attempts to reconstitute imperialism's military and economic basis in the face of existential challenges represented by the regional resistance and the framework of sovereign development. 7. Recognize that imperialism can only gain a foothold in countries of the global south when a national ruling class enables the drain of national resources, sacrificing the needs of the people and national development of the country to imperialist diktats. And then therefore a political orientation serving popular development is a necessary component of sovereignty. 8. Affirm the centrality of the state as a bulwark against imperialism. The struggle for sovereignty cannot proceed without state-led efforts to develop productive capacities and generate forms of accumulation that can be recycled into development, including within the sphere of military production as the guarantor of other forms of sovereign development. That is why the principal target of imperialist intervention is the state and the state's unity with the people living within it. 9. Recognize that states contend with internal class, ethnic, religious, or gender contradictions that may generate real and legitimate grievances, but assert that such grievances must not be allowed to serve imperialist agendas of regime change and destabilization. And finally, 10, commit to sharpening our theories and developing our movements in the service of building anti-imperialist unity with forces across the region and the world. It is only through programmatic, principled unity that we can build the global front necessary to defeat an imperialism in decline.
Great. So now, for an ending note, we have a classical Kathak performance for you by Comrade Aswandiyar Khatak. Please. Thank you. Thank you so much for today. After the performance, we can leave, and outside we'll take some pictures. But we leave the hall.
हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे वो दिन के जिसका वादा है, हम देखेंगे वो दिन के जिसका वादा है, हम देखेंगे जो लौहे अज़ल में लिखा है, हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे। जब जुल्मों सितम के कोहे गरा, जब जुल्मों सितम के कोहे गरा रूई की तरह उड़ जाएंगे, जब जुल्मों सितम के कोहे गरा रूई की तरह उड़ जाएंगे, हम महकूमों के पांव तले ये धरती धड़ धड़ धड़केगी, और अहले हकम के सर ऊपर जब बिजली कड़कड़ कड़केगी, लाजिम है कि हम भी देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे। जब जुल्मों सितम के कोहे गरा, जब जुल्मों सितम के कोहे गरा रूई की तरह उड़ जाएंगे, रूई की तरह उड़ जाएंगे, हम महकूमों के पांव तले ये धरती धड़ धड़ धड़केगी, और अहले हकम के सर ऊपर जब बिजली कड़कड़ कड़केगी, हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे, हम देखेंगे। जब अर्ज़े खुदा के काबे से, जब अर्ज़े खुदा के काबे से सब बुत उठवाए जाएंगे